Chapter 6:28. Holding the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship in his hand, Yang Dingtian still felt a lingering fear. Of course, it was not entirely because he had lost the secret manual. Still, it was not a big deal to go to the underwater mermaid empire. He had already made the relevant mental preparations. It was a complete surprise to be able to get the secret manual. What made him afraid was that Yang Yincheng's soul had actually drifted in Cloud Sky City for several years and had taken over Yang Zheng's body to live for nearly 2 years. Cloud Heaven City was Yang Dingtian's most important place. If he were to harm anyone in Cloud Heaven City, what would he do? No, I can't let Yin Yin continue to be lazy. She's so talented, but her cultivation is so weak. How can I let that happen? Also, Ning Ro, I didn't practice her sword all day long. As for Qin Jiao Jiao, she's a little idiot. Forget it. That night, Yang Dingtian told Yin Yin and the others what had happened. Instantly, Yin Yin was shocked. She even had a creepy feeling. She didn't expect her uncle's soul to have drifted for several years. Then, she swore that she would work hard to cultivate and protect Master's wife, the baby, and her sister. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had to place his hopes on Ning Rower. After all, she had already broken through to Martial Venerable. Ro, or you can go to Shijing's Celestial Qi Condensation Purification Array to cultivate for a few days every once in a while, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Ning Rower said, I'm just worried about little Ningning. She's already so naughty when I'm at home. When I'm not at home, she's going to flip the sky. When you're not at home, let Master's wife take care of her, Yang Dingtian said. Child, are you worried about the safety of the family? Yao Rao said, You're worrying too much. After all, I'm still a 9-star master. Yang Dingtian was stunned. You're not going outside to help me? No, I have to raise my son. Our son is more important than you. Yao Rao hugged the baby and kissed him fiercely. Your mommy's precious baby. Daddy will do whatever he wants. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Mu Lianyi hugged Yang Yichen and said, Husband, what will happen to little Peach in the future? Do you want me to find her another husband? Yang Dingtian said, This woman is very opinionated. Let her decide. If you ask her to find another husband, she'll see you as her big backer. I'm afraid she'll pinch her nose and obey you. Bah, I'm not a backer. Mu Lianyi kissed Yang Yichen and said, I'm her backer. She's your first direct disciple. Yang Dingtian gently pinched Yang Yichen's little cheeks and said, I hope that when little Chin Chin and the babies grow up, everything will be over. At that time, I can also focus on guiding them in their cultivation or do other things. It was rare for Yang Dingtian to chat with his wives. Then his wife came in with Hong Xiao and the others and took away all the babies. Then she said to Yang Dingtian, Little Tian, it's getting late. Rest early. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's wives blushed. They were really embarrassed that his wife came to rush them. Sisters, should we stay together or separate? Yao Rao asked. Ning Ro, or was the first to run away. Mu Lianyi grabbed her and said, Sister Ro, let's stay together. That way we'll have more time. After tonight, who knows how long it will be before we see that bastard again. Because the matter had been settled, Dongfang Minmi and the other grandmasters all returned to the Middle Continent or the East Continent. That was because they were very busy. Dongfang Minmi said that the destructive blow to the 7 refined lane had reached a critical stage. Dongfang Minmi had to go back to guard the place with Qin Wanchou to prevent the 7 refined lane from making a final counterattack. Master, after I cultivate the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, I'll immediately return to the Middle Continent and arrange for the substantial destruction of the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. The next morning, Yang Dingtian personally brought the children from Cloud Sky City to exercise. Then he went directly to Shijing because the cultivation of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had to be completed in the Celestial Qi Condensation purification array. Shijing was now the headquarters of the West Continent's Council of Light. It was the center of the entire West Continent, although a year ago this place had undergone a terrifying purge and attack. However, this huge city showed an unprecedented recovery ability. The Council of Light directly appointed Qin Mingli as the city lord of Shijing. However, the military and politics were separated. Qin Mingli only had full power in the political and economic affairs. She did not have any military power. In the military, Yang Dingtian was very, very far. All the military belonged directly to the Council of Light's military command. They did not belong to anyone, not even Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had the highest authority in strategic decisions. However, the promotion of officers, logistics of the military, and other important matters were all under the command of the military command. Even Yang Dingtian did not have the authority to appoint any general. Qin Mingli used to be the underground queen of Shijing. Now, she lived up to her name. However, she used to desperately earn money from her family, although there were still many family businesses in Shijing. Most of the time, she had to desperately earn money for the Council of Light. She was very capable. In just a year, Shijing had become unprecedentedly prosperous. Before the war, the population of West Continent City was more than 1 million. Later, when Yang Dingtian reorganized West Continent, the population of West Continent City was reduced by half. Now, the population of Shijing had doubled. The scale of the city was rapidly increasing every day. The economy was unprecedentedly prosperous. This was because West Continent had undergone intense reorganization. Many vassals had lost their territories. However, they had extremely rich assets. After seeing the development of Shijing, these people had transferred their assets to Shijing and engaged in various businesses. Now, these vassals were gradually transforming into big shots. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's momentum was too strong. Therefore, these people started to become enthusiastic about many of the affairs of the Council of Light. Therefore, there were more and more talents in the Council of Light. After arriving at Shijing, he first went to the city lord's residence to meet Qin Mingli. Then, this woman threw away the pen in her hand and lay on a pile of official documents to fool around. According to her, a meal now would last 3 months to half a year. Therefore, he had to eat until he was very full. Shijing's celestial qi was condensed in the purification array. This was the most heavily guarded place of the Council of Light. Tens of thousands of acres of land were the boundaries of the future Heavenly Edict Academy. The current Heavenly Edict Academy was less than 1/3 built. However, the Academy had already started operations. The Celestial Chi Array was in the center of the Heavenly Edict Academy. The current Celestial Chi Array was very different from the chaotic mainland because it was based on the Snake People Empire. The scale was much larger and the energy efficiency was much higher. The demand for magnetic crystals had increased by 10 times, but they no longer needed them. They would switch to another side after a period of time. It was almost permanent. The cost of building this tens of thousands of square meters celestial chi condensation purification array could be exchanged for dozens of cloud sky cities. However, to the current Council of Light it was nothing. All the strategic resources were self-produced. He sat cross-legged in the center of the celestial chi array. Yang Dingtian took out the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He opened the scroll, took a deep breath, and inserted his celestial chi. Boom! Just as Yang Dingtian's celestial chi entered the scroll, an extremely powerful energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and into his brain. Yang Dingtian's mind went blank as he temporarily lost all his divine senses. When Yang Dingtian's brain regained consciousness, he was already in a vast and boundless night sky. In the distance, there were endless stars. Then, countless starlight began to condense and turned into the familiar face of Shu Piayan. It was an old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor, but with a hint of worry. "Child, I know you have seen me many times, but I can't help it. Every time I see you, it's the first time I see you, so you'd better introduce yourself." Shu Piaoyan said to Yang Dingtian helplessly. So, Yang Dingtian told him all the past again. The ancient nirvana, the master of the hidden sect, the incident of the yin-yang mirror, the snake people empire, and so on. After listening, Shu Piaoyan said, "Although you have said it many times and should not feel it, I still feel a burst of shock." Then Shu Piaoyan said, "Well, child, you have learned the first half of the fourth stage, the first move, yin-yang reversal, and the second move, yin-yang chaos. What do you think of the chaotic Xian meridians? It's mysterious and wonderful." Yang Dingtian said, "It's very, very important. It can isolate almost all energy, and it can also evolve into all energy. Yes, the chaotic attribute is the core of the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship. It is the core of the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship. It should also be the core of the insect." Shu Piaoyan said, "Mastering the chaotic attribute is the unique symbol of the insect's disciples." Then Shu Piaoyan said, "However, it should still be a little inconvenient because all the Xian fires have lost their power. Only the thunder attribute attacks are left. Next, we will learn the second half of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, which is the third move, yin and yang. Once you learn the third move, you will not only have the chaotic attribute, but also yang and yin xianqi. You can totally imagine how powerful it is." Yang Dingtian said excitedly, "After the ancient nirvana 10,000 years ago, only the master of the hidden sect had the yin-yang attribute, and having the yin-yang attribute is the highest symbol of the master of the hidden sect, the highest cultivation." Shu Piaoyan said, "But for you it is not the highest cultivation. Your realm is far beyond theirs. But for now, having the yin-yang attribute is definitely a qualitative leap for you. Your combat strength can advance by leaps and bounds." Yes, just the demon spirit, demonic fire was amazing. The demon spirit, demonic fire, had two nature-defying attributes. One was immobilization, and the other was a protective shield. Both required the yin-yang attribute. Yang Dingtian did not have this attribute, so every immobilization was very short and the energy shield was very fragile. After having the yin-yang attribute, the power of the demon spirit, demonic fire, could be exerted to the extreme. "Okay, then let's start," Shu Piaoyan said. Then his figure directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian began to learn the third move, yin and yang. The first move, yin and yang reversal, transformed Yang Dingtian's Xian veins into the yin-yang attribute, which was extremely painful. The second move, yin and yang chaos, the yin-yang million spirit, demonic fire, set off from the Qi Si and baptized Yang Dingtian's yin-yang Xian veins inch by inch, turning them into the chaotic attribute. The degree of pain was several times more than the first move. Then the third move, yin and yang, what was going on? It was very simple. The demon spirit, demonic fire, and the yin-yang million spirit, demonic fire, set off together and advanced side by side, transforming the chaotic Xian veins together. Then, the pain of the third move was several times more than the previous two moves combined. However, Yang Dingtian could no longer feel it, because this pain had exceeded the limit, causing Yang Dingtian's nerves to temporarily fall into numbness. He could no longer feel anything. This body did not seem to be his at all. The demon spirit, demonic fire, and the yin-yang million spirit, demonic fire, these two flames transformed Yang Dingtian's Xian veins inch by inch. The transformation of Yang Dingtian's Xian veins this time was really too terrifying and painful. So much so that the energy of Shu Piaoling had no choice but to follow the two Xian flames and protect Yang Dingtian's Xian veins inch by inch. Otherwise, he was really worried that Yang Dingtian would be smashed to pieces and die. However, for Yang Dingtian, it was better than the first and second moves. Because the pain had exceeded the range of the human body, he was already numb. Because of this, Shu Piao, Yen had to protect him. He could not feel the pain and danger. That was it. After an unknown period of time, the transformation was completed. The third move, yin and yang, was completed. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the great yin-yang scripture, was officially completed. After the cultivation, Yang Dingtian did not directly wake up to see how many levels he had broken through. Instead, he was still in the illusion. He asked Shu Piao Yen to transfer the code of the second half of the fourth stage into his mind for him to study and study. As a result, Shu Piao Yen was shocked again. 10,000 years ago, he began to touch the peak of the martial arts civilization. He did not expect that now another person had entered the realm of gods. Therefore, he engraved the code of the second half of the pig-slaying swordsmanship into Yang Dingtian's mind. In the end, when Shu Piao Yen was about to disappear, Yang Dingtian asked, Senior Shu, "Where are you going after leaving the Mermaid Empire?" Shu Piao Yen said, "Son, I have some gains in the Mermaid Empire. I have even roughly guessed the location of the Naga Empire. Next, I may go to the Naga Empire." "The Naga Empire?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Where is it?" "In the chaotic world, but also not in the chaotic world." Shu Piao Yen said, "If you want to get there, you may need to tear the space. Space travel is also the direction of the fifth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." Tear the space travel. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. A martial arts scroll had reached such a terrifying and profound level. Chapter 6, 29. Of course, tearing space or traveling through space is too difficult. At present, this field is not only for me, but also for the whole world I live in. So to complete the writing of the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, it will take at least decades or even hundreds of years or even a lifetime, Shu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then when you left the Mermaid Empire, did you find a breakthrough point?" "There is a breakthrough point," Shu Piaoyan said. "I found a kind of void beast that can disappear in an instant and then appear a few miles away." Yang Dingtian said, "This may be a kind of teleportation technique. The demonic spirit beasts in our world can also do it." "I know the kind of demonic spirit beast you're talking about. Its teleportation is relatively simple. It is just the repulsion and ejection of energy. In essence, it is still a kind of straight-line movement, but its speed is extremely fast. It gives people the feeling that it is teleportation." Shu Piaoyan said, "But I have seen that kind of void beast. It can travel through space. Of course, this is only my breakthrough point. I need a very, very long time to analyze its principles and then write it into a secret book. It also depends on whether this principle is suitable for humans. So in order to complete this great cause, I may need to extend my life and live as long as possible." That is to say, before going to the Naga Empire, you will write down the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. "To be precise, I will write down the pig-killing swordsmanship first before going to the Naga Empire. I can only hope that the end of the world has not come by then," Shu Piaoyan said. "If you write down the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, where should I find it?" Yang Dingtian asked. Shu Piaoyan sighed and said, "Sorry, child, I really don't know about this. But I am sure that if I write down the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, if you learn it, then there is no doubt that you will stand at the top of your world. Also, if I really write down the fifth stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, I will definitely let the hidden sect you mentioned before pass on. All right, it's time for me to disappear." Shu Piaoyan suddenly blinked and said, "There is a Naga woman in your mind. She seems to have some kind of energy that allows her to give birth to Naga." After that, Shu Piaoyan disappeared. His last words gave Yang Dingtian a fright. Yang Dingtian shuddered, and then suddenly woke up. He lowered his head to look. He was startled. Did he have to be so pitiful? His 2 hands were like chicken feet, thin, dry, and riddled with scars. Looking at his own body, he was no better than a bag of bones. Most importantly, his entire body was riddled with wounds, as if he had been slashed 1,000 times. The second half of the fourth stage was simply too terrifying, torturing him to such an extent. Then Yang Dingtian operated his profound qi to see what kind of breakthrough he had made in his cultivation. Then, when Yang Dingtian condensed a sea of qi, he found that it was completely empty, and all his profound qi had been consumed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to start breathing profound qi under the profound qi formation. This profound qi formation was indeed the most powerful and advanced profound qi formation in the chaotic world. Its effect was nearly twice that of the Xian Tian sect, Qin City, and Yinyang school. Therefore, at present, the profound qi formation of the Xian Tian sect and Yinyang school had been modified to be exactly the same as the one in Shijing. This profound qi formation gathered all the profound qi within a radius of dozens of miles and poured it into Yang Dingtian's body. Although it was far less than the secret realm, it was completely different from ordinary cultivation. It could be said that for ordinary people, breathing profound qi in the profound qi formation for 2 hours was equivalent to more than 10 hours outside. To Yang Dingtian, the efficiency was so high that it was frightening. Countless profound qi poured into his sea of qi like a tide. Yang Dingtian's originally thin body gradually became strong and plump, and the scars on the mountain also gradually disappeared. 20 hours later, Yang Dingtian's qi vessel was completely filled, and it had started to expand and expand. Boom! Yang Dingtian's mind was in a state of nothingness, and his entire divine sense was completely blank. Unsurprisingly, he directly broke through from a 6-star 9th level master to a 7-star master. Then, profound qi poured in again like a tide. 20 hours later, Yang Dingtian's profound qi filled his sea of qi again. His entire sea of qi began to expand again. Boom! After a moment of nothingness, Yang Dingtian's cultivation broke through again, and he became an 8-star master. This made Yang Dingtian very surprised, because when he broke through to the 8-star master, he was very, very decisive without any sloppiness. There was no doubt that the 2 profound fires and the energy of the Shu Piaoyan had completely transformed Yang Dingtian's profound veins and sea of qi, and it directly created enough space for his sea of qi to break through. Why was it like this? The reason was very simple. Ordinary cultivation was divided into 2 parts. One was the trial, and the other was the profound qi absorption. The trial was to expand the space of the profound veins and sea of qi, and the profound qi absorption was to fill these spaces with profound qi. And the 2 profound fires, together with the yin and yang energy, transformed Yang Dingtian's profound veins. There was no doubt that it was an incomparably huge tempering, tormenting Yang Dingtian to the point where he could neither live nor die. It was more cruel and effective than fighting 100 or 1,000 times. Therefore, this was equivalent to an extremely terrifying trial. If it were not for the protection of the Shu Piaoyan's energy, Yang Dingtian's 9 yang profound veins would not have been able to hold on. Therefore, the baptism of the 2 profound fires had brought a huge space to Yang Dingtian's profound veins and sea of qi. After breaking through to the 8-star master, Yang Dingtian continued the profound qi absorption. After a full 30 hours, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi expanded violently again. However, this time it was obviously not as decisive as the previous 2 times, and it was already a little insufficient. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. I must pass. As long as I pass this time, I will still have room after the 9-star master. If I can't pass, I will stop at the 8-star master level. Boom! Finally, Yang Dingtian was not disappointed. Yang Dingtian's body and consciousness once again fell into nothingness, completely blank. His cultivation broke through again, directly to the 9-star master level, just as Yang Dingtian had guessed. Only by breaking through to the 9-star master level, there would still be room. Sure enough, his sea of qi continued to tremble slightly. 9-star first class, 9-star second class, 9-star third class. However, his sea of qi finally stopped trembling. Yang Dingtian's cultivation stopped at the 9-star third class. However, Yang Dingtian was already very, very satisfied. When Yang Dingtian walked out of the profound qi array, it was already 5 days later. In just 5 days, Yang Dingtian's face was already full of beard. At first glance, he saw an extremely graceful back view. It was Yun Zhenu. Her back view was too unique, and Yang Dingtian could recognize her at first glance. The long dress she wore was like flowing water. It was loose, but it stuck to her alluring body. It was tight, but it did not make her entire body tight. Instead, it made her look very elegant. When he saw her, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. If Huang Yu was Yun Kailan's real daughter, then who was Yun Zhenu in front of him? This question had been floating in Yang Dingtian's mind. You finally came out. If you did not come out, I would have hung myself. Yun Zhenu turned around and said. She was carrying a thick stack of things in her hands. Then, she saw that Yang Dingtian was completely naked. She rolled her eyes at him and blushed. You are like this. Don't you want to have another concubine in the valley of Cloud Heaven City? Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and walked outside to wash up in the spring. Then he asked Yun Zhenu to bring him a robe. After putting it on, Yang Dingtian asked Yun Zhenu, Zhenu, when did you leave your master, mi dai shir tai? Yun Zhenu thought for a while and said, about 2 years. Of course. I waited for my master in the valley for a long time. I left the valley about a year ago. Yang Dingtian looked at her intensely, hoping to find some clues from her face. You are looking at me like this. Are you really not going to marry me? Yun Zhenu said angrily. Yang Dingtian smiled. You rushed over from the central continent to find me. What's the matter? Did you learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship smoothly? Yun Zhenu asked. Very smoothly, Yang Dingtian said. Our newspaper has already launched the final attack on the 7 refined lane. Yun Zhenu said, according to the top-secret report, we have already destroyed many brothels and welfare centers in the 7 refined lane. They are full of evil. Moreover, our team has already entered Sky Demon City to conduct the final investigation on the human trafficking center of the 7 refined lane. The 7 refined lane is now notorious. It is smellier than a latrine and dirtier than a brothel. Did the 7 refined lane not retaliate? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course they retaliated. Yun Zhenu said. They don't even need to put on an act. They are directly slandering and attacking you. The content is already unbearable to the ears. However, the influence of our chaos times is too great. The 7 refined lane's small retaliation is like a small wave. It cannot withstand a single blow. They were directly crushed by our monstrous waves. How is the chaos times now? Yang Dingtian asked. We have already achieved unbelievable results. The power of public opinion is extremely strong. Our current enemies have no way of retaliating in the battle of public opinion. Yun Zhenu said, our authority and authenticity have allowed the circulation of the chaos times to exceed 5 million points. Because of the lack of spiritual entertainment, at least 20 million people see our newspaper directly every time. Hundreds of millions of people receive our news indirectly. Therefore, in the battle of public opinion, it is a one-sided massacre. Good. Yang Dingtian said, we will return to the central continent now and announce the death penalty of the 7 refined lane. Those who should be captured will be executed. Those who should be executed will be executed. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. Chapter 631. It had been almost 2 months since the first issue of the Chaos Times was published. In the chaos world, where one's mind was extremely empty, the effect of this newspaper was explosive. Because of the Council of Light's powerful content and delivery ability, this newspaper had covered the entire world in just over a month. Until now, there were almost 1,000 demon vulture army that were responsible for the delivery of the Chaos Times. Almost all of the elites in the chaos world were reading this newspaper. In addition, the elites had infiltrated the ordinary people. So this newspaper was almost omnipresent in the chaos world. Of course, the key was that because of Yang Dingtian's high control, the newspaper's content was absolutely true, authoritative, and even serious. That's right, even if it involved gossip, it was still serious. Because the first group of people in the chaos world was the upper echelons of the chaos world, so they could easily know whether the content was true or not. They could even instinctively feel it. This authenticity would gradually spread through their mouths, allowing this authority to spread in the most solid way. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the Council of Light was still relatively clean. It was especially so for Yang Dingtian. Everything that he did could be said to be upright and clean. So much so that the authority and authenticity of this newspaper was basically stepping on Yang Dingtian's head. Because every time they wanted to dig up dark history, the first person to dig up was Yang Dingtian, and the second was Qin Wanqiu and the other big shots. Because Yang Dingtian's background was clean, in addition to Qin Wanqiu's ambitious nature, he did not care. Therefore, the policy of wanting to blacken the black first was the most powerful. Qin Wanqiu had killed his own father and made him into a war demon puppet. So what else could not be exposed? The most exaggerated thing was that Yang Dingtian had pretended to be Ningyu and tricked Wu Maji and Ning Wuming, and then destroyed the Autumn Water Sword sect. Among them, Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanqiu had secretly colluded. This top secret had been compiled into gossip. Of course, when this article was written, Yun Zhenu and Song Lihua, who had participated in the review, were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Who was the one who wrote this article? How could he be so fierce? And he actually knew so much inside information? In the end, he had no choice but to personally deliver the manuscript to Qin Wanqiu. After Qin Wanqiu saw it, he didn't dare to make a decision. At that time, Yang Dingtian wasn't there either. Later on, it was Dongfang Minmi who personally came over to read the draft and decided to publish it. In fact, after this gossip was published, the sensation it caused was explosive. Many people were scared out of their wits. They even suspected that this newspaper was organized by the Council of Light. Could it be that it was organized by Wu Yuming? Why would it specifically attack and smear Yang Dingtian's reputation? In fact, there was a reason why this 8 trigrams had appeared. That was because Wu Yuming was ready to further discredit and spread rumors about Yang Dingtian. Of course, it was not completely a rumor. However, the content was undoubtedly shocking and exaggerated. It was about how Yang Dingtian had colluded with Wu Maji in evil ways. In the end, the Council of Light struck first and directly exposed this matter. In fact, after this gossip was published, the circulation of the newspaper increased by 30%. Then, in the next issue of the newspaper, they immediately followed up. They directly wrote about the secret of Ning Fu and Wu Maji. They wrote about the marriage of Ning clan's young master Ning Fu and Wu Maji, their love and hate conflict, and then Ning Fu's death for Wu Maji. Then Ning Fu's evil ways, Ning Fu's framing of Dongfang Bingling, and finally Ning Fu's entrusting of the Ning clan and Wu Maji to Yang Dingtian. In this secret story of a few thousand words, it was absolutely true and even explicit. It included how Ning Fu had asked Yang Dingtian to impersonate him to save the Ning clan and leave behind descendants. Then, the next issue of the newspaper, it was about how Yang Dingtian had impersonated Ning Fu and went to the Ning clan with Wu Maji to save Kuei Si and Duan Rian. Here, they used the spring and autumn brush technique. Although it was not written clearly, it was revealed that Yang Dingtian had impersonated Ning Fu and his relationship with Wu Maji was no longer pure. Therefore, Wu Yuming had not started to spread rumors about Yang Dingtian. The Council of Light had already taken the initiative to expose it. In fact, after this gossip was published, the entire chaotic mainland's controversy about Yang Dingtian reached its peak. Many people felt that Yang Dingtian was too much of a scumbag. He had actually impersonated someone else's husband and cheated Wumaji's feelings. However, no one doubted the authenticity of this gossip. Similarly, no one doubted the authenticity of Yang Dingtian. After tens of thousands of words of exposing Yang Dingtian, a firm, unyielding, selfless, and flawed Yang Dingtian appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had the same impression of Yang Dingtian. This person was absolutely authentic. He kept his promises, and he was selfless and bright. However, this person was also a little fickle and soft-hearted. Sometimes he even seemed a little naive. However, at the end of the day, there was no longer any controversy about this person's righteousness. There was also no controversy about this person's determination to fight evil ways. This was the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. He did not care about his personal reputation. He was not like Wu Yuming. He did not need to care so much about his reputation. Therefore, in the Chaos Times team, there was a saying that was very correct. That was, their newspaper had risen to its current position by stepping on sect leader Yang Dingtian's head. Although the newspaper's influence was increasing every day, everyone had a common understanding. When it was time to attract attention and eyeballs, it was very simple. It was sect leader Black. When this newspaper appeared, it immediately attracted Wu Yoming's attention. She could see Yang Dingtian's sinister intentions at a glance. That was to fight for the right to public opinion. Public opinion and fame were Wu Yoming's unique weapons. Therefore, in terms of reputation, she cared a lot about her reputation. Her supreme reputation also made her successful in every endeavor. Therefore, when the newspaper appeared, she felt uneasy. She desperately tried to stop it, desperately trying to find a loophole in the newspaper. Judging others by their own standards, she felt that Yang Dingtian would definitely use this newspaper to promote herself and deify herself, to smear Wu Yoming's reputation. Therefore, she had prepared countless pieces of information to slap his face. In the end, when the newspaper appeared, Wu Yoming's face darkened. Fuck! Yang Dingtian, you're really ruthless. You can really fucking bear to smear yourself. And the other thing she was worried about did not happen. The entire newspaper did not mention Wu Yuming at all, let alone smear her. Therefore, Wu Yuming prepared countless pieces of information to attack Yang Dingtian. In the end, she realized that there was no use at all. The newspaper was full of information to smear Yang Dingtian. Then, when the newspaper gradually began to expose the 7 refined lane, Wu Yuming felt completely uneasy. The 7 refined lane was currently the most loyal force in Zhongzhou State. Moreover, the 7 refined lane had unparalleled uniqueness and the ability to fight against public opinion. Next, every issue of the Chaos Times would expose the 7 refined lane while slandering Yang Dingtian. The way they slandered Yang Dingtian was absolutely ruthless and explicit. On the other hand, the way they exposed the 7 refined lane was very careful. Everyone who read the article felt that, fuck, the 7 refined lane was definitely more than that. Just like that, in the face of irrefutable evidence, the hundreds of brothels opened by the 7 refined lane were exposed one after another. Of course, the result of being exposed was that the business of these hundreds of brothels was unprecedentedly good. Even if he could not sleep with the ladies of the 7 refined lane, he could sleep with the ladies of the 7 refined lane. Then the fact that the 7 refined lane groomed stunning beauties and sent them to various forces as concubines was also exposed. It was still the same principle as before. Song Xiao, Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, and the other big shots of the Council of Light were all on the list and had taken in the beauties of the 7 refined lane. At this point, the reputation of the 7 refined lane was on the verge of collapse. At least, it was no longer admired by people. When people talked about the 7 refined lane, their eyes revealed a trace of wretchedness. If these things were said before, it was just skin shedding. Then, the following content was purely skin shedding and bone shedding. The secret news revealed that many of the orphans of the 7 refined lane were extremely filthy and evil. Human trafficking, secretly grooming prostitutes and transporting prostitutes. When they saw beautiful children, they poisoned their parents and turned them into orphans. They even secretly poisoned and killed disobedient children and other evils. A total of tens of thousands of words and dozens of pictures were used to report the entire scandal of the 7 refined lane. Once this report appeared, it was completely like a nuclear bomb. It instantly caused an uproar in the world. Again, as long as it was the truth, there would be countless clues. For those big shots who received prostitutes and beauties, they would be able to find the truth after some deliberation. Also, the deaths of some beautiful children's parents were originally fishy. With this report and some slight connections, the truth could be found very quickly. In just a few days, the 7 refined lane had turned from paradise to hell. There were too many ugly things in this world. However, such filth and ugliness were still rare in this world, especially when the 7 refined lane's previous image was so beautiful and moving. This instant contrast almost penetrated everyone's heart. In an instant, countless people's hatred for the 7 refined lane had reached the extreme. The 7 refined lane's thunderbolt blood was still performing. However, it was no longer as popular as before. The audience was getting fewer and fewer. Towards the end, there were even people who threw rotten eggs and carrots on the stage. Seeing such a situation, Ling Wu felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. This was her career. This career made her popular in the entire central continent, made her famous in the world, and made her be sought after by countless people. There were many women in this world who could resist the temptation of power and money. However, they absolutely couldn't resist the temptation of fame. Therefore, during that period of time, Ling Wu's feelings were very similar to Yun Kailin's. She felt as if she was floating in the clouds. She felt that she had grasped such a powerful force that she could beat Yang Dingtian to the point where he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. However, this kind of happiness was really too short-lived. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ling Wu fell from heaven to hell. One day, when she was still clenching her teeth and performing, suddenly there was a foul stench and a handful of dog feces was directly smashed on her face. Get off! After that, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, she stopped performing and shut herself in. As for her father, Ling Zhong, he bid farewell to her completely and returned to the castle in the west region. In the face of Yang Dingtian's series of public opinion attacks, Wu Yuming and the 7 refined lane were practically powerless to fight back. In fact, they had also carried out many counterattacks. The smearing and slandering of Yang Dingtian was no longer an indirect act. Instead, it was a blatant rumor that tarnished him. For example, when Yang Dingtian tried to humiliate Ling Wu swore to die and refused. For example, when Yang Dingtian and his mistress were unclean, and so on. When Yang Dingtian colluded with others in evil ways, humiliated Qin Chichi, and so on. Furthermore, they had even pasted a shocking number of posters. In the central capital, posters that slandered and smeared Yang Dingtian's name were pasted on every street. After that, they were specially responsible for sending people to guard the posters and wait for the army of the Council of Light to come and capture and tear the posters apart. However, the contents of these posters were really too exaggerated. Anything that had lost its true reliance would not be able to withstand scrutiny after a long time, especially when all the people had already been baptized by the gossip and secret news of the chaos times. They basically knew the truth. After comparing, it was too easy to distinguish which was true and which was false. One of the hooligans saw a large poster and said a sentence that revealed the true meaning of the name. Yang Dingtian humiliated Ling Wu. Ling Wu swore to die and refused? Don't talk nonsense. If Yang Dingtian was willing to marry her, she would have already knelt in front of Yang Dingtian. How would she still have the time to put on an act? Sometimes a lie would become the truth after being told 100 times. However, if it was told 1,000 times, it would instead become a lie. For example, the matter of Yang Dingtian committing adultery with Madame Shimin. Countless people used this to attack Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian had never been able to distinguish between them. In fact, in the crusade, this matter was also used to convict Yang Dingtian. In the end, Yun Cailin, who was later convicted, became Yang Dingtian's loyal subordinate. Zhu Qingzhu also directly withdrew from the crusade. When someone used his mistress to talk about this matter, no one believed it anymore. This was because after they had seen the secret news of Yang Dingtian, they could faintly feel what kind of person Yang Dingtian was. They felt that if Yang Dingtian had really done it, he would definitely dare to admit it. This was because Yang Dingtian was even willing to admit to colluding with others in evil ways and impersonating Ning Hua to steal Wu Maji. There was nothing more glorious than committing adultery with Madame Shimin. Just like this, even though Wu Yuming had taken a series of counterattacks, he realized that it was completely useless. Faced with Yang Dingtian's public opinion, Wu Yuming and the 7 refined lanes counterattacks were completely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To Wu Yuming, this was a fatal blow. He was too proud. He felt that he was nobler, stronger, and wiser than Yang Dingtian by countless times. He had always felt that Yang Dingtian was an ant-like figure. Now, faced with Yang Dingtian's open and above-board move, he was practically powerless to retaliate. This was simply too big a blow to his pride. Later on, he wanted to give Yang Dingtian a taste of his own medicine. Since Yang Dingtian started a newspaper, he would also start a newspaper. At most, he would send out thousands of black vultures to deliver the news. In the end, when he was about to start a newspaper, he realized that he didn't have that much paper at all. He gritted his teeth and directly used the parchment paper. He used almost all the parchment paper in his inventory and directly found talents from the 7 refined lane. He let Ling Wu, who understood Yang Dingtian the most, be the main writer, under the efforts of hundreds of women from the 7 refined lane. The first issue of Wu Yoming's Taiando League Times was published. The layout of the newspaper was exactly the same as the Chaos Times. Half of the news was factual, the remaining quarter was gossip, and the other quarter was world secrets. However, their aim was very, very strong. All the content had only one purpose, and that was to smear Yang Dingtian's reputation, whitewash the 7 refined lane, and deify Wu Yuming. Of course, in order to attract the public, Wu Yuming also learned from Yang Dingtian and exposed his own gossip to attract attention. Therefore, in the gossip, there were secrets about Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace. As for the circulation of the Taiando League Times, Wu Yuming was rich and overbearing. He directly distributed 300,000 copies, which meant that he had to slaughter 300,000 sheep. When the newspaper was published, originally, Qin Wanqiu had already mobilized tens of thousands of troops and was prepared to directly raid Wu Yoming's printing base and confiscate the newspaper. He had already found a reason. We don't even dare to use the name of the Taiando League. Who gave you the authority to directly use the name of the Taiando League? Wu Yuming. As for Wu Yuming, she directly mobilized the armed forces of the 7 refined lane and the Vulture Palace to guard outside the printing base. The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. In the end, after Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu received the first copy of the newspaper and finished reading it, they directly withdrew the tens of thousands of troops. Wu Yuming was secretly pleased. In the end, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu did not dare to fall out with the Vulture Palace and use force. After the Black Vulture sent Wu Yoming's Taiando League Times to the entire Zhongzhou state, Wu Yuming eagerly waited for the newspaper's response. The response he received was very strong. The first issue of the Taiando League Times was almost completely snatched up as soon as it was delivered. Wu Yuming was instantly ecstatic. He felt that he was about to regain the battle of public opinion. In addition, the leaders who were close to Wu Yuming flattered him. They were especially interested in the article about the secret of Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace. Wu Yuming immediately felt that victory was in his hands. In fact, the people were extremely eager for the Tiando League Times. Why? There was no other reason. It was because their appetites were all hooked by the Chaos Times. The Chaos Times was only published once every 7 days. At this time, Wu Yoming's Tiando League Times came out just right to fill the gap. Moreover, Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian were famous. Of course, they were looking forward to it. After they got the newspaper, they looked at the news and current affairs section. Most of the people felt that the article about the internal affairs of the Western continent was a little nonsensical because it was not very serious and liked to stir up emotions. However, they still read it with relish. Then, they saw the article about the 7 refined lanes' innocence. It was all about how benevolent the 7 refined lane was and how bright it was. Then, it refuted that Yang Dingtian had attacked the 7 refined lane for ulterior motives. At this time, the people reading the newspaper were a little impatient. Fuck! The whole article was excuses and praises. What was the point of this? Tens of thousands of words were all stirring up emotions. There was no real content. When it came to the gossip, especially the secret of Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace, their eyes lit up. They felt that they could see the secrets of celebrities. When they took a closer look, they were instantly furious. Fuck you, Wu Yuming. What kind of bullshit secret is this? You're clearly showing off your love. What are you showing off for? Fuck, you're portraying yourself as a Casanova. What's the meaning of this? What's there to be proud of? Look at the Chaos Times. That's what a secret is. Yang Dingtian was raped by the demoness. Yang Dingtian pretended to be Ninghua and slept with Wu Maji. That's what a secret is. It's so immersive. Therefore, the people who bought the newspaper threw the Tiando League Times aside and cursed. Stupid Wu Yuming! At that time, after Wu Yuming's first victory, she was itching. Just listening to the reports was not enough. So she and the Vulture disguised themselves and planned to go incognito. Vulture was also very excited. She had high expectations for the article, The Secret of Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace. She really wanted to tell the world about her and Wu Yoming's love and let the world be jealous and envious. Therefore, she held Wu Yoming's arm and walked on the street with mixed feelings. Excitement and anticipation. She wanted to hide her identity, but she also wanted everyone to recognize her. Walking on the bustling streets of Zhongjing, Vulture said softly, "Husband, you're so amazing. You completely suppressed Yang Dingtian's limelight. It's just that you wrote about us. How embarrassing." Yang Dingtian's move was just a small trick. Wu Yuming smiled and said, "Our love is sweet and bright. It's full of positive energy. It can inspire the young people of the world. I'm really looking forward to it. What will they think after reading the newspaper?" Vulture said, "Fuck, Wu Yuming, who the hell is he? What kind of secret is this? Why is he showing off? Why is he pretending to be sweet?" At this time, a young man who practiced martial arts scolded. Yang Dingtian didn't show off when he married the peerless beauty Shimin Yinyan. Wu Yuming married a woman with no breasts and no buttocks, and he's showing off. Fuck, what kind of bullshit is this newspaper writing? This Wu Yuming is an idiot. Showing off their love, who would want to see it? I'm not interested in writing about him and Vulture. It's more interesting to write about him and First Madame Gong's son. Look at this paragraph. Before I married you, maybe it was because of the Vulture Palace. But after I married you, I could give up everything for you. Isn't it disgusting? I'm going to vomit. This paragraph was specially carved by Wu Yuming, and he was very proud of it. After hearing these words, Wu Yuming and Vulture's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 632. In Wu Yoming's heart, he was a high and mighty figure. To the common people, he was like an immortal. In order to suppress Yang Dingtian, he had bent down and shared his secrets with the common people. Not only was he not admired, but he was also insulted by a martial artist. It was ridiculous. Wu Yuming felt that his chest was about to explode. Vulture's face was completely pale. He almost couldn't help but pull out his sword and kill all the ants in front of him. Wu Yuming held Vulture's hand and said softly, "These common people and martial artists are ignorant. Don't lower yourself to their level." Vulture thought for a while and nodded. "That's right. It's not our newspaper that has a problem. It's these people who are too lowly and vulgar. They don't know how to appreciate it." Then Wu Yuming and Vulture left. The two of them walked into a restaurant. The distribution points of Chaos Times and Tiando League Times were basically tea houses, restaurants, and even brothels. Wu Yuming walked to the front of the luxurious counter and asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you still have Tiando League Times?" The counter owner looked up and smiled. "I'm sorry, sir. It was sold out early in the morning." Wu Yuming was happy and said, "Oh, then it seems that Tiando League Times is very popular. It's just taking advantage of the limelight." The counter owner poked Wu Yuming's heart and said, "It's because Chaos Times opened everyone's eyes. That's why Tiando League Times is so popular." Wu Yuming's heart felt stifled as he said with a smile, "In my opinion, the Heavenly Dao Union Times is of a much higher standard. It's not impossible for it to overtake the primal Chaos Times." "Huh." The owner said, "These words are too childish. I have already read the Heavenly Dao Union Times. The content is exaggerated and hypocritical. They like to talk big and point at the world. They are high and mighty." From the inside out, he exuded a vulgar narcissism. On the other hand, the Chaos Times is serious, profound, and authoritative. The two are completely different. Wu Yuming didn't say anything, but Vulture couldn't help but say, "I don't think so. It's just that some people don't understand the articles in the Tiando League Times. When I read The Secret of Wu Yuming and the Vulture, it was very touching and beautiful." "Ha ha ha." The owner said, "Maybe only an ignorant woman would think that way. The relationship between Mr. Wu Yuming and Miss Vulture may be very touching, but what does it have to do with others? This kind of sweet talk in the house was published in the newspapers and printed in the eyes of others. It was no longer exaggerated, but laughable. The peddlers can't find any excitement in this newspaper. Mid-level fighters can't find the excitement of participating in the current affairs. High-level fighters can't find the world's network. No matter if it's the upper, middle, or lower-class people, there's no redeeming feature. In my opinion, the next issue can only be sent to the latrine." At this moment, Wu Yuming wanted to pull out his sword and kill someone. This owner was the most typical upper-middle-class person in society. Although he didn't swear, his mouth was even more vicious. Wu Yuming was filled with anger. He directly left with Vulture. While walking on the street, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "By the Tiando League Times at a high price! By the Tiando League Times at a high price!" Wu Yuming's heart changed again. He found the person and said, "You want to buy the Tiando League Times?" "Yes, do you have it?" The young man in silk clothes looked at him warmly. Wu Yuming said, "I don't have it now, but there will be a lot in the future." "Give it to me, I want all." The young man in silk clothes said, "Remember, give me as many copies as you have. Sell it at the original price of 2 silver coins. I will add 1 silver coin." Wu Yuming was overjoyed and said, Of course. Only this brother has a discerning eye. May I ask if you want so many copies of the Tiando League Times for your family and the people to read?" The enthusiastic young man was stunned and then said awkwardly that that's not it. Although the content of the Tiando League Times is nonsense, it is printed on the best parchment. I want to buy it to make clothes or to cover the windows. I even want to wash it clean and sell it to the nobles. It is also excellent. Suddenly, Wu Yoming's chest tightened and he almost vomited blood. Then his hand tightened. He really couldn't help but pull out his sword and cut the person in front of him into pieces. Just like that, Wu Yoming's Tiando League Times was only published for 1 issue and then completely ended. Moreover, no one in the 7 refined lane dared to mention the Tiando League Times again. Following that, a few people in Zhongjing suddenly died mysteriously. A foot soldier was cut into 8 pieces. A restaurant owner had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. There was also a vagabond who had his tongue cut out, eyes gouged out, and 4 limbs broken. In this battle of public opinion, the reason why Wu Yuming lost so badly was because he was too ungrounded, too arrogant, too proud, and too protective of his own reputation. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was baptized by countless gossip and news back on earth. He could almost grasp the pulse of the situation in an instant. Moreover, how ruthlessly had he slandered her! How could he bear to lay a hand on her? Therefore, the power of the 2 newspapers was incomparable. Of course, the failure of Wu Yoming's newspaper was more than 10 days ago. And 3 days ago, Chaos Times revealed their true intentions. They used an entire page to report on the extreme evil of the 7 Refined Lane. Almost instantly, the 7 Refined Lane was trampled into hell. No one knew if someone instigated it, or if it was spontaneous. Suddenly, more and more people gathered outside the 7 Refined Lane. There were also more and more people throwing things and stones into the 7 Refined Lane. In an instant, the originally fragrant 7 Refined Lane was suddenly filled with a foul stench. The 7 Refined Lane's doors were tightly shut as they tried to wait for the storm to pass. However, more and more people were gathering outside the 7 Refined Lane's entrance. Moreover, they had already started smashing and robbing. First, Madame Gongsun knelt in front of Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian is using his position to avenge a private grudge. He is trying to exterminate the 7 Refined Lane. Sect leader, please help us. Wu Yuming sat on the chair with a gloomy expression. He didn't know much about whether the 7 Refined Lane was clean or not. However, after reading Chaos Times, he knew that the contents were true. Therefore, he really didn't want to get involved with the 7 Refined Lane. He didn't want to tarnish his reputation. After all, his reputation was very precious. However, the 7 Refined Lane was his biggest and most loyal supporter in Zhongzhou. If he didn't help them, the remaining fence-sitters would undoubtedly abandon Wu Yuming and join Yang Dingtian. In the Taiando League, Wu Yuming didn't have many supporters to begin with. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuming said, "Don't worry, I won't sit by and watch. Lingxi will help you get justice." In the end, Wu Yuming chose to compromise. He wouldn't get involved personally, but he wouldn't leave them in the lurch either. Lingxi's expression turned cold. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Then Lingxi walked into the inner chamber and said to First Madame Gongsun, "Pavilion leader, let's discuss this." That night, Wu Yuming brought Vulture to the Vulture Palace to pay a visit to Wu Lingxi. On one hand, he wanted to report the unfavorable situation in Zhongzhou. On the other hand, he wanted to avoid the impending trouble. Very soon, Lingxi and First Madame Gongsun retaliated. Yang Dingtian had just returned to Zhongzhou with Yun Jianu. Before he gave the order to encircle the 7 Refined Lane, he received the 7 Refined Lane's provocation and retaliation. First Madame Gongsun and 6th Madame Gongsun carried 13 corpses and knelt in front of Zhongzhou's main hall. 6th Madame Gongsun held up a sign that read, "Blood for blood, clear my name," using public office to avenge private grudges. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Meanwhile, young Master Lingxi from the Vulture Palace led several hundred leaders from the Netherworld Sea who were close to the Vulture Palace and tens of thousands of people to surround Zhongzhou's main hall. He wanted Yang Dingtian to give justice to the 7 Refined Lane. The 7 Refined Lane's methods were vicious enough. They sacrificed 13 corpses. Second Madame Gongsun had deep bloodstains on her neck. She had hanged herself to death. On her corpse was written, "I use my death to prove my innocence." Fifth Madame Gongsun's face was pale. She was covered in white gauze, and there was a sword pierced through her chest. On her snow-white clothes were written with fresh blood, "Yang Dingtian, clear my 7 Refined Lane's name." 7th Madame Gongsun's head burst open, and she died. On her back was also written with fresh blood, "Yang Dingtian, clear my name." 2nd Madame Gongsun. fifth madam and seventh madam all died a violent death. Following that, the 10 golden flowers of the 7 refined lane all drowned themselves in the water. Their bodies were completely naked. They used their deaths to prove their innocence. Lingxi was indeed vicious. He was extremely vicious and merciless. He used 13 fresh lives to steal away the hearts of the people in an instant. He stole away all their sympathy. The most difficult thing in all of history was death. The people of the 7 refined lane were not even afraid of death. How could they commit such evil deeds? When Yang Dingtian arrived, the crowd was already furious. They wanted to find the culprits who tarnished the 7 refined lane. They wanted to shut down the chaos times and punish all of them. When Yang Dingtian walked to the Zhong capital Grand Hall, First Madam Gongsun immediately blocked his path. City Lord Yang, please clear my 7 refined lane's name. Execute slave Yin Jianu, Song Lihua, and the other culprits. Yang Dingtian looked at the 13 pale corpses and said coldly, "What do the deaths of these 13 people have to do with slave Yin Jianu and Song Lihua?" They were the ones who set up the chaos times under Sir Yang Dingtian's instructions. They spread rumors and slandered my 7 refined lane. My 7 refined lane values our innocence as much as our lives. Many of our sisters couldn't bear the humiliation and killed themselves. First, Madame Gongsun looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Sir Yang Dingtian, if you don't give me justice, I will immediately go to the Spirit Vulture Palace and kneel down. I will immediately call for justice in the world and take back the dignity and innocence of my 7 refined lane at all costs." But the chaos times didn't spread rumors and slander you. Instead, it was your 7 refined lane who spread rumors and slandered me. Yang Dingtian said, "Evidence." First Madame Gongsun said sternly, "Sir Yang Dingtian, please show us your evidence. Otherwise, you will be executed without any sincerity. You don't deserve to be the leader of the Tiando League." Rhinoceros said coldly, "Sir Yang Dingtian, if you don't show us your evidence today, we won't let this go. Unless you mobilize an army to suppress us. Otherwise, you will have to punish the Chaos Times people and clear the 7 refined lanes' name." Yang Dingtian looked at the tens of thousands of people present. They were here to force him to abdicate. Almost all the forces close to the Sea of Hades and the Vulture Palace were here. When Yang Dingtian looked at these people, some of them held their heads high, but most of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Without a doubt, these people didn't want to come to Yang Dingtian either, but they were forced to come. The Vulture Palace had gathered many major forces and told them that if they didn't say anything when Yang Dingtian attacked the 7 refined lane, then when Yang Dingtian attacked them, no one would say anything. Even so, most of the major forces in the central continent chose to wait and see. They didn't come to force him to abdicate. Yang Dingtian looked at First Madame Gongsun, whose eyes were filled with viciousness. This person had already cut off all means of retreat. He had to admit that this method was ruthless. They knew that they were no match for Yang Dingtian when it came to public opinion. Therefore, they decided to fight him face to face. They wanted to force Yang Dingtian to produce evidence of the 7 refined lanes' crimes, or else they would clear the 7 refined lanes' name, abolish the Chaos Times, and convict everyone who ran the newspaper. This was completely a form of sophistry, a form of covert substitution of concepts. Evidence. Where could they find the most direct evidence? When the 7 refined lane killed the children, abducted the children, and killed the orphans, they didn't leave behind an echo jade. Yang Dingtian's gaze inadvertently glanced at 5th Madame Gongsun. She had an evil spirit in her body, so she couldn't die. Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and said to First Madame Gongsun, "You want to die now? Then I'll grant you your wish." Chapter 633. All right, let's enter the Zhongjing Grand Hall for a public trial. Everyone is allowed to enter. Instantly, Ling Shi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, "Bring them in." Then, First Madame Gong's son ordered her men to carry all 13 corpses in. The leaders of the forces who were close to the Vulture Palace and the tens of thousands of onlookers entered as well. The entire Zhongjing Grand Hall was packed to the brim. Even the ground was filled with people. There were a few thousand of them. The square outside the Grand Hall was also filled with people. After hearing the news, more and more people came to watch the trial. Therefore, the entire public trial was watched by tens of thousands of people. In order to prevent a counterattack before death, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to mobilize the martial supreme class experts. There were a total of several hundred of them. In addition, there were 2,000 men from the Devil Dragon Legion, 1,000 men from the Devil Vulture Legion, and 100,000 men from the Heaven Dao Union's Black Cavalry. If someone wanted to retaliate before their death, Yang Dingtian wouldn't mind killing all of them who were near the Spirit Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Zhuo Qingqi sat on the highest seats. However, there was an extra chair for Ling Shi to sit on as he was representing Wu Yuming. After all, Wu Yuming was the successor of the Yin sect and Yang Dingtian's senior brother. Although the Council of Light had never admitted it, they had never denied it in order to prevent the Tiando League from breaking apart. Therefore, the 4 of them were in charge of the trial today. First Madame Gong's son and 6th Madame Gong's son stood on the bench. As the person in charge of the newspaper, Song Lihua and Yun Jianu also stood on the bench. This was interesting. The 4 of them on the bench were all beauties. First Madame Gong's son bowed and nodded at the highest seats. Then she nodded at the thousands of onlookers and said loudly, "As everyone knows, the 7 Refined Lane has been benevolent and kind for hundreds of years. Although we belong to the Tiando League, we have never fought for power or profit. All the powers in the world have their own territories, but my 7 Refined Lane doesn't have a single inch of land in Zhongjing City. All the expenses were earned by the sisters' performances. They ate and dressed simply, and the remaining money was used to help the poor and raise the orphans. However, this year, because we offended a certain big shot, we suffered a calamity. Someone instigated the chaos times to shamelessly smear and defile our 7 Refined Lane, causing us to fall from heaven to hell. More than 10 sisters could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide one after another. I plead for today's trial to clear the name of the 7 Refined Lane and bring the guilty to justice." Yang Dingtian asked, "Pavilion Master Gongsun, who is the big shot you mentioned?" "It's you, Mr. Yang Dingtian." First Madame Gong's son shouted, "It's you. You're abusing your power to take revenge." After that, First Madame Gong's son said to Ling Wu, "Sixth sister, tell me." Ling Wu stood up, looked towards the highest seat, and said, "May I ask Mr. Yang Dingtian, 52 days ago, did you disguise yourself and come to watch my performance of Thunder and Blood?" "Yes, I went to watch," Yang Dingtian said. "After the performance ended, did you come backstage and give me a slap?" Ling Wu asked. Lingxi immediately said, "Sixth Madame Gong's son, don't talk nonsense. Yang Dingtian is the dignified master of the Council of Light. Why would he beat up a weak girl like you?" Yang Dingtian cast a glance at Lingxi and said, "That's right. I did give you a slap at that time." Ling Wu seemed to recall the humiliation that day. Her beautiful face twisted slightly as she said, "Then, after the slap, did you threaten me to make me beg for death?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "You've improved a lot in the 7 Refined Lane. You've learned the trick of taking things out of context very well." Yang Dingtian had said at that time that he would not kill her, but someone would make her beg for death. In Ling Wu's mouth, it had turned into Yang Dingtian threatening to make her suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Wu could be said to have improved a lot in reversing black and white. "Let me ask you, did you say something like that? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it?" Ling Wu said coldly. "I did say that," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu said, "After that, Big Sister rushed in to save me. Did you threaten her to wipe the 7 refined lane off the face of this world? Yes, I did say that, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu bowed toward the highest seat and said, I'm done. The matter is very simple. Everything originated from Yang Dingtian's personal vengeance. He was the one who instructed the Chaos Times to put us to death. I feel that such a person has no qualifications to become the master of the Tiando League. Ling Wu, your performance earlier was very good. However, you shouldn't have said the last sentence. It's too emotional and will divert the fire. Yang Dingtian said, Then let me ask you, why did I beat you up? Why did I threaten the 7 refined lane? Ling Wu said, Then only you know about it. Because the Thunderbolt blood that you acted and had reversed black and white, attacked me secretly for personal gain, ruined my reputation, and viciously slandered me, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu sneered and said, Your reputation isn't that good in the first place. Yang Dingtian said, Yes, my reputation isn't that good. Do you think I can let you slander and smear my name? I'm only asking you, did Thunderbolt blood invert black and white? You didn't do it, so what are you afraid of? Why are you randomly substituting in? Ling Wu said, We've already said that it's a play. It's purely fictional. It's similar and purely coincidental. We didn't mention any names. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you're so overbearing that you won't even allow others to speak? Yang Dingtian said indifferently, All right. Up to you. Lingxi said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'll take your words as admitting that you ordered the attack on the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Lingxi, please pay attention to your words. It's an instruction, not an order. It's an investigation, not an attack. Next time, speak with a clear mind. Otherwise, we'll chase you out. Lingxi's expression changed drastically. She said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you're so awe-inspiring. Yang Dingtian said, Let's talk about facts and seek truth from facts. Lingxi said, All right, then you admit that you ordered the Council of Light to investigate the 7 refined lane. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, I admit it. All right. Lingxi said, May I ask Miss Yunjianu? His handsome face was filled with a slight, evil smile. He looked at Yunjianu, trying to provoke her soul. After all, he had once deeply hurt Yunjianu. Yunjianu, on the other hand, was calm and indifferent. She stood there with almost no expression. Miss Yunjianu, if I remember correctly, you should be a suspect of the Evil Way's spies. How could you become Yang Dingtian's personal messenger? Lingxi said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you're the leader of the Council of Light. How can you be so involved with the Evil Ways? It's really unsettling. Yang Dingtian threw a booklet and said sternly, Your Excellency Lingxi, I'll say it again. Think before you speak, or I'll chase you out. Yunjianu and Madame Kuei's identities have already been proven. I've already obtained the list of the Evil Way's spies from Ning Wuming. Moreover, I have already issued an official document to prove their innocence. You haven't seen it and investigated it properly. Don't talk nonsense. If there's a next time, I'll chase you out. When had Lingxi ever been berated like this? Her heart was filled with resentment as she gritted her teeth. Subsequently, she took a deep breath and asked, Young Lady Yunjianu, is it His Excellency Yang Dingtian's instructions to set up the primal Chaos Times? Yes, Yunjianu said directly. Who wrote the secret articles about the 7 refined lane? Lingxi asked. It's not important who wrote them. What's important is that all the articles were approved by me and Madame Songlihua, Yunjianu said. Lingxi said, May I ask if you have any evidence to prove that the 7 refined lane opened a brothel? What evidence? Yunjianu asked. Did you find anyone from the 7 refined lane in the brothel? Lingxi asked. No, Yunjianu said. However, we have other evidence. Take it out, Lingxi said. It's not convenient now. When it's time to take it out, I'll take it out, Yunjianu said. That means you don't have it. That means you are distorting the truth, Ling Si said sternly. Also, you are accusing the 7 refined lane of sending beautiful concubines to the leaders. May I ask if you have any evidence to prove that these beautiful concubines came from the 7 refined lane? Yun Janu said, I don't have any evidence. However, this is the truth. I believe all the leaders here know this. If you don't have evidence, then it's slander, Ling Si said sternly. Lastly, you are accusing the 7 refined lane of kidnapping children, killing the children's parents, using the orphanage to engage in human trafficking? Do you have any evidence? Yun Janu looked at Yang Dingtian. Don't look at anyone. No one can protect you now, Ling Si said sternly. That means you don't have evidence. Without evidence, your Chaos Times is distorting the truth and smearing the 7 refined lane's name. You even instigated more than 10 women to commit suicide because they couldn't stand the humiliation. I will seek justice for you. Then Ling Shi stood up abruptly and said, I would like to formally request the Heavenly Law Alliance to ban and abolish the Chaos Times. I would also like to arrest Yin Janu, Song Lihua, and the entire newspaper organization. Blood for blood. Seek justice for the dead. As for Sir Yang Dingtian, you are the most indirect culprit of this incident. You used your public power to fulfill your personal grudge and caused more than 10 people to commit suicide. You have caused the 7 refined lane to be smeared and destroyed like never before. I don't think you have the right to be the leader of the Council of Light or the leader of the Tyando League. If you don't give us an explanation today, the Vulture Palace, Sea of Gloom, and the leaders here will seek justice for the dead sisters of the 7 refined lane by any means and at any cost. Yang Dingtian said, by any means and at any cost. Do you mean rebellion? I'm warning Sir Yang Dingtian, don't spout nonsense. It's called rebellion, but there's no such thing as rebellion, Lingxi said. Yang Dingtian stood up slowly and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, This world is really strange. The 7 refined lane did not need any evidence to smear my name with the play Blood of Thunder. When the Chaos Times investigated the 7 refined lane, they needed to show evidence. The 7 refined lane did not need to pay any price for smearing my name. When the Council of Light investigated the 7 refined lane, they needed to execute a bunch of people and needed me to step down. Your 7 refined lane is really overbearing. 6th Madame Gong's son, Ling Wu said, Sir Yang Dingtian, don't be mistaken. Our Blood of Thunder was purely fabricated and did not name anyone. Therefore, we don't need any evidence. But your Chaos Times directly named me. That requires evidence and punishment. Yang Dingtian looked at Ling Wu and smiled. Apart from the speed of your depravity, do you feel surprised yourself? Ling Wu's face twitched. She said, If I don't go to hell, who will? First Madame Gong's son glared at Ling Wu. She was angry that she should not have said this. Then she said coldly, Sir Yang Dingtian, don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, do you have any evidence to smear my 7 refined lanes brothel? Sending concubines, human trafficking, and murdering my parents? Yang Dingtian smiled. Don't show your disgusting smile. Let me ask you, do you have any evidence? First Madame Gong's son said sternly, If you have evidence, show it. If you don't have evidence, then give justice to my 7 refined lane. If someone deserves to be killed, then kill. If someone deserves to step down, then step down. Yang Dingtian sighed softly. You want evidence, right? All right then, I'll give you evidence. Then Yang Dingtian looked at 5th Madame Gong's son on the ground. He said, Sir Evidence, don't watch the show anymore. Get up. Qin Ji coughed for a while. She covered her chest and climbed up from the ground. She said to 1st Madame Gong's son, Elder sister, why is it so painful even with evil energy? You're really ruthless. When 1st Madame Gong's son and Lingxi saw Qin Ji get up, their expressions changed drastically. Hey, Yang Dingtian, if I testify, will I be killed in the future? 6th Madame Gong's son said, If I'm going to be killed, then I won't do it. Don't worry. After the crime is confirmed, I'll kill everyone in the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then I don't have to worry. Qin Ji sighed. Then she walked up with a dagger in her chest. She said to First Madame Gong's son, elder sister, I believe you know that the newspaper also said that my original identity had a deep grudge against Yang Dingtian. So I tricked him into the dark domain to kill him. In the end, because of complicated reasons, I didn't kill him. He also sent someone to stab me with a sword, but I didn't die either. So, in your heart, I must hate him to the bone. So, you let me become 6th Madame Gong's son without worry. Actually, things like love, hate, love, these things were very difficult to describe. So, I'm sorry, but one's position determines one's head. I was sitting on his side from the start. Yang Dingtian felt a headache coming on. This crazy woman, spouting all the things she shouldn't say. Can't you say that you're doing this for the sake of justice? First Madame Gongsuen's expression changed drastically. This Qin Ji was popular enough, vicious enough, and had a deep grudge against Yang Dingtian. That was why First Madame Gongsun took her as her trusted aide. But now, Qin Ji continued, because I served you well, and because I was popular enough, you gave me a lot of things to do. For example, human trafficking. For example, you sent people to kill the parents of beautiful children to create orphans. Then you appeared as an angel and sent these children to our orphanage. Then you killed all the children who were disobedient and found clues. You said you want evidence. I have a lot. Yang Dingtian, did you get the thing? Qin Ji asked Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian clapped his hands. Immediately, Zhu Hongxue came in with a big bag of recovery jade. He placed it in front of Qin Ji. Qin Ji opened the bag, took out a jade, and injected her Xian Qi into it. Immediately, an unbearable scene appeared on the huge screen. Qin Ji was serving First Madame Gongsun, and the beautiful and serious First Madame Gongsun was in a state of disarray. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened as they witnessed this unprecedented scene. First Madame Gongsuen's expression changed drastically. She shouted, Qin Ji, how dare you? Oh, I'm sorry. I took the wrong one, Qin Ji said. Then, Qin Ji took out another jade and injected her Xian Qi into it. Instantly, the scene became even more unbearable. It was First Madame Gongsun, serving Lingxi. This scene was beyond one's imagination. It was hard to imagine that the noble and serious First Madame Gongsun was acting like a dog. Ah, I'm so sorry. These things are too messy, Qin Ji said. Lingxi's expression changed drastically. She gripped her sword with both hands and was about to cut Qin Ji into pieces. If you want to die, I'm more than happy to oblige, Yang Dingtian said coldly. The thousands of people present were dumbfounded when they saw this ridiculous scene. They looked at Lingxi with strange gazes. All right, stop playing, Yang Dingtian said. All right, I'll listen to you. You're the boss. Qin Ji rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian coquettishly. Instantly, everyone present felt a burst of ecstasy, while Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. This crazy woman, there was probably no one in the world who could do anything to her. Soon, Qin Ji found a recovery jade. She injected her Xian Qi, and the image showed First Madame Gongsun and a trembling, beautiful boy. First Madame Gongsun said, Don't worry, child. I like little boys like you the most. Then, First Madame Gongsun walked over. What happened next was unprecedentedly disgusting and shameless. At this moment, everyone was looking at First Madame Gongsun as if they were looking at the most lowly whore and the most terrifying demon. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. First Madame Gongsun roared. She pulled out her sword and charged at Qin Ji. Dongfang Minmi took out a steel whip and smashed it down on her back. PFFF. First Madame Gongsun spat out a mouthful of blood and was smashed to the ground. Everyone looked at Dongfang Minmi in shock. They didn't think that a grandmaster like him would make a move. In fact, Dongfang Minmi was the angriest person present. Someone dared to twist the truth and slander his favorite disciple. He wanted nothing more than to tear her into pieces. The image on the recovery jade was very short. Qin Ji took out the next one and injected her Xian Qi into it. When the image appeared, everyone gasped, because first Madame Gongsun screamed and strangled the beautiful boy to death in her madness. Instantly, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was the worst sin in the world. Chapter 634. Next, Qin Ji showed countless pieces of evidence, including the parents who killed the beautiful children, including grooming the teenage boys and girls to commit all kinds of dirty deeds. In short, there was all kinds of evidence. Without a doubt, she had started collecting these pieces of evidence a long time ago, and not after Yang Dingtian came to her. It was obvious that Qin Ji had been ambitious about the 7 refined lane for a long time. This woman was really crazy. She was really scary. Looking at the countless images and pieces of evidence, everyone was shocked at first, but eventually they became numb. Finally, most of the evidence was shown. In the end, Qin Ji let out a long sigh of relief and said, "There's only one left." Then, Qin Ji picked up the last image jade and inserted her celestial qi into it. Immediately, everyone saw an incomparably horrifying scene again. In the image, more than 10 women were killed at the same time. Fifth sister, after this I won't mistreat you. First Madame Gongsun stabbed her sword into Qin Ji's chest. Qin Ji smiled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, first Madame Gongsun's face turned cold, and she said, "Sisters, in order to get through this, I had no other choice. Don't blame me. In the future, I will kill Yang Dingtian and avenge you." After saying that, more than 10 women from the 7 refined lane were killed. Second Madame Gongsun was strangled to death by a man with silk. Seventh Madame Gongsun was pressed down by her head and smashed against the wall. Some women were drowned in the water. More than 10 beautiful women were killed in various ways. This scene was completely shocking to the eyes. Instantly, everyone looked at the 12 corpses in the middle. It was really tragic and cruel. The 7 refined lane carried 13 corpses to chase Yang Dingtian off the stage. Everyone thought that there might be some inside story, but no one dared to imagine that these women were killed by first Madame Gongsun. This woman was truly ruthless. She actually killed all of her own people. The thousands of people present were actually ordered by the Vulture Palace to seek justice for the 7 refined lane. Now, it was a blatant slap to the face. Everyone's faces were filled with extreme uneasiness. Yang Dingtian turned to first Madame Gongsun and asked coldly, "Pavilion Master Gongsun, do you admit your guilt now?" "Qin Ji, I'm going to cut you into pieces. You're going to die a horrible death." First Madame Gongsun's face was twisted, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Lingxi, what do you think?" Yang Dingtian looked at Lingxi and asked coldly. Lingxi's face was pale as she shuddered. "That's sensational. Sensational. I must have been blind. I never thought that the 7 refined lane would be so evil. I'm going to get rid of this evil for the people." With that, Lingxi charged forward, intending to kill first Madame Gongsun with a single palm strike. "Don't worry." Yang Dingtian grabbed his arm. Lingxi struggled and used up all of his celestial qi. He was in his 30s and was already a level 6 grandmaster. He thought that his cultivation was far superior to Yang Dingtian's. However, he suddenly realized that after his arm was grabbed by Yang Dingtian, he couldn't move at all. Immediately, he was shocked. First Madame Gongsun has committed a heinous crime. After she is captured, she will be publicly executed by the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian said calmly, "It's too early for you to kill her now." "Kill her to silence her." Qin Ji said, "Look carefully. Who's that man who strangled second Madame Gongsun? He looks so familiar." Lingxi said angrily, "Qin Ji, don't you dare accuse me. Actually, I have another reflection jade here. It won't show her back, but her face." Qin Ji said. Lingxi's expression changed immediately. Qin Ji continued, after first Madame Gongsun was captured, her mouth was probably as loose as her pants. She'll probably spill everything. Lingxi's expression changed again. Finally, Yang Dingtian got up slowly and looked at everyone present. I know that all of you are close to the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian said slowly, today, you're all here to rebel against me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Their faces turned pale. No, we support faction leader Yang. We would never dare to rebel. Immediately, some people started to defend themselves. Of course, I know that many of you just want to sit on the fence. Yang Dingtian sneered. So, you can say that you were coerced into coming here. Yes, we were forced. Someone quickly shouted. They were really afraid of Yang Dingtian. Although this person was honorable, he was not soft-hearted at all when it came to exterminating an entire family. Until now, at least 1 million people had died in his hands, if not 2 million. Now that Yang Dingtian had the upper hand, exterminating them would be as easy as blowing off dust. Now, first Madame Gongsun has been captured. Yang Dingtian said calmly, Qinji is right. Her mouth is probably as loose as her pants. How you want to escape is up to you. Even Lingxi's expression turned cold when she heard that. Yang Dingtian was so calculative. He did not only want to target the 7 refined lane. He did not only want to wipe the 7 refined lane off the face of the earth. He also wanted to use the 7 refined lane to play a big game of chess and start the reorganization of Central Continent. However, they were meat on someone's chopping block. There was nothing they could do. Men, Yang Dingtian said sternly. Yes. Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu stepped forward. Lead 200 martial artist groups, 2,000 Devil Dragon Army, 1,000 Devil Vulture Army, and 30,000 Shadow Knights. Seal up the 7 refined lane completely and arrest everyone in the 7 refined lane. Uproot all the organizations of the 7 refined lane in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian looked at 6th Madame Gongsun, Ling Wu, and said word by word, the 7 refined lane is guilty of heinous crimes. From today onwards, this organization will cease to exist in this world. Yes, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu shouted. Then they immediately walked out of the main hall and led the army to exterminate the 7 refined lane. Pavilion Master Duanrian, Your Excellency Yun Kailin, Yang Dingtian said. Here. 2 9th level grandmasters stepped forward. The 2 of you arrest first Madame Gongsun and 6th Madame Gongsun Ling Wu. Bring them to the dungeon and watch over them personally. Interrogate them and decide on a date to announce the verdict, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Duanrian and Yun Kailin stepped forward and dragged first Madame Gongsun away like a dead dog. As for Ling Wu, she was motionless as if she had been struck by lightning. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Today's incident had completely and temporarily destroyed everything she knew in her mind. Yang Dingtian's voice that day kept echoing in her mind. I want to completely erase the 7 refined lane from this world. At that time, she felt that it was ridiculous. The 7 refined lane controlled public opinion and had such a complicated relationship with the forces of the entire world. Moreover, they had the direct support of the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming. How could Yang Dingtian touch them? Who would have known that in less than 2 months, the 7 refined lane would fall from the clouds to hell? Then, today, the 7 refined lane would really be completely uprooted from this world and completely erased. They would become a synonym for absolute filth and disgrace. As for her, Ling Wu, she would also be nailed on the pillar of shame in history. All the women of the 7 refined lane would become synonyms for sex. Qin Ji did not care about reputation, but Ling Wu did. Yun Kailin directly grabbed Ling Wu's neck and dragged her outside. She could only watch as first Madame Gongsun and Ling Wu were taken away. Then she smiled at Yang Dingtian with an incomparably ugly expression and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, it's really sad that something like this has happened. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After she finished speaking, Ling Shi turned around and was about to leave. She wanted to use the fastest time to go to the Vulture Palace to report to Wu Lingzi and salvage the situation. No, young Master Ling Shi, don't be in a hurry to leave. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Ling Shi's expression changed as she said, What do you mean? You're deeply involved in this matter. You can't leave before you're cleared of suspicion. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Stay and accept the investigation. You can only leave after you prove your innocence. Ling Shi's expression turned cold as she said, are you trying to capture me? How dare you? Do you know what I stand for? Isn't it just the Vulture Palace? Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then can you bear the consequences of capturing me? Ling Shi said coldly. Since I dare to capture you, I can bear the consequences. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Ling Shi laughed loudly, then walked out with his head held high, saying loudly, I don't believe that there's still someone in this world who dares to capture me. Want to capture me? Come on. Finished talking, he walked out arrogantly as if there was no one around. Sect Master Zhua, do it, and capture him, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Zhua Qingqi was expressionless. He suddenly went forward, grabbed Ling Shi's arm, and said, Young Master Ling Shi, investigate clearly before you leave. Ling Shi's face turned cold as she said, Zhua Qingqi, do you want to die? Zhua Qingqi smiled faintly and said, I've never been afraid of death. If you want to threaten me, your grandfather might have the qualifications to say it. For a trash like you to say such words, you're talking big. Ling Shi pulled out his sword and said, Yang Dingtian, do you know the consequences of me drawing my sword? I know, but it's definitely not as serious as you think. You're also not as important as you think. Yang Dingtian said, If you dare to draw your sword, I'll kill you today. Ha ha ha, you dare to kill me? That's the biggest joke in the world. Ling Shi laughed. Someone like you dares to kill me? Junior Master Yin, slap him, Yang Dingtian said. Yun Kailin was overjoyed. She hated Ling Shi to the core. After hearing Yang Dingtian's order, she went forward like lightning and slapped him. Slap. In front of everyone, the so-called young master of Vulture Palace, Ling Shi was slapped in the face. He wanted to resist, but Grandmaster Zhua Qingqi held him down so tightly that he could not move at all. He, who had never been humiliated in his life, immediately opened his eyes wide and roared, Yun Kailin, I will definitely exterminate your sky, Cloud Pavilion. I will exterminate your entire sect. Slap, slap, slap. Yun Kailin slapped Ling Shi's face until it looked like a pig's head. Then Yang Dingtian said, Sect Master Zhua, let go of Ling Shi. If he dares to draw his sword an inch, kill him. Then he stared at Ling Shi and said, Draw your sword. I'll kill you and you'll get what you want. Chapter 635. Yang Dingtian's gaze was not ferocious at all. However, Ling Shi's heart skipped a beat. He had always been arrogant, so he could not wait to draw his sword and start a massacre. However, he did not dare to do so. What if Yang Dingtian really gave the order to kill? If that was the case, he would definitely die. Yang Dingtian, you will definitely regret what you did today, Ling Shi said coldly, then angrily put his sword back into its scabbard. Then the arrogant young master of Vulture Palace, Ling Shi, had his celestial qi locked and was taken away. At this moment, Qin Ji suddenly shouted, Oh right, don't forget! Vulture knows about my complicated and ambiguous relationship with Yang Dingtian. Why didn't she tell Wu Yuming? After hearing Qin Ji's words, Ling Shi's expression changed. This woman was really vicious. She was trying to drive a wedge between them, so openly. At the same time, Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue led tens of thousands of people into the 7 refined lane and arrested everyone inside. There was some resistance throughout the process, but they were all killed by Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu. After a short 2 hours, the thousands of people in the 7 Refined Lanes headquarters were all arrested. Then, the Council of Light mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to sweep through the hundreds of halls and brothels of the 7 Refined Lane in the chaotic world. They also took over the orphanage of the 7 Refined Lane and turned it into a real orphanage instead of a place of crime where children were abducted and sold. For a moment, the entire chaotic world was in a state of panic. Everyone kept quiet, afraid that they would be involved in the 7 Refined Lanes crimes. In a short 3 days, the hundreds of secret halls and hundreds of thousands of people of the 7 Refined Lane were all arrested. The 7 Refined Lane that had been passed down for hundreds of years and controlled the world's public opinion for hundreds of years, the 7 Refined Lane that was regarded as heaven on earth by all men, was completely uprooted and erased from this world. However, this storm was far from over. This was because first Madame Gongsuan's mouth was as loose as her pants. Names kept coming out of her mouth. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huaiyu often led the Black Knights to the 7 Refined Lane to arrest people. More than 30 leaders of forces had already been arrested and became the 7 Refined Lane's accomplices. Of course, this was definitely not an unjust accusation. These forces were indeed deeply involved in evil. One of them was even a member of the 27 sects. The 7 Refined Lane had conflicts with too many forces in the world. Immediately, all the forces in the central continent who were close to the 7 Refined Lane, especially those who were close to the Vulture Palace, were in a state of panic. As for the Council of Light, they took the opportunity to push forward the rectification work. Several pavilion masters and sect masters went to the various sects to negotiate the division of defense zones and the reorganization of the army. Because the 7 Refined Lane's Sword of Damos was hanging over their heads, the negotiations were conducted very quickly. In the past 3 months, there was almost no progress in the reorganization of Zhongzhou State. The division of defense zones and the establishment of the Council of Light Corps were 2 key issues that were completely rejected by the entire Zhongzhou State. Now, the 7 Refined Lane case was progressing at lightning speed. There were more than 30 large forces in the central continent. In just a few days, more than 25 families had signed the agreement, and the preparation of the Council of Light Corps of Zhongzhou State immediately entered the substantive stage. It could be said that with the help of the 7 Refined Lane case, the reorganization of Zhongzhou State immediately tore open a huge gap. However, there were still 5 forces in Zhongzhou State that did not relent and did not sign the agreement, not to mention the establishment of the Council of Light Corps. The first was, of course, the Vulture Palace, which had changed its name to the Vulture Sect. The second was the Imperial Mausoleum, which was also part of the 9 sects. The remaining 3 were all members of the 27 sects. Without a doubt, these 5 forces all followed the lead of the Vulture Palace and would definitely not compromise. And if these 5 forces did not sign the agreement in the end, then the results of the previous agreements would be wasted. Is there any reaction from the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Qin Wanqiu said, no one from the southern barbarian continent flew out. It's as if they don't know that Lingxi has been captured and the 7 Refined Lane has been destroyed. Is there any leeway for the Imperial Mausoleum? Yang Dingtian asked. Impossible. Zhuo Qingqi said, these people who live in the underground mausoleum are natural allies with the spiritualists. When sect leader Zhu mobilized all of Zhongzhou's forces to attack West Continent, the Imperial Mausoleum closed its doors and ignored him, and sect leader Zhu could do nothing about it. The Imperial Mausoleum. This force was located between the southern barbarian continent and southern Zhongzhou. It was an island that spanned a few hundred miles. This island was like a giant mausoleum left behind from the ancient times. It was occupied a few hundred years ago and passed down from generation to generation until now. In terms of mystery, the Imperial Mausoleum was almost as mysterious as the Vulture Palace. However, it was relatively close to Zhongzhou State and would send people to participate in every Taekwondo League event, so it had more or less a sense of existence. But the outside world had no idea about its power. Even the cultivation of the master of the imperial mausoleum, Dishibian, was unknown to the outside world. In short, this giant mausoleum left behind from ancient times was similar to a secret realm. So the disciples of the imperial mausoleum could cultivate at lightning speed. Of course, they had a huge weakness, which was that they could only fight at night and were afraid of sunlight. Also, the entire imperial mausoleum was filled with Yin-type experts. We can't go on like this. If we take it off for too long, it won't be beneficial. Yang Dingtian said, "The key is to let Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace speak." "But they're pretending not to know," Qin Wanchou said. "Then let's provoke them." Yang Dingtian said, "Immediately print tens of thousands of wanted posters and send them out. The target is Wu Yoming's concubine, third Lady Gong's son. Remember, use a sketch and make it look real." "Yes," Yun Jianu said. "Then spread the word. Lingxi's crimes are unforgivable and should be executed," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Yun Jianu recorded it down meticulously. "All right, that's all for now," Yang Dingtian said. Everyone retreated. Dongfang Minmi stayed behind. "Little Tian, there are only 2 months left until the netherworld ghost flame blooms," Dongfang Minmi said. "I know, Master." Yang Dingtian nodded. "I have to tell you clearly about the netherworld ghost flame," Dongfang Minmi said. "First, its special attribute. It's ranked third in the world, even above your million spirit demonic flame and demonic spirit demonic flame, so it must be incomparably powerful. However, only Wulingzi knows about its attribute, but Wulingzi has never made a move after obtaining the netherworld ghost flame. So, no one knows how powerful the netherworld ghost flame is." "Yes, I've heard about this," Yang Dingtian said. "Second, where is the netherworld ghost flame?" Dongfang Minmi said. "Everyone knows that it's in the netherworld ghost land. That's the ancient world's largest battlefield with billions of deaths. So, it condensed the netherworld ghost flame. However, the entire netherworld ghost land is several thousand miles wide and the netherworld ghost flame is constantly moving. It's not like other profound flames that only bloom in one place. It can appear anywhere in the netherworld ghost land." Yang Dingtian said, "Moreover, Vulture is determined to obtain the netherworld ghost flame. So, Wulingzi might personally go." "Third," Dongfang Minmi said, "the profound flame will automatically choose its master. You once said that the million spirit demonic flame chose you because you have the 9 yang profound veins. However, the demonic spirit demonic flame rejected you because it was attracted by your darkness profound flame. Vulture's unique talent as a heaven spirit master is a huge attraction to the netherworld ghost flame. So, compared to her, you have no attraction at all." Fourth, Dongfang Minmi said, "Little Tian, do you know? The world's top 3 heaven and earth profound flame. Does it have a strange quirk?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. Dongfang Minmi said, "The second ranked void rending flame and the third ranked netherworld ghost flame can only be swallowed by martial grandmasters. The first ranked primal chaos spirit flame can only be swallowed by half-step martial saints." Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, "Master, aren't these just rumors? They haven't been proven. The heaven and earth profound flame blooms once every 200 years. Who knows so much? At that time, there was one person who competed with Wulingzi for the netherworld ghost flame. His witchcraft spirit talent was higher, his profound veins were higher grade, and he found the netherworld ghost flame first. However, the netherworld ghost flame didn't choose him, but chose Wulingzi, who was even further away. Because the other person was young, he hadn't broken through to martial grandmaster yet. At that time, Wulingzi was already 45 years old and had already broken through to martial grandmaster. After that, although the other person was more talented, He died at the age of 83, while Lingzi was already over 240 years old and was still alive. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Now it seemed that it was better to believe this rumor than not. Now, Yang Dingtian was a 9-star, 3rd-grade martial grandmaster. The distance to martial grandmaster could be said to be close, but it could also be said to be far. It could be said to be close, but it was only 7th grade. Normally, according to Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed, it would only take him 2 months. It could be said to be far, but breaking through to martial grandmaster, for a martial artist, it could be said to be the most important hurdle. Countless people, not to mention 1 or 2 months, even 1 or 2 years, couldn't break through this hurdle. For example, Yun Kalin, Kuei, and Song Xiao were forever stuck at this hurdle, unable to break through. Even top geniuses like Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Weian needed at least a few years to break through from 9-star martial grandmaster to martial grandmaster. Originally, Yang Dingtian had planned to directly break through to martial grandmaster by devouring the netherworld ghost fire. Now it seemed that it was completely impossible. At this moment, Yun Jianu's voice came from outside. Sect Master, First Madame Gongsun and Ling Wu request to see you at the same time. Yang Dingtian chose to see First Madame Gongsun. In the deep dungeon, First Madame Gongsun's entire body's Xian Qi was locked. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she immediately knelt down. She knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, First Madame Gongsun shouldn't have offended Sect Master Yang Dingtian. She deserves to die. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Why did you suddenly soften so quickly? First Madame Gongsun said, Because the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming have already given up on me. How do you know? Yang Dingtian asked. If they wanted to save me, they would have already done so. First Madame Gongsun said, When Wu Yuming took the opportunity to leave and let Ling Shi stay, I already felt that he had given up on me. Now I am even more certain. Then, First Madame Gongsun hugged Yang Dingtian's legs and said, Sect Master Yang, please save me. Please save me. I can help you. I can come forward and defame Wu Yuming. I can expose all the scandals of the Vulture Palace. I can be your slave or maid. I can do anything for you. But you have already committed a heinous crime. Yang Dingtian said, You can find a substitute to kill me. Then I will change my appearance and stay by your side. First Madame Gongsun said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and looked at First Madame Gongsun's beautiful face. Then he said, I will consider it. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. First Madame Gongsun kissed Yang Dingtian's shoes with all her might. Yang Dingtian walked out of the dungeon. He said that he would consider it. In fact, he would definitely not consider it. First Madame Gongsun would definitely die, because the crimes she had committed were unforgivable. Yun Jianu followed him and said in a low voice, Sect Master, aren't you going to see Ling Wu? I dislike her. I don't want to see her. Yang Dingtian said. She said that she knows that she was wrong about some things. Yun Jianu said she asked someone to pass on this message. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows twitched. Next, Yang Dingtian went to see Ling Wu. Her face appeared even paler. It was a world of difference from the healthy wheat color from before. I don't know about the crimes of the 7 refined lane. This was the first sentence that Ling Wu said when she saw Yang Dingtian. If I knew, I would definitely not go in. This was the second sentence that Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian said, What about Lingxi? Do you think he is innocent? I don't know. Perhaps he isn't innocent, because the person who killed second Madame Gongsun does indeed look like him. Ling Wu said, What about Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian said, Do you think he is innocent? Ling Wu's eyes flickered. She didn't respond for a moment. Then do you think that you are still righteous when you acted in Thunderblood to smear my name? Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu said, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The dark crimes of the 7 refined lane have nothing to do with your ambition of being a dictator. In fact, I firmly believe that if the 7 refined lane is innocent, you will also completely destroy it. Because it offended you, because I am in the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian turned around and walked out. He didn't say another word. When Yang Dingtian spread 3rd Madame Gongsuin's arrest warrant throughout the world, Wu Yuming finally reacted. He appeared in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Let's talk." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, let's talk." The negotiation between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming was very fast. In less than 15 minutes, the negotiation was completed. Lingxi was acquitted. 1st Madame Gongsun was executed in public. All the criminals related to the 7 refined lane were executed. 6th Madame Gongsun, Ling Wu, was an accomplice to the evildoer. However, considering that she didn't commit any direct crimes, she was released after 30 lashes. In exchange, the Vulture Palace agreed to let the Mausoleum of Emperors and the other forces sign the Defensive Zone Agreement. There was also the agreement to establish the Council of Light Corps. In the direct battle between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming, he obtained an absolute victory for the first time. When Wu Yuming left, he said to Yang Dingtian, "Our next battle will be the Netherworld Ghost Flame. I will wait for you." After Wu Yuming left, Yang Dingtian received the Ning clan's messenger. Wu Maji was born. Chapter 636. Wu Maji had given birth. Yang Dingtian was immediately immersed in the good news. In the end, Vulture, who was outside, suddenly walked in. She stared at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, "Yang Dingtian, don't be complacent. It's still too early to talk about winning or losing." Then she turned around and left. As a result, Yang Dingtian's mood was slightly spoiled. Wu Yuming went to meet Ling Wu personally. "I'm sorry." This was the first sentence he said when he saw Ling Wu. Ling Wu said, "Do you know about the sins of the 7 refined lane?" Wu Yuming shook his head and said, "I don't know. However, I know that the relationship between Lingxi and 2nd Madame Gongsun isn't clean." Ling Wu said, "Then what about you?" "I have a clear conscience." Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu asked, "Then what's your objective?" "A new balance. To prevent the entire world from completely falling into Yang Dingtian's ambitions." Wu Yuming stared at Ling Wu and said word by word, "It's true that I don't want the world to be plunged into misery and suffering. It's true that I want to save the world." Ling Wu said, "Did you believe it when the newspapers wrote about the scandal of the 7 refined lane?" Wu Yuming said, "I believed it, because since Yang Dingtian is confident, it must be true. Therefore I left, because I can't place righteousness before family. However, I also don't want to help the evildoer." Ling Wu said, "Then why are you here now?" Wu Yuming said, "I'm here to admit defeat to Yang Dingtian and beg for mercy." Admit defeat and beg for mercy? Ling Wu trembled. How proud was Wu Yuming! For him to admit defeat and beg for mercy was even more unbearable than death. Then Ling Wu said in disbelief, "Why do you have to admit defeat and beg for mercy?" 1st Madame Gongsun deserved to die. However, there are many women in the 7 refined lane who are innocent. I can't sit by and watch them get defiled and die. Of course, there's also you and Lingxi. Wu Yuming said, "Lingxi killed Gongsun Ernyang. It's almost unforgivable. But if you want to punish someone, it should be the ancestor, not Yang Dingtian. Is he really the one who killed second sister?" Ling Wu asked. "Yes, I asked him. He killed them." Wu Yuming said, "I won't cover up for anyone who does something wrong. No one had done anything wrong, so they shouldn't even think about being tainted." "Ling Wu, why are you so weak and weak?" Ling Wu's beautiful face trembled. "Silly girl, did you do something wrong?" Wu Yuming said, "It was my idea for you to join the 7 refined lane. Did you enter to enjoy the glory and riches?" "No, You're just going to expose Yang Dingtian's true colors and attack his dictatorship. That's right, the Seven Refined Lane is so filthy and evil that it's beyond our imagination. But while the Seven Refined Lane is filthy, you're clean. Your third sister is also clean. If everyone in the Seven Refined Lane is filthy, then Yang Dingtian's wife, Dugo Fengwu, had once impersonated third Lady Gongsun. Could it be that she's filthy too? Wu Yuming continued with a sigh. Girl, you shouldn't be so sad and depressed. You should still be proud because you didn't do anything wrong. You're innocent. Immediately, the gaze in Ling Wu's eyes became more and more focused. That's right, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I can still be proud. Ling Wu straightened her back and raised her head immediately. Then Ling Wu said, Big Brother Wu, how much did you pay to save us? Wu Yoming's face twitched. There wasn't much. I just cooperated with Yang Dingtian in seizing power in the Central Continent and made the five forces, led by the Vulture Palace, sign the Defensive Zone Agreement and the agreement to establish the Council of Light Corps. Ling Wu's heart trembled as tears streamed down her face. It's not worth it. You're not worth it. You should have let him kill me. Wu Yuming said, No, you're innocent. You're innocent. You're proud and pure. Your life shouldn't end like this. You'll be punished with 30 lashes. This is Yang Dingtian deliberately humiliating you. But when you're being punished, please raise your head. You have to straighten your back, hold your head high, and stick out your chest at all times. I will, Ling Wu said resolutely with tears in her eyes. Little Tian, did Wu Yuming compromise? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yes, he compromised. Yang Dingtian said. In fact, on the surface, his compromise seemed to be in exchange for Lingxi's life. But in fact, this was the price to pay for being implicated by the Seven Refined Lane. He clearly knew that the arrow had been shot and couldn't be retracted. The four forces, led by the Mausoleum of Emperors, didn't sign the reorganization agreement. Will directly use military force to conquer them. At that time, the Vulture Palace would only have two choices: start a war or sit back and watch. But they didn't want either of these two choices. Dongfang Minmi said, If the four forces of the Mausoleum of Emperors didn't compromise, what would you do? Conquer them with military force. Yang Dingtian said bluntly, We'll use all of our forces. Those who submit will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. We'll directly eliminate them. Then, what if the Vulture Palace joins the war? Dongfang Minmi asked. The Vulture Palace won't join the war. Purely in terms of military strength, the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld won't be a match for our Council of Light, Yang Dingtian said. Then what if they use their martial strength? They have 2 demi-saints, Dongfang Minmi said. Then I can only go to the grasslands of Dongli to invite Queen Hai Xan, the Temple of Blood to invite father-in-law Duga Shao, and martial uncle Zhu Qingzhu, Yang Ding'an said. These 3 people might not be willing to directly face the strongest forces of the evil ways, but they might be willing to fight against the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. That's right. During negotiations, Wu Yuming was much more decisive than Yang Dingtian. But if they were caught in a dilemma, Yang Dingtian would definitely not compromise, even if it meant starting a war. And if they really started a war, Yang Dingtian would really invite Queen Hai Xan, Duga Shao, and Zhu Qingzhu, the 3 top experts. Although the chances of winning were still not high, they could deal a devastating blow to the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace. In the end, he didn't expect that Wu Yuming would be so straightforward as to directly agree. Little Tian, this is the first time you've won an all-around victory against Wu Yuming, right? Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Little Tian, in the previous battles between you and Wu Yuming, he hit your weak spot every time. He won every time, and you didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. But after the Tiando League Conference, he lost his composure and lost again. Do you know why? Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said. He cherishes his reputation too much. He uses his reputation as a weapon. As for me, I don't care about my reputation. Of course, the most important thing is that he had always been hiding behind the scenes to plot against me. Evil Ways and Zhu Qingzhu were the ones at the front. But now that these two people have been defeated, Wu Yuming has no choice but to jump onto the stage personally. It's much harder to be in front of the stage than behind the scenes. That's right. Hiding behind the scenes and plotting against others isn't considered a skill. If the formidable ones jump onto the stage and be watched by countless eyes, they will realize that it's not that easy to fight. Dong Fangminmi said, "You're standing on the ground, while Wu Yuming is floating high in the air. It used to be an advantage, but now it has become his biggest restriction." Soon the five forces, led by the Vulture Palace, signed the Defensive Zone Agreement and the Establishment Agreement of the Council of Light Corps respectively. The most important step in the reorganization of the Central Continent had finally been taken. Immediately after, in front of everyone, hundreds of people from the 7 Refined Lane were beheaded in front of everyone with irrefutable evidence of their crimes. And Ling Wu was the one who was lightly punished. She was whipped in front of everyone. The sharp whip viciously lashed at her delicate body. Ling Wu gritted her teeth and bled. She stared fixedly at Yang Dingtian's position. The flames in her eyes grew fiercer and fiercer. From the beginning to the end, she didn't let out a single scream. In the end, when she was badly mutilated and fainted, her mouth was already full of blood. Then, she was carried down by the Vulture and taken away directly. The Vulture personally applied medicine on Ling Wu's wounds and served her personally. As for Wu Yuming, she stood motionless in the study room. This was the second time. The second time, Yang Dingtian gave him a great humiliation. The first time, it was merely a humiliation on the surface of his face. And the second time, it was a pain that penetrated to the bone. The reason why he only appeared after so many days was because he went to the sea of the netherworld once again. He wasn't willing to compromise with Yang Dingtian. He was prepared to use force to coerce him. If there was really no other choice, he would start a war directly. However, his mother refused. Immediately after, Wu Lingzi also refused. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his blood. He then looked for Yang Dingtian and made a compromise. Wu Lingzi had said that he shouldn't fuss over a momentary loss. The key was the duel a few months later. At that time, it would truly be the winner taking all. Yang Dingtian, just you wait. On the day of the duel, I will return today's humiliation tenfold, 100-fold. Wu Yuming said word by word from the bottom of her throat. At this moment, Vulture was comforting Ling Wu as he spoke words of resentment. Hearing Vulture's voice, Wu Yuming frowned tightly and revealed an angry expression. Qin Ji's words had already reached his ears. Vulture had long known about the ambiguous relationship between Qin Ji and Yang Dingtian. However, he didn't tell Wu Yuming. If he had told her, the 7 Refined Lane wouldn't have lost this duel. At least, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. Therefore, the reason why Wu Yuming lost this time was largely because of his wife, Vulture. However, Wu Yuming didn't say a word. He buried everything in his heart. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. Reporting to young lord, Qin Ji has come to visit. Wu Yuming's face twitched. Qin Ji was practically the main culprit for his failure this time. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuming said gently, "Let her in." Qin Ji was meticulous and charming as she bowed towards Wu Yuming. "I'm Qin Ji. Greetings to young Lord Wu Yuming." Wu Yuming smiled. "Greetings, Miss Qin. Do you have any instructions for me?" "I, Qin Ji, am the main culprit for the 7 Refined Lane incident this time. Young Lord Wu, you won't hate me, right?" Qin Ji asked. "Of course not," Wu Yuming said. "Miss Qin is a spy in the dark. You've worked hard to expose the truth about the 7 Refined Lane. I can't thank you enough." "That's good." Qin Ji smiled. I also admire young Lord Wu's magnanimity. Oh, right, actually your wife, Miss Vulture, knows about the complicated and ambiguous relationship between Yang Dingtian and I. Didn't he tell you? Qin Ji was here to slap his face in public. Wu Yoming's face twitched. Vulture is a simple-minded person. It's normal that he didn't see through your complicated relationship. So he didn't tell her? Qin Ji asked. Yes, Wu Yuming said. Then maybe I know the reason. Qin Ji said, actually it's because I have something on her, so she's always been afraid to face me. Oh, is that so? Wu Yuming said casually. I don't care about something on her. If Miss Qin Ji doesn't have anything else to say, I'm going to rest. Your wife, Vulture, has been played by me before. We've slept together, Qin Ji said. Wu Yoming's gaze trembled. He smiled and said, Miss Qin Ji, you're joking. Besides, even if it's true, it's normal for girls to talk in bed. You know that what I said has a deeper meaning. Qin Ji said, that's not all. The real thing that I have on her is that she has been intimate with Yang Dingtian. Maybe it's because of curiosity or maybe it's because of other reasons. She took advantage of Yang Dingtian's coma in the secret territory and did a lot of private things that you can't imagine. Suddenly, Wu Yoming's face turned cold. The muscles on his face trembled. Okay, Miss Qin Ji, I don't want to listen to you anymore. Please leave. You don't want to listen to me about the shameless things that she did? Then I'll take my leave. Qin Ji smiled and left. Yang Dingtian, I just told Wu Yuming that Qin Ji secretly did a lot of unspeakable private things to you when you were unconscious. Qin Ji's first sentence, when she saw Yang Dingtian, made Yang Dingtian jump. What did she do? Yang Dingtian asked in horror. What else could it be? Qin Ji glanced at Yang Dingtian's private part charmingly and stuck out her small tongue. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Are you tired of living? Yang Dingtian grabbed her arm and said hoarsely, Madam, you're really tired of living. Qin Ji laughed and said, but it's really hard to keep this secret in my heart. If I say it, Wu Yuming will be so angry that he vomits blood. It's best if he falls out with Vulture. How interesting would that be? It's interesting, but it's also interesting that you're courting death like this. Yang Dingtian said angrily. I'm not afraid of death. Qin Ji said indifferently. If worst comes to worst, Wu Yuming can kill me. If not, I don't care if he kills me after I explode. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This perverted woman didn't even care about killing him after he explodes. What else could she care about? This crazy woman would do anything to make herself happy. Then Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, Then what you said to Wu Yuming, is it true? Vulture had an affair with you? Qin Ji said, It's half true and half false. It's enough as long as it can anger Wu Yuming to death. This person is so suspicious. He will definitely believe it. If I tell you that Shimin Yanyan has been touched by another man, will you believe it? Yang Dingtian hit Qin Ji's head hard and said, Don't take Yanyan, but I don't believe it. Yes, then it's settled. Qin Ji said, Rumors don't stop with a wise man. It's he who is willing to believe it. However, at that time, Shimin Yanyan was really almost touched by that bastard. She was tied up and couldn't move. Unfortunately, Shimin Ju stopped him. It's really a pity. The bastard in Qin Ji's mouth was naturally Qin Shaobai, which was the original him. Yang Dingtian was so angered by this woman that his mouth was dry. He walked to his seat and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Qin Ji leisurely walked over and was about to sit on Yang Dingtian's lap. He jumped in fright and quickly moved away, saying, If you have something to say, say it. Don't scare me. Master, you said that as long as I help you, you will give the 7 refined lane to me. Qin Ji used a frivolous tone and said sweetly, Don't imitate the words of a brothel lady. Yang Dingtian said, Sigh, actually I'm really conflicted. Qin Ji sighed and said, On one hand, I'm really curious about the lives of those women who sell their bodies. I really want to try it. On the other hand, I want to preserve my chastity for someone. Yang Dingtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No one had ever said that it was interesting to receive customers as a prostitute. This crazy woman in front of him was definitely an accident. All right, let's not stray from the topic. Do you keep your promise to me? Qin Ji asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said solemnly, there are still many innocent women in the 7 refined lane. Most of them are orphans. Once the 7 refined lane falls, they have nowhere else to go. I can hand these women over to you. Then you can become a pure artistic and performing group. You can truly realize your artistic strength and turn these women into a group of noble and beautiful people. You're so nice. Qin Ji said, then should we let them receive customers? Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. He hit her head hard again and said, receive customers, receive customers. You only know how to receive customers. You have to make sure they are clean. If they are willing to marry, you have to let them marry off with their chastity. All right then. Qin Ji used her strength to block the head that Yang Dingtian hit and said, then we have to change the name. What should we call it? Jade Cattail Lane? Cha House? Howding Court? Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore and left. Talking to this crazy woman would definitely shorten his life. The reorganization of the central continent had officially begun. As for Yang Dingtian, he first went south to see Wu Maji and his precious twins. Then he immediately set off for the Ghost Netherland. He wanted to break through to the great Grandmaster realm in less than 2 months. Then he could compete with Wu Yuming of the Vulture sect for the Ghost Fire of the Netherworld. Wu Maji sent someone to inform him that she had given birth. Undoubtedly, she wanted him to see the children. This might be a small breakthrough for their relationship. Yang Dingtian rode the Demon Vulture King and went south directly. But he didn't expect that before he left, the vulture actually sent an invitation to Yang Dingtian. Wu Lingzi invited him to the Vulture Palace. When he left the central continent, Yang Dingtian still hadn't decided whether to go to the Vulture Palace or not. When he passed over the Emperor's Mausoleum Island, a middle-aged woman who was so white that she didn't look human suddenly stopped Yang Dingtian. This woman should be from the Emperor's Mausoleum, as expected of someone who lived in the mausoleum for a long time. She looked more like a ghost than a human. Excuse me, are you Yang Dingtian? The woman asked. That's me. Yang Dingtian said, my master invites you to the Emperor's mausoleum for a chat. The woman said, but I'm very busy. I don't have time. Yang Dingtian said, it's only a few hours. The woman said, it's about the ghost fire of the Netherworld. Chapter 637. Yang Dingtian landed on the Imperial Mausoleum Island. This island was about a few hundred miles. The island was filled with dense forests and a huge mountain. This middle-aged woman brought Yang Dingtian to a lake in the middle of the island, and then jumped into the middle of the lake. Yang Dingtian also jumped in, and then followed behind the woman, diving down. After diving down for a few thousand meters, they suddenly saw a ferocious and mighty giant pincer stone sculpture. The middle-aged woman drilled into the mouth of this giant pincer and continued to go deeper. Yang Dingtian also followed in. This giant pincer's mouth was an entrance, followed by a long tunnel. Finally, they swam to the end of the tunnel and rushed out of the water. In front of them was a gloomy underground palace. Countless fireflies danced, and the night pearls on the walls emitted sparkling light. This was the Imperial Mausoleum. Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, please follow me, the middle-aged woman said. Then the woman continued to lead the way in front. This was really an incomparably huge maze. There were coffins everywhere, secret rooms everywhere, and mechanisms everywhere. Moreover, even if you remembered the way, it was useless because the intersections here were constantly changing. This was indeed a mausoleum left behind from ancient times. It was just that this imperial mausoleum was too deserted. From beginning to end, Yang Dingtian did not see many people at all. Arriving in front of a stone door, the middle-aged woman said softly, "Please wait a moment." Then she stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Swoosh! The huge stone door opened, revealing a huge stone room inside. Inside the stone room, it was incomparably simple and crude. There were a few stone coffins, and then there was a stone table, stone bench, stone bed, and stone box. Apart from that, there was nothing, not even a mirror. At this time, a woman was sitting on the stone bench. She was elegant and peerless, delicate and delicate. Her white clothes were whiter than snow, quiet and cold. "Are you President Yang Dingtian?" The woman said, "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "I am the master of the imperial mausoleum, Dishibien." The woman said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. When he heard the name Dishibien, he always thought that it was a formidable man. Who would have thought that it was actually an elegant and peerless woman? Furthermore, she looked so weak that she would be blown away by the wind. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Yang Dingtian greets Master Dishi." Dishibien responded, and then fell into a long silence. Then the two fell into a long and awkward silence. Perhaps because she had been silent for too long, she did not know how to communicate with people. "May I ask where is Senior Minkong?" Yang Dingtian inquired. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. This was because he only knew one person from the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. She was Elder Minkong, whom he had met during the Heavenly Law Union Conference. Naturally, she was on Wu Yoming's side. "I don't know," Dishibien said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. As the master of the imperial mausoleum, how could he not know where his own elder was? Elder Minkong is not a member of the imperial mausoleum. She was sent by the Vulture Palace to represent the imperial mausoleum in all kinds of public occasions. Of course, she is also responsible for delivering daily necessities to the imperial mausoleum. Dishibien said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, Master Dishibien, how many people are there in the imperial mausoleum?" Dishibien said, "2, right in front of you." Yang Dingtian was shocked. Just 2 people? Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. The imperial mausoleum was a mysterious sect, second only to the Vulture Palace, and ranked 5th among the 9 sections. Earlier, when the imperial mausoleum's leader in Zhongjing officially announced that they refused to sign the defense zone agreement, Yang Dingtian was prepared to send hundreds of thousands of troops to conquer them. In the end, there were only 2 people. Elder Minkong, who was in charge of foreign affairs, was sent by the Vulture Palace. No wonder the imperial mausoleum ignored Zhu Qingzhu's attack on Zhongzhou State. Because there were only 2 people, if they were sent to help, there would be no one at home. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a name, Ancient Tomb Sect. Then he thought of another name, Xiao Longnu. Of course, the woman in front of him seemed to be older than Xiao Longnu. But 200 years ago, how did the imperial mausoleum enter the 9 sects? Yang Dingtian vaguely remembered that the master of the imperial mausoleum, Dishi Luo, was very powerful. In the Tiando League, he seemed to be second only to Nihility Piaoling. He made great contributions in the world-destroying war, so the imperial mausoleum was also included in the 9 sections. Yang Dingtian had to break the silence again. "May I ask, why is Master Dishibien looking for me?" Dishibien said, "For the netherworld, ghost fire." Yang Dingtian said, "Please speak." Dishibien said, 200 years ago, my ancestor Dishi Luo and Wolingzi were best friends, and they went to look for the netherworld ghost fire together. In the end, Wolingzi begged my ancestor to give him the netherworld ghost fire. The 2 drew lots, and Wolingzi won, so the netherworld ghost fire was his. Then the 2 agreed that the netherworld ghost fire that bloomed 200 years later would belong to the imperial mausoleum. Yang Dingtian said, I remember others said that your ancestors' cultivation was not as good as Wulingzi's, so she did not get the netherworld ghost fire. Dishibien said, my ancestor was already a grandmaster at that time, and she got the Een fire of the million spirit demon fire. Yang Dingtian was astonished and said, million spirit demon flame? Then 2 years ago, when the million spirit demon fire bloomed, why didn't you go to get it? Dishibien said, I was going to go, but my mother passed away. Yang Dingtian said, I'm sorry for your loss. Dishibien said, it's nothing. Yang Dingtian said, you came to me this time to ask, do you want this netherworld ghost fire? Dishibien said yes. Yang Dingtian said, then will Wulingzi of the Vulture Palace give it up? Dishibien said he went back on his word and wanted to give the netherworld ghost fire to the vulture. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time and said, Lord Dishibien, I want to respect the bet between you and Wulingzi. I already have 2 or 3 mystic fires, so I shouldn't be greedy. But in a few months, I will have a duel with Wu Yuming. It concerns my life and death, and also the future of the Council of Light, so I'm sorry. Oh, Dishibien said, then it's fine. Then Dishibien said to the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lung, send the guest out. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It was that simple. She didn't refute, nor was she angry. She didn't even say a word. She just said, oh, Sir Yang Dingtian, please. Aunt Lung said and then walked out. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but walk outside. The stone door closed, and in the large stone room, there was only Dishibien and a few coffins. Then, Yang Dingtian vaguely heard a cough coming from inside. Aunt Lung led Yang Dingtian out. When they reached the exit, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned around and knelt down. You, what are you doing? Please get up. Yang Dingtian said. Not only did Aunt Lung not get up, she kept kowtowing. Sect Master Yang, please show mercy. Aunt Lung said, this netherworld ghost flame is related to my family's young lady's life. Sect Master Yang, please show mercy. Why do you say so? Yang Dingtian asked. My family's young lady has 9 Een Shen meridians. After she became an adult, she was tortured by Een fire and won't live for long. Only after swallowing the netherworld ghost flame can she survive. Aunt Ling said, Of course, there's another way, which is to merge Een and Yang with a man. However, my family's young lady has 9 Een Shen meridians, 1 in a billion. It's impossible to find a man with 9 Yang Shen meridians. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. This Dishibien actually has 9 Een Shen meridians? After Yang Dingtian came to the primal chaos world, he had never seen anyone with 9 Een or 9 Yang Shen meridians. Even Dongfang Bingling's #1 talent only had extreme Een Shen meridians. Moreover, there was one more thing. Yang Dingtian had 9 Yang Shen meridians. Also, even if you find a man with 9 Yang Shen meridians, it's useless. My family's young lady has mysophobia and is unwilling to touch anyone. Even if she dies, she won't get close to a man. Aunt Lung said, therefore, this netherworld ghost flame is her only life-saving thing. Once she dies, the ancient Dishi clan will be completely extinct. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, The Dishi clan is from the ancient world. Aunt Lung said, Yes, before the ancient world was destroyed. The Dishi clan soaked their most talented clansmen in the unfreezing, holy water, hoping to revive them after the calamity. In the end, after the calamity, less than 1 in 10 clansmen who were soaked in the unfreezing, holy water survived. After thousands of years, only the young lady is left. The rest have all entered the coffin. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. The Dishi clan was actually an ancient clan, the same as the Nihility clan. However, the Nihility clan only accepted disciples, while the Dishi clan was actually a bloodline descendant. No wonder Dishi Luo was so powerful, second only to the Nihility Piaoling. Then how old is your young lady? Yang Dingtian asked. 28. Aunt Ling said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but recall her face and figure. Although her figure was slim and graceful like a willow, it was still very thin. How is her cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. 4-star Grandmaster, Aunt Ling said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. What, Nanny? 28 years old? 4-star Grandmaster? This is crazy. With this cultivation, Dongfang Bingling and Yang Dingtian before the demonization were no match for her. Although Wu Yoming's cultivation was higher, he didn't know how old she was, and without a doubt, she didn't cultivate normally, so she couldn't be compared to Dishi Bian. My young lady in 1,000 years is the only one with 9 meridians in the Dishi clan. Aunt Ling said, 3 years ago, she broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Then did she swallow any mystic flame? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Aunt Ling said. Then did she go to any secret realm? Yang Dingtian asked. No, she never left the imperial mausoleum and never went to the surface. Aunt Ling said. Yang Dingtian felt his teeth turn cold. Look at her, look at her. She cultivated under the imperial mausoleum since young. Without any fortuitous encounters, no mystic flame, and no secret realm, she cultivated to the Grandmaster realm before the age of 25. In the chaotic world, Yang Dingtian saw for the first time someone who was more talented than him, and also the first person who created more miracles than him. He immediately closed his eyes slowly. If this Dishi Bian swallowed the netherworld ghost flame, what kind of breakthrough would her cultivation have? Yang Dingtian could almost believe that within a few years, she would be able to break through to the half-saint realm. If she were to stand on his side, how powerful would that be? When the world-ending war arrives in the future, on his side, he was probably the only one who could break through to the half-saint realm. Although Nagashwang was invincible in the world, the time she took to grow was too long. Evil Ways had at least 3 half-saints, or even 4 or 5. They were simply too weak. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply to Aunt Ling and said, Please tell your lady that I will consider it. Aunt Ling kowtowed deeply and said, Thank you, Sect Master Yang. Yang Dingtian left the imperial mausoleum, rushed out of the water, flew into the sky, rode on the Devil Eagle, and continued to fly south. After leaving, Yang Dingtian could not help but turn back to look at the imperial mausoleum. This trip took less than 2 hours. It seemed calm, but in reality it was a stormy sea. Yang Dingtian really did not expect that there was actually an ancient family living here, a family as ancient as the Void family. Moreover, a top genius lived here. A 28-year-old 4-star Grandmaster. It was truly shocking. Yang Dingtian kept flying south, kept flying south. Soon, he arrived at the southern barbarian continent, where the Vulture Palace was located. Originally, Yang Dingtian did not plan to enter the Vulture Palace and meet Wulingzi. But after meeting Dishi Bian, he decided to meet Wulingzi. Yang Dingtian flew into the southern barbarian continent. Soon, he flew into the huge black fog. Countless black vultures surged over and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was riding on the Devil Eagle King. After seeing these countless black vultures, not only did the Devil Eagle King not have the slightest fear, but it was arrogant and provocative. It flapped its wings and scraped past countless black vultures. Soon he flew out of the black fog guarded by countless black vultures and entered the fairyland-like Vulture Palace. Lingxi led 3 people to ride the white crane to welcome Yang Dingtian and flew towards the 10,000-meter lonely mountain where Wulingzi lived. Throughout the entire process, Lingxi did not say a word. Only his gaze was cold and incomparably sinister. Yang Dingtian did not get down from the Devil Eagle to walk this time. Instead, he prepared to fly directly to the lonely mountain. Get down from the mount and walk up, Lingxi said coldly. Or else. Yang Dingtian said, or else. Your legs can't walk. It's useless even if they grow. We'll chop them off for you, Lingxi said coldly, then slowly pulled out his sharp sword. Then, The three people behind him also pulled out their sharp swords. With just you guys? Yang Dingtian said disdainfully and opened his palm. Devil, spirit, demon fire, immobilization art. In an instant, Lingxi Trio was completely unable to move. From the mystic meridians to the body, everything was imprisoned. Yang Dingtian gently took Lingxi's sword and threw it down the mountain. He said indifferently, "Lingxi, you can't do it anymore. Don't seek your own death by provoking me." Finished talking, Yang Dingtian flew straight to the top of the mountain. Landing at the top of the mountain, Yang Dingtian got down from the Devil Eagle King, walked into the thatched hut, and bowed deeply toward Wulingzi. Junior Yang Dingtian kowtows in salute to Senior Wulingzi. Even though he was rude to Lingxi, even though he hated Wulingzi in his heart, Yang Dingtian was still very polite. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be seen in a new light. Wulingzi said with a gentle smile, "Of all the people in the world, you surprise me the most. I misjudged him." Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "I dare not. May I ask, Senior, what did you call this junior here for?" "2 things. The first is the netherworld ghost fire. The second is Dishibian," Wulingzi said. Chapter 638. One was the netherworld ghost flame, and the other was Dishibian. Perhaps these 2 matters could be considered one. Yang Dingtian, you are the only outsider who has entered the Imperial Mausoleum in the past few decades. Can you be trusted? Wulingzi asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. So, I haven't seen that girl Dishibian either. Wulingzi said, "She should be very, very outstanding." Yang Dingtian, extremely outstanding, the most outstanding person I have ever seen. My talent is already outstanding, and I have experienced countless fortuitous encounters, but my cultivation is not as good as hers. Before Dongfeng Bingling was demonized, she was much worse. Although Wu Yoming's cultivation is higher than hers, she is obviously much older. Not to mention, her fortuitous encounters and treasures are more abundant than mine. So now, among the young people in the world, no one is her match. In the near future, she will surpass Wu Yuming and even surpass you. Yes, 90 meridians. Wulingzi said, "I don't know how many years it has been since I last saw them." 9 meridians means breaking through to the Martial Saint realm. Of course, she has to survive first. By the way, why did she ask you to enter the Imperial Mausoleum? Yang Dingtian, she told me that her ancestor, Dishi Luo, had an agreement with you. The netherworld, ghost flame, 200 years ago belonged to you. Now, this netherworld ghost flame will belong to the Imperial Mausoleum, and she is the only descendant of the Imperial Mausoleum. So, she wants me to give up the netherworld ghost flame. Did you agree? Wulingzi asked. I didn't agree, Yang Dingtian, because this netherworld ghost flame is very important to me. Why is Senior Wulingzi looking for me? Is it also to ask me to give up the netherworld ghost flame? No, of course not. Wulingzi said, because you can't get it at all, even if you don't give it up. Yang Dingtian, then why are you looking for me? Is it to mediate the conflict between you and Dishibian? No, that doesn't concern you either. Wulingzi said, back then Dishi Luo and I were bosom friends, and she had done me a great favor. Therefore, in the past 100 years, I have been protecting the Imperial Mausoleum, not allowing anyone to disturb it. Then why are you looking for me? Yang Dingtian asked. You have 9 yang profound veins? Wulingzi asked. Why do you say that? I don't think I mentioned it before, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yu had once explored your body. Wulingzi said, recently Wu Yuming lost to you. She passed the news to me. Of course. She didn't tell Wu Yuming. Yes, I have the 9 yang profound veins. Yang Dingtian secretly circulated his profound qi, preparing to become invisible at any time and then escape without a trace. Don't worry. Even if you have 9 yang xian veins, I won't kill you. Wulingzi said, I can't kill you either. I asked you to come here to ask you for a favor. What's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. I know that Dishi Luo is being tortured by the Yin fire and will not live for long. If you want to save her, first you have to devour the netherworld ghost flame, and second, you have to choose a man with 9 yang profound veins to fuse yin and yang. Wu Lingzi said, but it just so happens that the little last spirit vulture has the talent to become a celestial spirit master that is hard to come by even in a few hundred years. She doesn't have much use for other mystical flames. Only the netherworld ghost flame can give her a qualitative leap, do you know? Although spirit vulture is far from being your match, once she swallows the netherworld ghost flame, in a very, very short period of time, her battle strength will not be inferior to yours. She will be able to summon tens of thousands of souls to fight for her. So, you went back on your agreement with Dishi Luo. You don't want to give the netherworld ghost flame to Dishi Bian, but to Vulture. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, that's right. Wolingzi said. Then it seems that your friendship with Dishi Luo is not that deep. Yang Dingtian said with sarcasm. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Wolingzi said, now, I want to save Dishi Bian and give the netherworld ghost flame to Vulture. What should I do? Let me marry Dishi Bian? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Wolingzi said, although I have never seen Dishi Bian. She is definitely a great beauty, and she has 9 yin profound veins. She and you are a match made in heaven. My suggestion is of great benefit to you, me and her. What do you think? I think you have overlooked something. Yang Dingtian said, first of all, I also want the netherworld ghost flame. No, you can't get it, that's for sure. Wolingzi said lightly. Secondly, I don't have the right to prevent Dishi Bian from getting the netherworld ghost flame. Yang Dingtian said. Of course. She won't be able to get it. She is very strong, just like you are very strong, but now you are not strong enough. Wolingzi said, I just want to save her, so I want her to marry you. This is beneficial to both of you. Of course, I am willing. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I am not so hypocritical. If marrying a woman can save her life, why wouldn't I do it? Not to mention, she is a great beauty, but she won't be willing. She has extreme mysophobia and doesn't want to touch anyone. So, you are really thinking too much. Is that so? That's a pity. Wolingzi said. Senior, is there anything else? Yang Dingtian asked. Think about what I said again. Wolingzi said, then I won't see you out. Yang Dingtian got up and left. In front of him, he immediately saw the angry rhinoceros. He had yet to speak. Shame on you, kneel and face the wall. Wolingzi's voice came from inside. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he sent Rhinoceros flying. Rhinoceros knelt on the ground, looking coldly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, remember this. This time, I will also go to find the netherworld ghost flame for Vulture. Don't let us see you, remember? Otherwise, you will regret it. Yang Dingtian suddenly said with a faint smile, Then, Rhinoceros, you remember this too. Don't let me see you alone, or I will kill you. Remember this. You dare? Rhinoceros sneered. Your ancestor heard what I said. Do you think I dare not? Yang Dingtian said blandly. Inside, Wolingzi didn't make any sound. On the way out of Vulture Palace, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. Wolingzi didn't want Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian to copulate to save her life. Instead, he wanted to find out if there was a possibility for the two of them to fuse their yin and yang. His purpose was to prevent Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian from copulating, because the 9 yang and 9 yin meridians were the most important condition for becoming a martial saint. Yang Dingtian was already enough for Wolingzi to suffer, and now Vulture Palace and Dishi clan were about to fall out. Yang Dingtian naturally didn't want Yang Dingtian and Dishi clan to be entangled. Wolingzi, this old thief, kept saying that he wanted to save Dishi Bian, but in fact he wanted her to be burned alive by the Yin fire. As a half-saint, He stood at the top of the pyramid in this world. Therefore, he didn't want anyone to surpass him. He couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, and he couldn't even kill Dishibian. Therefore, he wanted Dishibian to be burned alive by the Yin fire. Old thief, you want Dishibian to die, but I won't let you do as you wish. Immediately, Yang Dingtian returned to the Imperial Mausoleum Island. Under Aunt Lung's guidance, Yang Dingtian entered the Imperial Mausoleum again. In the lonely stone room, he saw the cold and beautiful Dishibian. At this time, Yang Dingtian carefully looked at Dishibian's face. Without a doubt, this was the most exquisite face in the world. This degree of exquisiteness even surpassed Shimin Yanyan. Moreover, this face gave people a very unreal feeling. Whether it was her beauty or her eyes, they all seemed to be painted. Just looking at her charming eyes, she seemed to be a delicate and pitiful woman with picturesque features. However, her nose was as straight as jade, as if it was carved out of jade, displaying her cold and resolute will. And her lips were curved skillfully, the most typical heart-shaped mouth, exquisite beyond compare. However, her lips didn't have any color. Instead, they were somewhat pale. In fact, her entire face seemed to be transparent. Ice skin and jade bones, perhaps it was completely used to describe this woman. Speaking of which, her skin and her expression were somewhat similar to Ice Spirit. But Ice Spirit wasn't human. She was just an energy creature. In other words, this Dishibian in front of him was completely not a human being, as if she wasn't human. Lord Dishiling, I have already gone to see Willingzi of the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian said he is determined to get the Netherworld Ghost Flame. But in order to save you, and I happen to have 9 Yangxian veins, so he hopes that I can marry you and save your life. Oh, Dishibian's beautiful eyes looked up at Yang Dingtian and said, then there is no need. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Can't you have a little bit of reaction? We're talking about the fusion of yin and yang. Can you show a bit of anger or shyness? Yang Dingtian asked, may I ask, how long do you have left to live? I don't know, Dishibian said. Probably 1 or 2 years. Yang Dingtian said, since you have rejected the fusion of yin and yang, and I am determined to get the Netherworld Ghost Flame, so we will do our best. In the end, it will be up to heaven to decide who the Netherworld Ghost Flame belongs to, okay? Okay, Dishibian said. Yang Dingtian said, even if you don't get the Netherworld Ghost Flame, I will think of a way to save you. You can't save me, Dishibian said. Yang Dingtian said, do you know about the reversal of yin and yang? As long as you reverse your 9 Yangxian veins into 9 yang, then back into primal chaos, and finally into yin and yang dual veins, you'll be able to live. Dishibian revealed a look of astonishment. Then she shook her head and said, that is impossible. Yang Dingtian stretched out his left hand and summoned the Yang attribute Million Spirit Demon Flame. Then he stretched out his right hand and summoned the Yang attribute Demon Spirit Demon Flame. Finally, it suddenly closed and turned into a colorless primal chaos flame. You are very powerful, Dishibian said. Her picturesque big eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment. I will find time to meditate and extract the section of the reversal of yin and yang and modify it to see if it is suitable for you to cultivate. Yang Dingtian said, but you have 9 Yinxian veins, so you have a feasible foundation. However, I can't guarantee that I will succeed. I will try my best to finish writing it before you die. Dishibian said, when do you plan to go to the Netherworld, Ghost Emperor? Yang Dingtian asked. Soon, Dishibian said. Then, how about you travel with me? Yang Dingtian said. Dishibian's beautiful big eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Then she shook her head and said, no need, I am not used to it. Okay, then I will take my leave first. Yang Dingtian said. Aunt Lung, see the guest out. Sakura said, After leaving the imperial mausoleum, Yang Dingtian flew south at full speed, towards the land of the extreme south. After 3 days and 3 nights, he entered the land of extreme difficulty, the territory of the Southern Sea Ning clan. In front of him, more than 10 flying rays blocked Yang Dingtian's path. "Excuse me, are you Sir Yang Dingtian?" the person asked. "Yes, it is me," Yang Dingtian said. "Madam asked me to welcome you." The person said, "Madam? Wu Maji, why did she come to the Ning clan to give birth?" Golden Ning City was still as peaceful as ever. It was as if the destruction of Ning Wuming and all the master-level elders did not affect the Ning clan at all. All the servants were still meticulously working. Wu Maji said that even if all the masters of the Ning clan died, the slaves in Ning City would still work meticulously every day, and the housekeeper would still pay their salaries meticulously. Because this pattern had been in place for thousands of years, it had become an incomparably huge habit. Yang Dingtian directly flew into Ning City. He landed on the platform of Wu Maji's palace. Even though he had already been here before, Yang Dingtian was still shocked by the splendor of the jewelry and the extravagance of this place. Wu Maji's personal maid, Naya, came up to him with gentle eyes and said softly, "You're finally here. How long has it been since the baby was born?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It's been more than half a month." Naya said, "Hurry up and take a look." Yang Dingtian quickly rushed in. After entering the palace, Yang Dingtian realized that Wu Maji's maids had multiplied by several times. Before he entered the inner room, he heard the baby crying. "Don't make him cry." Then Wu Maji's impatient voice came. She said again, "Use more strength. I can wear this dress before. I don't believe that I can't wear it any more. This servant has used up all my strength. I still can't wear it." "Madam, the waist of your dress is too thin." The maid gasped for breath. Wu Maji immediately flew into a rage. "It's all that damn man's fault. Is he here or not? Little ancestor, I beg you, please don't cry. I don't want to beat you up in front of your father." Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. "What does this woman mean? If I can't beat you up in front of you, can I beat you up in front of you? But the baby is only half a month old." After Yang Dingtian entered, immediately he saw an extremely luxurious room. Dozens of maids were holding all kinds of gorgeous brocade clothes, waiting for Wu Maji to try them on. 2 nannies were carrying 2 babies. One of the babies was obediently watching with his eyes wide open, while the other was waving his hands and crying. "I knew it. This woman definitely won't take care of her own babies," Yang Dingtian said hatefully in his heart. Then he quickly rushed over and carried the crying baby over. He gently coaxed, "Oh, good baby, don't cry, Daddy is here." At this moment, the white sheep-like Wu Maji turned around and spoke to Yang Dingtian. "Hey, who is this wild man? Why are you in my room?" Chapter 639. Although a shaman's talent was not as rare as the 9 Yangshan meridians, it was still 1 in a billion. What was the key to becoming a shaman? Without a doubt, it was psychic. Therefore, this talent was not in the Xian meridians, but in the mind. Only those with psychic talent could become a shaman. Wu Maji took out a crystal skull and placed it on the table. Suddenly, the dazzling room darkened, turning from dazzling gold and jade to ghastly ghost qi. "Let's go outside, Golden Yang," Wu Maji said, and carried the crystal skull out. "Maji, you should put on some clothes." Yang Dingtian saw Wu Maji's thin clothes and could not help but say, "What are you afraid of? There are no men here." Wu Maji said, "Who knows? Ghosts might come out later. I don't want you to be seen by ghosts." Yang Dingtian said, "Pay." Wu Maji spat and went to put on some clothes. Under the moonlight, the crystal skull was surrounded by a mysterious and eerie aura. It was as if all the moonlight had been swallowed by the crystal skull. The entire Pea City was filled with eerie winds, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Place your hand on the crystal skull and use your divine sense to sense it. If you have psychic talent, the ghosts inside will appear. Wu Maji said, the stronger your psychic talent, the more ghosts will appear. Yang Dingtian followed Wu Maji's instructions and placed his hand on the skull. Yang Dingtian had tested many talents, such as Xian meridians, lightning element, etc., and all of them were heaven-defying. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was filled with anticipation for this test. When he placed his hand on the crystal skull, he felt an electric current flowing through his hand. Then, Yang Dingtian inserted his divine sense into the crystal skull and sensed the energy inside. Ah! Suddenly, he heard a scream, and the energy inside the crystal skull disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian was shocked and used his Xian Qi and divine sense to chase after the energy inside the crystal skull. Who knew that wherever his divine sense went, the energy inside the crystal skull would disappear. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Yang Dingtian's hand, hoping that 9 ghosts would appear at once. Who would have thought that after a long while, not only did not a single ghost appear, not even a single one appeared. She, Wu Maji, had spawned a total of 7 ghosts. Therefore, her talent as a shaman was rather high. In her impression, Yang Dingtian was a peerless genius who knew everything. Although spiritual talent was extremely rare, it wasn't as rare as lightning talent. Yang Dingtian had lightning talent, but he didn't have any spiritual talent at all. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian was also unwilling to give up and kept probing. However, not only did he fail to summon a single ghost, the energy within the crystal skeleton was so scared that it disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian was also surprised. He even knew the evil soul art and could even absorb the puppet battle soul, but he couldn't summon a ghost? Moreover, he had the million spirit demonic fire, which contained countless vengeful spirits. At this moment, Poise's chuckle sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Idiot, lightning talent and spiritual talent are incompatible. Your lightning talent is so strong. How can you have spiritual talent? Didn't you feel that wherever your divine sense went, the souls inside the crystal skull would escape? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then he said to Wu Maji, Gigi lightning talent and spiritual talent are incompatible. Therefore, it is impossible for me to have spiritual talent. All right, Wu Maji said, ghosts are most afraid of lightning. Then her beautiful eyes flickered and she said sweetly, husband, no. Yang Dingtian said firmly, you can't go, absolutely not. This matter can't even be discussed. Why? Why? Who are you to me? What right do you have to control me? Wu Maji said loudly. Because I am your husband. Yang Dingtian said. Pei. Wu Maji said. Do you really think that you are Ningyu just because you are wearing a mask? You are obviously the despicable Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was angry and amused at the same time. This woman, when you need me, you are Ningyu. When you don't, you are Yang Dingtian. Can you not be so realistic? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, all right, Gigi. I have already said that I can promise you anything, except for this matter. You have only given birth half a month ago. You cannot accompany me to take risks. Wu Maji said, bastard, don't be like Ningyu, okay? You are doing your best to protect me, Ghost Hell region is thousands of miles long, other than the underground creatures. Everything else is undead. Without a shaman spirit master, it is impossible to move around. They are immune to mystic chi attacks and are even more immune to physical attacks. Other than a few mystic skills, most mystic skills are unable to harm them. How do you fight? Yang Dingtian said, I have lightning mystic skills. Wu Maji said, how many can you kill with your lightning mystic skills? 1,000, 10,000? But in the Ghost Hell region, there are hundreds of millions, even billions of undead. Can you kill them all? Without a shaman spirit master, it is impossible to enter. Otherwise, why is it that only a shaman spirit master can obtain the ghost hell flame? Yang Dingtian said without hesitation, I have already said that you cannot go, because there are not only ghosts, there are also people who are even more terrifying than ghosts. If anything happens to you, I will not forgive myself, even if I die. I have already promised you that I will protect you for life. Yang Dingtian, you are not Ninghua. Don't learn from Ninghua and protect me at all times. I hate it when she's like that. Wu Maji said loudly, That's right, you are right. I feel more guilty than love for Ningyu. I, Wu Maji, love a shameless bastard. I can lie to myself, but I can't lie to my heart. Every time I have a dream, that bastard man will appear and defile me again and again. That man is you, you bastard. Yang Dingtian trembled, then suddenly hugged Wu Maji in his arms, as if he wanted to press her into his body. All right, I am satisfied, I am proud. Wu Maji said in a low voice, Bastard, I have satisfied your vanity once, so you have to satisfy me once. I have long been unable to endure it. Even in my dreams, I want to go to the ghost hell region. That is the holy land for us shamans to cultivate. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, Lord Yang Dingtian, this little girl begs you, please bring me to cultivate, bring me to level up. If it wasn't for that hypocrite Wu Yuming, I would definitely let you go. But with her here, I do not dare. Yang Dingtian said slowly, Wu Yuming can't kill me, but she will definitely kill you. This time they are determined to succeed, and the strength they will have when they enter the ghost hell region will definitely be unprecedented. So, baby, I am sorry. I can't let the baby be without a mother. Then you are willing to let me become a widow again? Wu Maji said loudly. I won't, don't worry. Yang Dingtian said, but this matter has already been decided. It doesn't matter if I'm a bastard, or a fake Ningyu. But it seems like my heart is going to protect you. I hate it when you guys are like this. I hate it when you guys are like this. Wu Maji was flustered and exasperated. Bullshit male chauvinism. Scram, scram, scram right now. Gee. Yang Dingtian quickly went forward to coax her. Wu Maji forcefully pushed him out and said, Scram right now, scram back to your ghost hell region. Hateful male chauvinism. Yang Dingtian said, Then, at least let me hug the baby before I leave. You didn't die. You still have time to come back and hug him. Wu Maji said unhappily, Little bastard is finally asleep, and if you wake him up, I will have to coax him again. Scram, scram. Yang Dingtian said gently, Then I will leave. Once I return from the ghost hell region, I will come and see you, okay? Whatever. Wu Maji turned her body and said, But I am warning you, if you die, I will not be a widow for you. The next day I will remarry, and I will choose the most handsome man to remarry. Don't worry, I won't die. I still haven't used my true face to marry you. How can I bear to die? Yang Dingtian said, Marry your sister. Scram, it would be best if you died in the ghost hell region. Wu Maji said hatefully. Yang Dingtian looked at her charming back and lightly blew her a kiss, then flew into the sky, riding the demon eagle king north. Immediately, Wu Maji covered her mouth, her body trembling as she wept. Yang Dingtian did not go north to the central continent, but instead flew west to the ghost hell region. The Vulture Palace was determined to obtain the netherworld ghost flame. If God blocked their path, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked their path, they would kill Buddha. The half-sage Walingzi, the world's strongest wizard spirit master, was prepared to personally take action. In the ghost hell region, without a wizard spirit master, it would be difficult to move around. Just as Wu Maji said, the ghost hell region had more than 1 billion undead. How many undead could you kill? Therefore, the one who obtained the netherworld ghost flame was always the wizard spirit master. No wonder Walingzi said that this netherworld ghost flame had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian, and also had nothing to do with Dishibian. With a half-sage wizard spirit master taking action, no one would be able to compete. But there was no doubt that Yang Dingtian's side was also not easy to deal with. In the Vulture Palace, Wulingzi received 3 letters. The first letter was from Zhu Qingzhu, who was traveling outside. He said that after a period of time he hoped to personally come to the Vulture Palace to pay a visit to Senior Wulingzi. Many people knew about the earth-shattering battle that night, and they were well aware of Zhu Qingzhu's strength. Although he was not yet a half-sage, he was not far from it. Although Zhu Qingzhu's letter was to pay a visit, it was also a blatant threat. Once Wulingzi left the Vulture Palace would be completely empty. At that time, Zhu Qingzhu would be able to do whatever he wanted. However, Wulingzi gritted his teeth and did not reply. But very quickly he received the second letter. It was from Dugashao. The contents were exactly the same. After a period of time, he also hoped to personally come to the Vulture Palace to pay a visit to Senior Wulingzi. Others might not know about Dugashaw's cultivation, but Wulingzi knew a thing or two about it. This person's strength was unfathomable. One had to know that he was the only person who had escaped unscathed from the soul-departing palace. Suddenly, Wulingzi felt a great pressure and couldn't help but curse. Yang Dingtian, what kind of bullshit Taiando League leader are you? Once something happens, all the evil ways leaders come to help. You say that others are colluding with evil ways, but you're the one who colluded with them the most. The third letter caused Wulingzi to be completely shocked, and he gave up on the idea of going to the Ghost Hell region. This was because the third letter was written by someone called Mistress Mida. It said that after a period of time, she might come to the Vulture Palace to pay a visit to Mr. Wulingzi. Of course, she was referring to the fact that if Wulingzi dared to go to the Ghost Hell region, then don't blame her for really coming. However, if Wulingzi was at the Vulture Palace, then she wouldn't come. Bastard, bastard. Yang Dingtian, I didn't think that you and Mistress Mida had an affair. You're really amazing, taking both master and disciple into your bed. Wulingzi was furious. Then Wulingzi found Wu Yuming and Vulture and said, "This time, I won't go to the Ghost Hell region." Vulture was shocked. "Why, great-grandfather?" Wulingzi said, "Because Yang Dingtian found 3 people to force me to not go." Vulture said, "In this world, who dares to force great-grandfather? 1 half-step sage, 2 infinitely close to the half-step sage." Wulingzi said. Wu Yoming's eyes narrowed. "One is Zhu Qingzhu, one is Dugashao, and the other is a half-step sage. Who is he? You don't need to know who he is." Wulingzi said indifferently, "This time, other than Lingxi, Vulture, and you, the other experts will all be sent from the Netherworld Sea. We must obtain the Ghost Hell Flame." "Yes, great-grandfather," Wu Yuming said. "Then who will go to Yang Dingtian's side?" "No one will be going. Only Yang Dingtian will be going." Wu Lingxi said, "We already have a tacit understanding. Since I'm not going, I'm not going. Since I'm not going to go, no matter if it's Zhu Qingzhu, Dugashao, or Dongfang Minmi, none of the great grandmasters can go. And it's useless even if the grandmasters go. Therefore, only Yang Dingtian will go. At most, he will cooperate with Dishibian. However, Dishibian is an incomparably arrogant person. He may not accept it. It doesn't matter even if this adulterous couple cooperates. They will definitely not return." Vulture said fiercely, "Sect Master, there's a person called Yang Zheng outside asking for an audience." Ling Wu said. Her current position beside Wu Yuming was equivalent to a secretary on Earth. "Yang Zheng." Wu Yuming was surprised and said, "Wasn't Yang Zheng turned into a walking corpse after Yang Dingtian usurped the position of city lord?" Then Wu Yuming said, "Let him in." "Yes," Ling Wu said. After a while, Yang Zheng walked in weakly with his entire body swaying. Then he knelt in front of Wu Yuming and said, "Cloud Heaven City, Lord Yang Zheng greets the hidden sect master. Netherworld sees young master, and Taiando League's master, Wu Yuming." Wu Yuming looked at him indifferently and said, Yang Zheng is already crippled. Who are you? Yang Zheng knelt on the ground and said, I've already seized Yang Zheng's body. I'm the previous successor of Cloud Heaven City, Yang Zheng's father, Yang Yincheng. Wu Yoming's eyes narrowed slightly and said, What's the matter? Yang Zheng took out a box from his bosom and offered it with both hands. I offer the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The pig-slaying swordsmanship that Yang Dingtian is determined to obtain. Suddenly, Wu Yoming's entire body trembled. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she grabbed the box in Yang Zheng's hands. Chapter 640. As for the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Wu Yuming was determined to get it. Of course, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was useless to him, but it could cut off Yang Dingtian's path to improvement. That was more important than anything else. Hence, when Yang Dingtian offered a reward for the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Wu Yuming also offered a reward, and the price he offered was much higher than Yang Dingtian's. Of course, on the surface, he offered a reward for his junior Yang Dingtian. Hence, when Yang Zheng offered the pig-slaying swordsmanship, it was a huge surprise to him. But without a doubt, Wu Yuming was not a shallow person. He suppressed the urge to open the box and smiled warmly at Yang Zheng. It doesn't matter if you are Yang Zheng or senior Yang Yincheng. From today onwards, you are Yang Zheng. Brother Yang Dingtian and I are from the same sect. If your Yang clan inherits Cloud Sky City, I will definitely speak up. Yang Zheng knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, sect master. Oh, right. How did you get this pig-slaying swordsmanship? Wu Yuming asked. When Shimenwia was purging our Yang clan, we had no choice but to escape from Cloud Sky City. We entered the Hidden Techniques Pavilion and took it. Yang Zheng said, Originally there were 2 scrolls, but when we were being hunted down, in order to save a top expert's life, we gave up the first scroll. Now, only the second scroll is left. Wu Yuming was overjoyed. What he wanted was the second scroll. Then, Wu Yuming opened the box unhurriedly. Instantly, he saw that it was empty. His expression turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes. Then he smiled warmly and said, Brother Yang Zheng, there is nothing inside. I know. Yang Zheng continued to kowtow. On the second day after I escaped from Cloud Sky City, I realized that it was empty. Hence, I hid like a frightened bird, not daring to show myself or meet you. After an intense struggle, I still came. Even though I am offering you an empty box, that was not my intention. I really did want to give you the second half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art. Sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away, it's the thought that counts. Wu Yuming said indifferently, Then may I ask, Brother Yang Zheng, why did your box become empty? Who took the things inside? Yang Zheng's gaze immediately became complicated as he said, I also can't figure it out after racking my brains. These 2 years, I've always pretended to be a walking corpse. No one discovered it. So when I hid the pig-slaying swordsmanship, no one saw it except for my son, or rather my grandson. Oh, your son? Wu Yuming said. Yang Yichen, who is about to become Yang Dingtian's direct disciple. Yes, that's him. Yang Zheng said, He is my flesh and blood, and also a baby, so I did not guard against him. In the past, I took out the box in front of him a few times and touched the secret manual. In the end, he saw it, so he crawled under the bed and took out the secret manual, treating it as his toy. I think that this is the only possibility. Then do you think that the secret manual is now in Yang Dingtian's hands? Wu Yuming asked. It should be, Yang Zheng said, because Yang Dingtian stayed in the Xianqi formation in Xijing for quite some time. I think he should have gone to cultivate the second half of the 4th stage. Sigh. Maybe this is the will of the heavens. Wu Yuming sighed. From the enemy's point of view, you should feel pain about this matter. But from the father's point of view, you should be proud of your son. Yang Zheng said, Yes, my emotions are also very complicated. Wu Yuming sighed softly and said, Although you brought me an empty box, after all, you came with affection. Tell me, what do you want? Yang Jin kowtowed and said, "This lowly one's soul is being protected by evil spirits. After drifting for more than 10 years, this lowly one's soul has become very weak. Therefore, the amount of time I can stay awake is very short. I want to ask for a soul aggregation shadow." Wu Yuming looked at him and said indifferently, "I don't have a soul aggregation shadow, but other people do. I can ask that person to give you one." Yang Zhen kowtowed and said, "This lowly one is moved to tears. This lowly one is willing to die for sect master." "No matter, your words are too serious," Wu Yuming said with a smile. The next day, Wu Yuming's team set out for the Ghost Hell region. In total, there were Wu Yuming, Vulture, Lingxi Songyu, Yang Zheng, Netherworld sees Elder Nirvana, Netherworld sees Elder Miaojue, Netherworld sees Elder Luoming, and so on. Among them, Elder Nirvana was a Grandmaster Spirit Master. Vulture was a martial, honorable, celestial Spirit Master. Wu Yoming's group had a total of 4 Grandmasters and close to 10 Grandmasters. Only Vulture was a martial, honorable. Without a Spirit Master, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Ghost Hell region. Yang Dingtian continued to head west. After 10,000 li, he met Dongfang Minmi, who was waiting for him. "Little Tian, Wolingzi will not enter the Ghost Hell region," Dongfang Minmi said. This was good news. If Wolingzi was here, then Yang Dingtian's chances of obtaining the Netherworld Ghost Fire would be extremely slim. Wolingzi was not only a half-sage, but more importantly, he had obtained the Netherworld Ghost Fire before. Following that, Dongfang Minmi said, "However, in exchange, none of our Grandmasters can go. You can bring Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, Duan Ruyan, Song Shao, and the rest." Yang Dingtian said, "Qin Huayu and the rest can't go. Wu Yuming can't kill me, but she will definitely kill them." Dongfang Minmi said, "That's right, there's one more thing." Mi Dai Shi Tai also interfered in this matter and stopped Wolingzi from going to the Ghost Hell region. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Queen Hai Xian also interfered? Why was that? Was it also for him? After a while, Dongfang Minmi said, "Little Tian, Wu Maji didn't come with you?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "She just gave birth, so I'm worried. Wu Yuming won't kill me, but that doesn't mean she won't kill Wu Maji." Dongfang Minmi sighed but did not say anything. Although he never said it, he hoped that Wu Maji would follow Yang Dingtian to the Ghost Hell region. Without a shaman spirit master, it would be hard to move around in the Ghost Hell region. The number of undead, there was an astronomical number, so how many could they kill? But he couldn't say these words. After all, Wu Maji had just given birth and Yang Dingtian was right. In a place like the Ghost Hell region, Wu Yuming couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, but he would definitely kill Wu Maji. You have a concealment profound skill, and your innate lightning attribute is invincible. Lightning is the nemesis of undead creatures. Even if you can obtain the Ghost Hell Flame, you should be able to protect yourself. Dongfang Minmi said, "But Little Tian, the Ghost Hell region is an extremely dangerous and mysterious place. The undead creatures there are all over 10,000 years old, and many monarch-level undead creatures are extremely powerful. Once you encounter a fatal danger, you must release the Naga, understand?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. The undead are also afraid of the Naga. The Naga are a half-god race, at the top of the food chain in the entire primal chaos world, at the top of the pyramid. All living creatures are incomparably afraid of them. Dongfang Minmi said, "That's why I'm not worried about you going alone. Even if you can't obtain the Ghost Hell Flame, you should at least be able to protect yourself." Yang Dingtian said, "Master, I won't be here during this time, but Wu Yuming won't be here either, so he won't be able to cause any trouble. Now that we don't have the biggest obstacle in the Central Continent, we have to speed up. It's best if we can settle everything before Wu Yuming returns. If there's no other choice, we can use force to sweep everything away. That old thief, Wolingzi, definitely won't use force." "Yes," Dongfang Minmi said. Oh, right, little Tian, the Dishi clan lives in ancient tombs for a long time, so she should have the talent of psychic communication. She should also be a wizard spirit master, so if you can cooperate with her, it should be very beneficial. I will, Yang Dingtian said. But this woman is very antisocial. She doesn't like to contact anyone. Dongfang Minmi nodded, remained silent for a while, and then said, Child, no matter whether you can obtain the ghost hell flame or not, taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Even if you lose the duel with Wu Yuming, it's not a big deal. After the Tiando League is finished, it will still be in our hands. Wu Yuming can't take it away. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I know, we've already made a plan before. On the surface, we're building one path, but in the dark, we're building another path. On the surface, we're waiting for the duel with Wu Yuming, but in fact, we're taking the opportunity to reorganize the Tiando League. For me, winning or losing a duel is very important, but for the Tiando League, winning or losing a duel doesn't change anything. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, Master, then I'll be leaving. Dongfang Minmi said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian rode the Demon Eagle King and continued to fly towards the west. Ghost Hell region, another land that almost didn't exist. Of course, it really did exist in the Primal Chaos land, but no one dared to go there, so it was as if it didn't exist. The demon area was filled with poisonous gas, and there were no signs of life, so almost no one went there. Although it was almost, there were still people who went there. Even many martial profound level people would go there, as long as they brought enough pills. Because the demon area didn't have any demonic beasts. Other than the environment, there were no dangers. And the Ghost Hell region was in existence second only to the Taboo land. There was a saying that if one wasn't a master-level expert, they didn't even have the qualifications to take a look at the Ghost Hell region. Even if it was a master or martial grandmaster. Once they dared to enter the Ghost Hell region, it was basically a dead end. Without a shaman spirit master, the Ghost Hell region was a dead end. The Ghost Hell region was about 7,000 to 8,000 miles wide, parallel to the Taboo land. It was 30,000 miles below the Taboo land and 50,000 miles away from the southwest continent. After the ancient Nirvana, from the beginning of records, this place was a Ghost Hell region. The entire continent never saw the light of day, and it was always night all year round. There were at least 1 billion or even a few billion undead floating on this continent. Fortunately, they were undead. If they were human, even if the land was 10 million square kilometers wide, there wouldn't be so many people living there. Dongli Prairie's Snakeman Empire, in the magnificent empire's main hall. Awu, Prime Minister. Queen Hai Exan lightly said, This time you will accompany the princess to the Ghost Hell region. You must let Princess Huang Yu obtain the Ghost Hell flame, understand? Yes, the two said. Wu, one of the only 2 shaman spirit masters in the world. Gui Wu Zi, Zhu Qingzhu's martial uncle. And this person called Prime Minister by Hai Exan was a handsome young man. In terms of appearance, he was probably as handsome as Wu Yuming, but his face was like a jade sculpture, so beautiful that it was absolutely unreal. He was actually the Prime Minister of the Snakeman Empire. Yes, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister said. Gui Wu Zi said, If we meet people from the Netherworld Sea, what should we do? Hai Exan lightly said, Don't kill Wu Yuming, and if you can, don't kill the others. But if there is no other choice, other than Wu Yuming and Vulture, you can kill the others. Yes, Gui Wu Zi said. Then what about Yang Dingtian? Gui Wu Zi asked. Don't kill him and don't hurt him. Hai Exan decisively said, But you can't let him get the Netherworld Ghost Flame. I will say it again. I would rather let Wu Yuming get the Ghost Flame than let Yang Dingtian get it. But if Wu Yuming wants to harm Yang Dingtian, you must save him, even if you have to kill Wu Yuming, do you understand? Yes, Gui Wu Zi said. Then what about Dishi Bian? Kill. Queen Hai Exan coldly said, Kill on sight. Yes, Gui Wu Zi said. Hai Xian looked at the two of them and said, You too bring the princess. Do you have confidence in facing the people from the Netherworld Sea? Gui Wu Zi said, Me and Prime Minister are enough. Other than Wu Yu, no one from the Netherworld Sea is in my eyes. Hai Xian said, Then you too bring Princess Huang Yu and set off immediately. Yes, the two of them said. After flying for 4 days and 4 nights, Yang Dingtian finally arrived at the Netherworld Sea region. What is the Netherworld Sea region? It is very simple. When you look up at the sky, you will never see the sun nor the moon. When there is not a single wave in the sea, when there is not a single fish, when there is only eternal darkness, you will arrive at the Netherworld Sea region. Although the demon vulture king was strong, it was useless against the undead, so it could not enter. Yang Dingtian gently patted its neck and said softly, You can go back to the central continent, go back to the earth-splitting city, go back to Cloud Heaven City to see Bao Bao, but come back to pick me up after 1.5 months, understand? The demon vulture king screeched and nodded. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, and it was eager to enter the ghost hell region. It wanted to follow Yang Dingtian, but it had to obey orders. Yang Dingtian jumped up from its back and said, Then goodbye. The demon vulture king wrapped its neck around Yang Dingtian's body and screeched. Then it spread its wings and flew towards the northeast. That was the direction of Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian could foresee that Bao Bao would play crazily in the sky for the next month. Yang Dingtian operated his Xian Qi and flew forward. After flying through the endless darkness for 1 day and 1 night, he finally arrived at the ghost hell region. After landing, Yang Dingtian immediately swallowed a pill and held his breath. This place was probably the hell of the chaos world. There was a rotten smell everywhere, endless ruins and broken walls. In the ravines, there was a disgusting green liquid flowing. As far as the eye could see, there were rotten zombies, walking skeletons, and wandering ghosts everywhere. They were densely packed and innumerable. Yang Dingtian could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Although the netherworld ghost flame could appear anywhere in the ghost hell region, this anywhere referred to any place in the ghost hell city. The ghost hell city was 300 miles wide and was in the center of the ghost hell region. It was about 4,000 miles away from Yang Dingtian's location. In other words, Yang Dingtian had to kill his way through and enter the heart of the ghost hell region. Only after reaching the ghost hell city could he obtain the netherworld ghost flame. Along the way, how many undead creatures would he encounter? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Tens of millions? Anything was possible. Moreover, the closer he got to the ghost hell city, the stronger the undead creatures were. Only the heavens knew how powerful the undead monarch in the netherworld ghost city was. Therefore, there was a saying that without a shaman spirit master, it would be difficult to move in the ghost hell region, because you could not kill them all. You could only summon undead creatures to fight them. Only then could you enter the ghost hell region. And Yang Dingtian did not have a shaman spirit master by his side. Of course, his woman Wu Maji was one, but how could he bear to let her come? Let's kill. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with a heroic spirit. Let me be the first person in history who is not a shaman spirit master to kill his way into the ghost hell city. Let me be the first person to kill my way into the ghost hell city. The undead creatures were extremely sensitive to the aura of humans and hated them greatly. The moment Yang Dingtian landed, within a few thousand meters, all the zombies and skeletons that were wandering around absent-mindedly stopped in their tracks. Then, all of their gazes shot towards Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by tens of thousands of undead creatures. Tens of thousands of pairs of green eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. That kind of feeling made one's hair stand on end. Following that, tens of thousands of undead creatures roared like crazy demons and charged at Yang Dingtian. Fuck! Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. There were too many of them. If he wanted to kill his way into the ghost hell city, he would have to kill millions of them. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian immediately summoned the demon spirit fiend flame energy barrier and covered his entire body. Fortunately, he had learned the second half of the 4th rank of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to summon an energy barrier. Then he might really be killed by the countless undead creatures. After the energy barrier covered his entire body, countless undead creatures rushed forward crazily, one after another. The ghost slammed into the energy barrier and was instantly reduced to ashes. Its soul scattered and dispersed. The zombies slammed into the energy barrier and were immediately unsheathed before being turned into ashes. The skeletons slammed into the energy barrier and were instantly smashed into pieces. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that this energy barrier was truly heaven-defying. This demon spirit fiend flame was truly heaven-defying. Countless undead creatures rushed forward one after another. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's energy barrier was surrounded by a dense pile of corpses and rotten flesh. But then, Yang Dingtian could no longer laugh. Because after the crazy impact, the energy barrier became thinner and thinner. Yang Dingtian hurriedly injected his Xian Qi to replenish it. Then he felt his Xian Qi leaking out like a tide. Swish! Yang Dingtian operated his Xian Qi and slashed out with his sword. The sword light that was dozens of feet long was incomparably majestic as it swept across. Even a great master would not be able to withstand this attack. Bang! In an instant, thousands of zombies turned into rotten flesh and thousands of skeletons shattered. However, they were all fine. Countless ghosts directly came out of their bodies and turned into undead ghosts. They continued to charge towards Yang Dingtian ferociously. Yang Dingtian tried to kill them with his Xian skill. Even a great master could not withstand the flame blade. It was useless against them. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian released the demon spirit fiend flame and released the million spirit fiend flame. Suddenly, like a missile exploding, flames burst out and illuminated the entire dark night sky. But these undead creatures still rushed forward one after another. Now, Yang Dingtian was very sure of one thing. Any physical attack or mystical skill attack was completely useless against the undead creatures here. No wonder it was said that without a spirit master, it was difficult to move an inch in the ghost hell region. This was the truth. There was no other way. He could only use the lightning attribute Xian skill. Devil's Sky Splitter. Yang Dingtian released both his hands from the energy barrier. Pa, 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 pa. After Yang Dingtian broke through to 9-star 3rd grade master, he had not tried the Devil's Sky Splitter. Then he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Too exaggerated. Too stunning. Lightning that was thousands of meters long instantly streaked across the sky. Then it turned into countless small lightning bolts and fiercely struck the ground. In that instant, the entire dark night sky was as bright as day. Then, all the undead creatures in front of him were turned into ashes. That's right, all of them were turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian's Devil's Sky Splitter lightning instantly killed tens of thousands of undead creatures. It was said that lightning was the nemesis of undead creatures. However, this realm was too much of a nemesis. Even if there were tens of thousands of weak humans, Yang Dingtian's Devil's Sky Splitter lightning would not be able to kill them all. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian felt that the surrounding Xian Qi had suddenly become incomparably dense. After the undead creatures were smashed into pieces, they released resentment and Xian Qi, which instantly filled the entire space. Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. This was completely a holy land for cultivation. Chapter 641. Yang Dingtian never thought that his Devil's Sky Splitting lightning would be so powerful that it could instantly kill tens of thousands of undead within a few miles. Not only that, after these undead souls were scattered, they actually released such rich, profound qi. However, this profound qi energy was quickly dissipating. Yang Dingtian saw that his lightning had already killed all the undead creatures within a few miles. The undead creatures in the distance had a poor sense of smell and couldn't find him. Thus, Yang Dingtian immediately sat down and prepared to absorb profound qi. Sha, help me be on guard. If there are undead attacks, inform me. Yang Dingtian said. Poisa said, but the profound qi of these undead souls is insidious and can't be devoured. Don't worry, I have the yin-yang qi transformation technique. Yang Dingtian said. I forgot about that. Poisa said. Then, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to absorb profound qi. This profound qi was really rich, much richer than the profound qi purification array. However, this corpse poison was very terrifying. No one could devour the profound qi here, except for Yang Dingtian, because Yang Dingtian had the yin-yang qi transformation technique. Yang Dingtian crazily devoured all the profound qi around him. However, it was a pity that the speed at which the profound energy dissipated was truly too fast. Thus, Yang Dingtian took out a few magnetic crystals and formed a small magnetic array. Suddenly, the speed of devouring profound qi increased by 10 times. Devour! After using the yin-yang qi transformation technique, he refined it into pure profound qi and then devoured it in his sea of qi. After a short half an hour, the profound qi in the surroundings dissipated and was devoured cleanly by Yang Dingtian. This cultivation speed was really amazing. It was actually 10 times faster than the profound qi purification array. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be overjoyed. Next, Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper. After going 1.5 kilometers deep, thousands upon thousands of undead immediately rushed over. This time, Yang Dingtian couldn't be bothered to use the energy barrier. He directly used the Devil's Sky splitting lightning. Another breathtaking scene appeared. A huge bolt of lightning that was several kilometers long came crashing down, instantly splitting into tens of thousands of bolts and crashing down on the countless undead spirits on the ground. In an instant, countless undead were annihilated. However, there were still half of the undead that hadn't died yet. After standing in place blankly, they rushed over crazily. Yang Dingtian was shocked as he struck down another Devil's Sky splitting lightning. Finally, the remaining undead were all wiped out. Yang Dingtian knew that the deeper they went, the stronger the undead would be. Just the second wave was already so strong that Yang Dingtian's lightning couldn't kill them. But so far, it was still a piece of cake. 2 strikes of lightning were all it took to kill all of the undead creatures. Looking at the surrounding 2 to 3 miles, all of the undead had been scared out of their wits, and then the profound energy in the air became incomparably dense. Yang Dingtian used the fastest time to set up a small magnetic force condensation array and crazily devoured all of the profound energy in the surroundings. This time, Yang Dingtian used a full 3 hours to devour all of the profound energy. Of course, more than half of it still dissipated. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper. 3 miles, 6 miles, 9 miles, 20 miles, 15 miles. After 15 miles, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to use the energy barrier. Moreover, he had to strike down more than 20 bolts of lightning before he could kill all of the undead creatures. Not only that, the undead creatures that were killed within 15 miles had erupted with profound energy that Yang Dingtian had to absorb for 6 to 8 hours. This was already the 5th day since Yang Dingtian entered the Ghost Hell region. Yang Dingtian had already gone 50 miles. Now, Yang Dingtian had to strike down 50 bolts of lightning before he could kill all of the undead creatures within 2 miles. And now, after the souls of the undead had been destroyed, the profound energy density was more than 10 times what it was at the beginning. In fact, Yang Dingtian's yin-yang qi transformation technique was already unable to refine and purify so much profound energy in a short amount of time. The profound energy was like a tide, violently surging in. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. The profound energy was becoming thinner and thinner. Normally, Yang Dingtian should have given up long ago. However, because Yang Dingtian's qi had already begun to expand and could break through at any time, Yang Dingtian was unwilling to give up, even if his profound energy was already very thin. Expand! 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 If he was lucky, he would immediately break through. If he was unlucky, he could only wait for the next time. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's entire body turned into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had broken through to become a 9-star 4th grade supreme power. That's right, after becoming a 9-star supreme power, every time he broke through again, his qi would expand into nothingness and then instantly expand. Now, the difficulty of breaking through to the first level was the same as the difficulty of breaking through to the first level. Of course, after breaking through to the supreme power, this difficulty would be temporarily reduced. However, the difficulty and time required to break through from the 9-star supreme power to the semi-sage realm was almost more than that of a trainee martial artist to a supreme power. Willingzi spent more than 100 years to break through to the semi-sage realm from the 9-star 9th grade supreme power. His luck was not bad. He had broken through here. In 5 days, he broke through from the 9-star 3rd grade supreme power to the 9-star 4th grade supreme power. After a few minutes of nothingness, all of his divine senses returned to his body, and then his entire qi was empty. Finally, he broke through. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Speaking of which, the speed of cultivation here was really fast. In just 5 days, he broke through from the 9-star 3rd grade supreme power to the 9-star 4th grade supreme power. It should be known that every level above the 9-star supreme power was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, Song Shao, Yun Kalin, and the others, it was good enough to break through to the first level in a year. They couldn't break through from the 9-star 9th grade supreme power to the supreme power in a few years. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, broke through to the first level in just 5 days. This speed was completely crazy. Because his qi was empty at this time, Yang Dingtian just happened to be crazily devouring the battle qi. Xiao Tian, be careful! Suddenly, Poisa in his mind warned. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes suddenly. Suddenly, a white light stopped in front of him in the blink of an eye. Her face was beautiful, her body was graceful, her eyes were cold like the stars, and her skin was snow-white and transparent. His entire being was cold and cheerless, cold and lonely. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. It was an acquaintance, the owner of the Imperial Mausoleum, 9 yin meridians, 4-star supreme power, and an ancient race, Dishi Bien. Yang Dingtian immediately said happily, "Miss Dishi, we meet again." Dishi Bien looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and then nodded. She really came earlier than Yang Dingtian and went deeper than him. Moreover, she was followed by dozens of death spirits. Yang Dingtian discovered that the undead creatures around her were actually emitting green radiance. In these 50 miles, the death spirits that Yang Dingtian killed were almost all emitting white light. There were very few death spirits emitting blue light. Surprisingly, the undead creatures following beside Dishur were green in color. Without a doubt, these green death spirits were all under the control of Dishi Bien. Yang Dingtian clearly felt that these green death spirits were emitting a powerful aura. "Miss Dishi, are you also a shaman spiritualist?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien nodded and said, "It's really strange. Why are the death spirits following you emitting green light?" Yang Dingtian said, "And the death spirits that I killed along the way were all emitting white light. The death spirits' energy light represents their strength." Dishi Bien said, "Then the white color is the weakest?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien nodded. "What's above white?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Blue." Dishi Bien said, "Then what's above blue?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yellow. Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Can't you add a few more words every time you answer? Yang Dingtian asked. Then how many colors are there after yellow? Green, purple, red, gold, colorless. Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian asked. Then may I ask, what is the cultivation level of these death spirits emitting green light? Honorable martial artist. Dishi Bien said. Phut! Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Green was honorable martial artist. Then wouldn't purple be master level? Then wouldn't red be great grandmaster level? Then wouldn't gold be half saint level? Then colorless, wouldn't that mean saint level? There hadn't been a saint-level powerhouse in 500 years. There was actually a saint-level powerhouse in this ghost netherland. Don't scare me. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Miss, how deep have you gone? Yang Dingtian asked. 2,500 miles. Dishi Bien said. Wow, so powerful. Shamans were indeed different. They could go 2,500 miles in such a short time. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, had to kill his way in. It took him a full 5 days to kill his way in, but he only managed to go 50 miles. 10 miles a day. If he wanted to kill his way into the ghost nether city, he would need a full 40 days. Of course, if this speed continued, it would be fine. In fact, Yang Dingtian's speed was becoming slower and slower. In the last 3 miles, Yang Dingtian had already spent a full 16 hours. Miss Dishi, you've already gone 2,500 miles. Why did you come out? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien was silent for a moment, then said, To kill. Yang Dingtian was startled, then asked, Kill who? Kill my competitors. Kill those who want to kill me. Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a long sigh of relief, then said, Miss Dishi, I understand now. It's impossible for me to kill my way in. Even if I kill for 10 years, I still won't be able to enter the ghost nether city. Before, when people said that without a shaman spirit master, it would be difficult to move a single step in the ghost netherland, I didn't believe them, but now I believe them. Since you're shaman spirit master, can I go in with you? Can the two of us work together? Suddenly, Dishi Bien fell into silence, as if she was hesitating and thinking. While thinking, Dishi Bien kept staring at Yang Dingtian. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes, then opened them again. Have you thought it through? Have you made your decision? Yang Dingtian asked, full of expectation. Dishi Bien nodded. Then can I go in with you? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien said, You killed your way in? Yang Dingtian nodded. Then how many undead did you kill? Dishi Bien asked. More than 100,000. Yang Dingtian answered. Suddenly, Dishi Bien's gaze became complicated, as if she was admiring him, but also speechless. She had never seen such a stupid method of breaking into the ghost netherland. Dishi Bien stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then turned around and walked away, followed by several dozen undead glowing with green light. Yang Dingtian said, Miss Dishi, you still haven't told me your decision? Dishi Bien didn't even turn her head as she said, I already told you, I won't kill you. What? Yang Dingtian was stunned, then shocked. This was too outrageous. So, she wasn't thinking about bringing him, but whether or not to kill him. One had to know that Yang Dingtian's Qi was completely empty. Dishi Bien was a 4-star martial grandmaster. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. However, this woman was too heartless. He wanted to give the ghost nether flame to her, but she was actually hesitating whether or not to kill him. This was too much. No, this damned place was too dangerous. He couldn't let his profound qi run out at any time. Thus, Yang Dingtian hurriedly swallowed the battle profound qi. For hours later, Yang Dingtian's qi was filled with battle profound qi. Then he continued to go 1.5 kilometers deeper. Now he finally saw it clearly. among the densely packed undead in front of him. Half of them were white, and the other half were blue. Dishibien had just said that the undead, glowing with green light, were at the martial supreme level. The blue ones were at the martial profound level, and the white ones were below the great profound martial master level. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare to act rashly. He obediently put on an energy barrier, then quickly struck down with lightning. Pa, pa, pa. Incomparably beautiful and powerful lightning struck down. 10 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 39 strikes. Yang Dingtian struck down a total of 39 lightning bolts. Then all the undead within 1.5 kilometers were wiped out. Then he immediately seized the time and desperately absorbed the profound chi. At this time, the profound chi was even denser. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian's yin-yang qi transformation technique could no longer refine so much profound qi. Most of the profound qi could only be wasted. Yang Dingtian's qi trembled slightly. 6 hours had passed, and the profound qi had become very thin. Yang Dingtian immediately gave up. Then he continued to swallow the battle profound qi, then continued to go deeper. After going 1.5 kilometers deeper, among the densely packed undead in front of him, 2/3 of them were blue, and the remaining 1/3 were white. The deeper he went, the more powerful the undead became. This time, Yang Dingtian had to release a total of 50 lightning bolts before he was able to kill all the undead creatures. The lightning was still powerful, and the scene was still breathtaking. But Yang Dingtian's heart was already filled with bitterness, because he could release more than 100 lightning bolts at once. In other words, he could only go 100 kilometers at most. Even if he used up all his profound qi, he wouldn't be able to kill the undead in front of him. Now, Yang Dingtian clearly understood those words. Without a shaman spirit master, it would be difficult to move a single step in the ghost hell region. However, Dishy Beauty didn't bring him along to play, so Yang Dingtian could only bitterly move forward. Using the most violent, most direct, most courageous, and most stupid method, he killed his way in. Yang Dingtian had already been in the ghost hell region for 20 days. How deep did he go? 100 kilometers, that's right. An entire 100 kilometers. The speed of going deeper became slower and slower and more difficult. There were only 25 days left until the ghost hell flame bloomed. According to this speed, when the profound flame bloomed, Yang Dingtian would at most be 200 kilometers deep, which was 3,800 kilometers away from the ghost hell city. Yang Dingtian really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Oh my God! Without a shaman spirit master, it would be difficult to move a single step in the ghost hell region. This was the absolute truth. It was a pity that there wasn't a single shaman spirit master in Yang Dingtian's camp. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't regret not bringing his master, Qin Wanchou, and the other martial grandmasters. Even if they had brought them, they wouldn't be able to kill the undead creatures here. Perhaps this was very unfair. They were all martial grandmasters, but they couldn't even kill a white undead that wasn't even a Xian martial warrior. However, the undead had something to say. You want to be fair with me? I've already died once, and you want to talk about fairness with me? If you have the ability, then you should also die. If you become an undead, even a half-sage can't kill you. However, there was also good news. Yang Dingtian had already broken through once, becoming a 9th grade, 5th grade martial grandmaster. Now he was at the critical point of breaking through again. Because the yin-yang qi transformation technique could only absorb a limited amount of profound qi, and the amount of profound qi required for each breakthrough was increasing, Yang Dingtian's breakthrough speed became slower. His qi began to expand. Boom! He entered the void again. Yang Dingtian broke through again from a 9th grade, 5th grade martial grandmaster to a 9th grade, 6th grade martial grandmaster. Then, facing the empty qi, Yang Dingtian immediately wanted to absorb the battle profound qi. Immediately after, Poise's warning sounded in his mind. When he was in the void just now, he couldn't hear Poise's voice in his mind. "Little Tian, be careful, it's dangerous." Yang Dingtian immediately opened his eyes. Could it be that the Dishi Bien was here again? After opening his eyes, Yang Dingtian felt a prickling sensation on his back. He couldn't help but turn around, and he immediately met more than a dozen pairs of eyes. Wow! So many familiar faces. Wu Yuming, Vulture, Lingxi, Yang Zheng, and even Song Yu, who he hadn't seen for a few years. Song Yu had changed a lot. Even his beard had grown out. His gaze was full of naked hatred. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know half of them. However, from the looks of it, they seemed to be very powerful. As for Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming, their gazes towards Yang Dingtian became strange and complicated. Wu Yuming said, "Junior brother Yang, we meet again." Yang Dingtian said, "Senior brother Wu, I trust you've been well since we last met." Wu Yuming said, "On the way here, we didn't see a single departed soul within 100 li. Were they all killed by you?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Immediately, Wu Yuming's group sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they had a toothache. Then, how many did you kill?" Vulture asked. "About 300,000 to 400,000. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Wu Yoming's group felt their toothache become even worse, and they sucked in another breath of cold air. Really, really fucking awesome. Without a shaman spirit master, it would be difficult to move an inch in the ghost hell region. However, there was someone who actually killed his way into 100 li and killed 300,000 to 400,000 departed souls. Really, really fucking awesome. Really violent, really direct. Of course, it was also really stupid. Although they were enemies, Wu Yuming couldn't help but admire him. Perhaps the total number of departed souls that had died in the ghost hell region didn't even add up to 300,000 to 400,000. Wu Yuming said, Then are you going to kill your way in?" Yang Dingtian bitterly smiled and said, I don't have a choice. I don't have a shaman spirit master." "Then do you think you can kill your way in?" Wu Yuming asked. "I can't kill my way in." Yang Dingtian bitterly smiled and said, "When the mystic flame blooms, it would be amazing if I could kill my way into 200 li, so you also know." Wu Yuming secretly said in her heart. Then she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Then, junior brother Yang, take care of yourself." Then Wu Yuming was about to step forward. "Husband?" Vulture shouted. Her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. Yang Dingtian immediately understood the meaning in Vulture's eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should she take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Dingtian and then say that he was killed by departed souls? Yang Dingtian flew into a rage. "A woman's heart is the most poisonous. A woman's heart is the most poisonous." Wu Yuming faintly smiled and then swaggered off. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian clearly saw a very awesome spirit master, and Vulture, a heaven spirit master, instantly summoned several hundred departed souls to protect them. Just like that, they easily entered the ghost hell region. There was no need to kill at all. Yang Dingtian's heart wildly screamed, "Fuck!" Others used invisibility to directly enter, but I have to clear my way in. More importantly, I've already cleared 400,000 departed souls. There are still several 100 million departed souls waiting for me. Do you still want me to live? In the ghost hell region, it's impossible to not have a spirit master. Looking at the disappearing figures of Wu Yuming and the others, Yang Dingtian's heart had a desire. "Senior brother Wu, can you bring me along?" Of course, Yang Dingtian did not shout it out. Moreover, shouting was useless. If Dishibian did not bring Yang Dingtian, then Wu Yuming would definitely not bring him. Looking at the surrounding dark sky, Yang Dingtian's heart also felt incomparably dark. Of course, some people might say, "Use invisibility, idiot." Just use invisibility and walk all the way. Yang Dingtian had already tested it. The conclusion was that even a half-saint would not be able to discover Yang Dingtian's invisibility. However, a Xian martial artist departed soul could easily discover the invisible Yang Dingtian. When they saw the invisible Yang Dingtian, they were even more excited. What is going on? How can a ghost easily see through Yang Dingtian's invisibility? Yang Dingtian looked at the sky speechlessly. At this moment, there is really no way to heaven and no door to hell. Then very quickly, Yang Dingtian knew what it meant to have no way to heaven and no door to hell, because two people came back. One was Ling Shi, the other was Song Yu. Both of them hated Yang Dingtian to the bone. At this moment, their gazes towards Yang Dingtian were filled with malevolence and mockery. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian, we won't kill you. We will only cripple your limbs and castrate your dick. Ling, she said coldly. Yang Dingtian was shocked to discover that his Qi Si was completely empty. There was not even a bit of Xian Qi left. Heavens, this is what it means to have no way to heaven and no door to hell. At this moment, 50 miles away, Huang Yu looked at the empty road and said to Gui Wuzi and the Prime Minister in white in shock, Heavens, who is this? He actually killed all the departed souls along the way. This is too amazing. The Prime Minister in white's expression suddenly changed and said, There is killing intent up ahead. Ah Wu, you protect the princess and stay here. I will go and check it out. Then, the Prime Minister in white rushed forward like lightning. Chapter 642. Seeing Song Yu's head fly straight into the sky, Ling Shi's throat seemed to be strangled as he let out a shrill scream. He truly didn't expect for Yang Dingtian to make a move so suddenly and kill as he wished. He didn't even have the chance to react. Then, Yang Dingtian just stared at Ling Shi like that. Ling Shi was filled with endless unwillingness. Like Wu Yuming, he was born noble. His great-grandfather was the sage-to-be Wilingzi, so he was also incomparably proud. He did not put Yang Dingtian in his eyes and regarded him as an ant. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had fallen into his hands twice. The first time was at the Devil's Sea in the extreme south. He broke Yang Dingtian's ribs with a stomp. If Yang Dingtian had not jumped into the sea to survive, Ling, she would have made him beg for death. The second time was just now. When they were at the Devil's Sea, Yang Dingtian was still not his match. A few days ago, Ling, she was no longer Yang Dingtian's match. When they were at the Vulture Palace, the two of them had a short fight. Ling, she was very clear about this. Yang Dingtian was right. His cultivation progress was faster than anyone else. Once he fell behind, he would fall behind forever. He would never be able to catch up with Yang Dingtian's progress. The proud Ling, she did not want to run away. But now, facing Yang Dingtian, he had no chance of turning the tables. Therefore, Ling Shi chose to run away quickly. He used all his mystical qi to run into the cave. As long as he ran to Wu Yoming's side, he would not die. Run, run, run with all his might. However, after running for a few dozen meters, Ling Shi found that his body was completely immobile. Even the mystical qi in his body was completely frozen. The devil's spirit fiend fire had another heaven-defying effect, which was to immobilize the body. Yang Dingtian, a 9-star Grandmaster, easily immobilized the 6-star Ling Shi. Then, Yang Dingtian slowly walked to Ling Shi and said slowly, I'll undo your immobilization. Don't run, okay? Then, Yang Dingtian undid his immobilization. As expected, Ling Shi stood in the same place, not daring to move. Yang Dingtian scratched his head and said, Dishi Bian is inside. Ling Shi nodded. Yang Dingtian continued to ask, Wu Yuming and several other grandmasters, are they all chasing her? Ling, she nodded again. Yang Dingtian said, I think your people are really shameless. Your Vulture Palace owes Dishi family a favor. Ling Xi's face was ugly as he said, Old ancestor said before, if gods block, kill gods. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Yang Dingtian said, but if that's the case, Wu Yuming would have exposed her mask of hypocrisy. He went in the name of hunting for hell magic crystals. Then the Grand Masters of the Nether Sea will kill Dishibien and pretend to kill him accidentally, Ling Shi said. Yang Dingtian said, Then if I take you as a hostage and threaten them to let go of Dishibien, do you think it's okay? Yes, definitely. Ling Shi nodded desperately. But at that time in the Vulture Palace in front of your ancestor, I said that as long as you are alone, I will kill you, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Shi's face trembled. He bent his legs and knelt on the ground, begging, Please give me a chance. Yang Dingtian said, Become a eunuch? Or kill you? I'll give you a choice. Ling Shi's face twisted. Tears and snot gushed out together. He trembled and said, Must I choose? Yes, you must choose, Yang Dingtian said. Then I choose to become a eunuch. Ling Shi said, trembling. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly swung his sword. Ling Shi only felt a chill down there. Then he was completely numb and in extreme pain. He looked down and saw that he had become a eunuch. Yang Dingtian was much more decisive. He directly swung his sword down. Incomparable pain, incomparable resentment, incomparable hatred, and a little bit of joy. After all, he survived. However, he had lost the ability to be a man forever. Ling Shi wailed loudly. He swore that he would definitely take revenge on Yang Dingtian. He swore that after surviving this time, he would use all his energy and wisdom to take revenge on Yang Dingtian. Revenge, he must take revenge. Ling Shi looked at Yang Dingtian in pain and pleading. His heart was like a poisonous snake, full of deadly resentment. As long as he could get through this, he must take revenge. No matter what the consequences were, he must take revenge. Ling Shi killed his woman, killed his son, and let others humiliate his woman. Revenge, he must take revenge. It's not easy for you either. Yang Dingtian patted his face. Then, his face suddenly turned cold. He placed his hands on Ling Shi's head and began to silently chant a spell. Ling Shi was instantly scared out of his wits. He knew what Yang Dingtian was going to do. Yang Dingtian was going to extract his soul and turn him into a walking corpse. No. Yang Dingtian, you can't do this. I beg you. Let me go. How can you do this? I regret it. I won't take revenge on you. I swear. I beg you, let me go. Ancestor, save me. Wu Yuming, you bastard. I hate you. Wu Yuming, I'll curse you even in hell. Then, amidst the wailing and howling, Ling Shi's soul was extracted by Yang Dingtian while he was still alive. As he screamed and wailed, his soul became a puppet soul and was kept in Yang Dingtian's soul ring. Then his eyes went blank and he became a walking corpse, a eunuch's walking corpse. Yang Dingtian said to him, I've said it before, since I dared to say that I'm going to kill you in front of your ancestor, I'm going to kill you. I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to make you beg for death. Then Yang Dingtian immediately turned invisible and went deep into the cave. Dishibien, it's up to the heavens whether I can save you or not. It was a very, very deep cave. No wonder no one could hear Ling Shi's screams from above. Yang Dingtian kept going deeper and deeper. He had not reached the bottom even after tens of thousands of meters. However, all the dead souls along the way had been killed. Finally, after he went more than 30,000 meters underground, Yang Dingtian saw a huge cave. There was a bottomless abyss under the ground, and a disgusting green liquid was surging in the abyss. There was a platform above the abyss. At the end of the platform stood the beautiful Langeo and Dishibien. Several grandmasters and grandmasters from the Sea of Hades had completely surrounded her. Wu Yuming looked at her and said indifferently, Miss Dishi, hand over the hell magic crystal and we'll let you live. Dishibien said, impossible. Wu Yuming said, I know that the Vulture Palace and the Dishi clan had an agreement. The previous netherworld ghost flame belonged to ancestor Wulingzi. and this one belongs to your Dishi clan. However, no one thought that a heaven spirit master would appear in the vulture palace. So, we really can't let you have this mystic fire. Dishi Bien was indifferent. Wu Yuming said, Miss Dishi, the mystic fire has no owner. But the best way is to give it to the person who needs it the most. The netherworld ghost flame can only display its greatest effect on vulture. So, to keep the agreement at this time is a kind of ignorance and foolishness. Dishi Bien still ignored her. Everyone has a selfish side. Wu Yuming said indifferently, I love my wife, so I have to do some things for her that I don't want to do. I'm sorry. Immediately, Vulture looked at Wu Yuming with eyes full of love and affection. For the netherworld, mystic fire, for my wife, I have to make a move. Wu Yuming said indifferently, go. Suddenly, the 3 grandmasters from the Sea of Nether charged forward. Dishi Bien fought with the 6 masters from the netherworld sea alone. At this time, Wu Yuming didn't make a move. Dishi Bien was going to fight the 6 of them alone. Silence, Miao Ju, and Luo Ming were all masters. The remaining 3, including Yang Zheng, were all masters. This time, for the netherworld ghost flame. Nearly half of the masters from the netherworld sea were mobilized. Among them, Nirvana was a 6-star great master, and Dishi Bien was a 4-star master. He was at a disadvantage, fighting the 6 of them alone. Not only was Silence from the netherworld sea a 6-star master, but he was also a wizard. His walking stick was suddenly raised. Dishi Bien, as the master of the Imperial Tomb, you are the king of the underground tomb. You didn't expect to die in the biggest tomb, right? Silence laughed. Then, the endless green abyss below began to boil. The disgusting green liquid began to condense and condense. It condensed into an incomparably huge, disgusting, and powerful venomous undead creature. The venomous undead creatures had emitted a blood-red energy light. This was a venomous undead fog at the master level, and it was a top-notch venomous undead the master level. In such an environment, the great wizard could summon an undead creature that was countless times stronger than other places. All of a sudden, this 10-meter-tall venomous undead creature howled and dashed towards Dishi Bien to devour him. Dishi Bien was already at a disadvantage. Now that Silence had summoned such a powerful venomous undead creature, wouldn't she die without a doubt? However, Dishi Bien smiled faintly and said, then a ghostly shadow soul suddenly appeared from her body and drilled into the body of the huge undead creature. Then the huge venomous undead creature suddenly burst out with an incomparably dark light. The incomparably huge and terrifying body instantly turned from green to black. Then it pounced crazily toward Silence and the others. Silence shouted, how is this possible? How is this possible? How can you control the undead creature I summoned? Dishi Bien said, I'm not a wizard at all. I don't have the talent of psychic communication, but can my martial spirit control any undead creature? Impossible. Silence said, except for wizards, no one can control undead creatures. Silence said, martial spirits are even more impossible. Dishi Bien said coldly, because my martial spirit is all the souls of my ancestors. After I die, I will also become a part of my martial spirit and possess my descendants. Once these words came out, everyone was shocked. Including Yang Dingtian, he was completely shocked. Dishi Bien's martial spirit was actually her mother's, all the souls of her ancestors. No wonder she could control any undead creature. The souls of the Dishi clan had been condensed for thousands of years. How powerful was that? No wonder Dishi Bien actually had the 9 Yin meridians. This 9 Yin meridians was not innate, but condensed from the souls of the Dishi clan generation after generation. Dishi Bien was originally at a disadvantage, but with the help of this terrifying, venomous, undead creature, the situation was reversed in an instant. From being on the verge of death, He had the upper hand. Therefore, Dishibien really had to thank Silence Elder. If he did not summon the venomous, undead creature, Dishibien would not be able to turn the tables. This huge, venomous, undead creature suddenly split into 5, and the color also changed from red to purple. This venomous, undead creature was originally a top Grandmaster level, but after splitting into 5, it became a top Grandmaster level. Instantly, Dishibien's side also became 6. 6 against 6. Swish, swish, Dishibien's sword was like lightning. In an instant, a Grandmaster from the Netherworld Sea was instantly smashed to death. Immediately after, Dishibien's beautiful body suddenly slashed. Immediately, another Grandmaster from the Netherworld Sea was instantly split into 2. Yang Dingtian was watching from the side, stunned. Perhaps he did not even need to make a move. Dishibien alone could deal with all of them. If Dishibien could kill everyone from the Netherworld Sea present, that would be the best. Therefore, Yang Dingtian decided to watch from the sidelines. If he went up at this time, if he was treated as an enemy by Dishibien and killed together, that would be too unjust. When Silence Elder summoned the undead to fight, he was extremely happy. Now he had really tasted the bitterness. These damn undead creatures were completely immune to all damage. Whether it was mystic skills, sword beams, or swords, they could not cause any harm to it. After that huge, venomous, undead creature split into 5, it naturally became much weaker. However, the Netherworld Sea's side could only be suppressed. However, there was an exception. That was actually Yangzheng. That venomous, undead creature was actually helpless against him. It was very difficult to get close to him. Every time it attacked, it would be bounced back. The reason was very simple. It was because Yangzheng had the evil spirit energy and soul congregation shadow. After Dishibien killed the 2 Grandmasters, his gaze immediately fell on the Grandmaster with the lowest cultivation in the Netherworld Sea, Elder Miaojue. Immediately, 2 venomous undead creatures and Dishibien surrounded Elder Miaojue. In an instant, Elder Miaojue was surrounded by danger. Wu Yoming's expression changed drastically. She really did not expect that such a thing would happen. Husband, quickly kill this woman. Vulture shouted loudly. Wu Yuming gritted her teeth, pulled out her sharp sword, and slashed out. Pa! A huge bolt of lightning struck down. In an instant, a venomous, undead creature turned into ashes. Wu Yoming's lightning came from the lightning talisman and the 1,000-year owl's demon core, especially the 1,000-year owl's demon core. The lightning energy inside was limited. Every time it was used, it would be used up. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Wu Yuming was really unwilling to use lightning. But now there was no doubt that it was absolutely necessary. It did not matter if the other elders of the Netherworld Sea died, but if Great Elder Jimia died, then it would be troublesome. He was the only great wizard in the team. Pa! Wu Yuming felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife as she struck out bolts of lightning. After this, how much lightning energy would be left in the 1,000-year owl's demon core? Of course, her lightning energy was much weaker than Yang Dingtian's, but it was enough to kill these venomous, undead creatures. 5 bolts of lightning struck the 5 venomous, undead creatures and scattered their souls. Then, a ghost suddenly returned to Dishibien's body. Wu Yuming looked at Dishibien and said indifferently, "Miss Dishi, I'm sorry. Your Dishi clan will be exterminated today." Then, Wu Yuming slowly joined the battle. After Yangzheng retreated, the 4 Grandmasters of the Netherworld Sea surrounded Dishibien. If Yang Dingtian did not save her, she would definitely die. But how to save her? There were 4 Grandmasters on the other side. She would not only fail to save her, but also lose her own life? Go invisible and snatch her away directly? It seemed feasible, but it was absolutely impossible. Invisibility mystic skill was only invisibility, but not true disappearance. as long as Wu Yuming blocked the passage. Yang Dingtian would not be able to escape even if he was invisible. And the moment Dishi Bian was pulled into the isolated space, Wu Yuming would instantly discover him. Then, Yang Dingtian would be finished. How to save her? How to save her? Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on Vulture. Got it. Chapter 643. After the 5 venomous, undead creatures were destroyed, Dishi Bian immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. After Wu Yuming joined the battle, she was instantly on the verge of death. Swish! Wu Yuming's sword flashed. In an instant, it slashed Dishi Bian's chest. Puff! Dishi Bian spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful and delicate body flew out like a flower petal. Wu Yuming's words were gentle, but her attack was extremely ruthless. Dishi Bian's face was originally pale, but now it was even paler and transparent. She used all her strength to float in the air and said to Wu Yuming, "Okay, before I die, I want to ask you one thing." "Say it," Wu Yuming said. "Whether it's your sword or your hands, don't touch me. Let me be myself, okay?" Dishi Bian said. "Okay," Wu Yuming said. Dishi Bian was straightforward and decisive. She waved her sword and was about to commit suicide. "Hold it!" Right at this moment, Yang Dingtian yelled out. In an instant, he suddenly appeared behind Vulture. Like lightning, he placed his sword on little Princess Vulture's neck. Then he said to Wu Yuming, "Wu Yuming, let's make a deal." Yes, Yang Dingtian's method was to take little Princess Vulture as a hostage. Then, everyone at the scene was stunned. But the most shocking thing was undoubtedly little Princess Vulture. Before, how close was her relationship with Yang Dingtian? How much did Yang Dingtian love her? How much did he dote on her? He completely treated her as his own sister, not to mention hurting her. Even if others wanted to hurt her, Yang Dingtian would run out and fight for his life. At this time, the man who used to dote on her incomparably actually put his sword on her neck to save another woman. Little Princess Spiritual Vulture believed that she was already mentally prepared for this situation. But when it really happened, his entire chest was still filled with suffocating pain and discomfort. This heart-wrenching pain made it almost impossible for her to breathe. This was because even though Yang Dingtian had fallen out with her, even though they were on opposite sides, Yang Dingtian had never hurt her, not even verbally. Therefore, even though the two of them were already opposing each other, the little Princess Spirit Vulture's heart still had this kind of psychological inertia and psychological misconception that Yang Dingtian was still concerned about her and loved her dearly. Now, Yang Dingtian had placed the treasured sword on her neck, immediately shattering her fanciful thoughts and illusions. "Brother, Netherworld, the Dishi family has been kind to you. I don't think it's good for you to turn against them like this, to bite the hand that feeds you," said Yang Dingtian. Wu Yuming looked at Yang Dingtian, her expression quickly changing from shock to indifference. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian had come in invisibly. "Brother Yang, do you know what you're doing?" asked Wu Yuming coldly. "Of course I do," said Yang Dingtian. "To be honest, I hesitated for a long time before I decided to do this." Wu Yuming asked, "Where are Song Yu and Lingxi?" Yang Dingtian said, "I killed Song Yu, and Lingxi has become a walking corpse." Wu Yuming's eyes suddenly trembled as she said, "Yang Dingtian, do you know what you've done? You've killed 2 people, one from the Netherworld Sea, and the other from the Vulture Palace." "Of course I know," said Yang Dingtian. "Since I've done it, I won't be afraid of the consequences. In the Vulture Palace, in front of Wu Lingxi, I've already said that if Lingxi is alone, I'll definitely kill him." "Wu Yuming, there's no such thing in this world, right? If I'm alone in their hands, they'll harm me. But if they're in my hands, I can't harm them. Your Vulture Palace and the Netherworld, can't be so tyrannical." "Fool, do you know the consequences of your actions?" Wu Yuming slowly said, word by word. "It's nothing more than a war," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. I can't bear the consequences of starting a war with the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. But can your Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea bear the consequences? Yang Dingtian, kill me if you can. Little Princess Vulture, who was being held hostage by Yang Dingtian, suddenly said coldly, "If you don't dare to kill me, you're the son of a whore." Yang Dingtian grabbed onto her chin and pulled forcefully. Immediately, her jawbone was ripped off, causing her to be unable to speak. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to directly knock her out. However, it was better for little Princess Vulture to be awake. This way, Wu Yuming would still feel some pressure. Wu Yuming needed a certain amount of camouflage. After the little Princess Vulture's chin was dislocated, she was instantly enraged and struggled with all her might. She completely disregarded Yang Dingtian's sword on her neck and turned around abruptly, wanting to fight Yang Dingtian to the death. "Kacha, kacha!" Yang Dingtian moved like lightning again, pulling little Princess Vulture's arm and dislocating it. Ah! Little Princess Vulture, whose jaw was dislocated, let out a strange scream from her throat. Tears surged out of her eyes, and her two arms fell to the sides. Then, she was about to kick fiercely with her legs. "Don't force me to break your legs. I'm a man of my word," Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he kicked little Princess Vulture's leg bones with the tip of his foot. Ah! Little Princess Vulture screamed. Her whole face was distorted from the pain, and her whole body was trembling. Her two legs were completely trembling, and she was about to collapse. "Wu Yuming, let him go," Yang Dingtian said slowly. "If you let him go, I'll let him go." Wu Yuming's face began to twitch, and she began to tremble. If Yang Dingtian knocked little Princess Vulture unconscious, then everything would be easy. He would just have to endure it. Anyway, Yang Dingtian would not dare to kill little Princess Vulture. In the Vulture Palace, the status of Lingxi and little Princess Vulture were completely different. Wu Lingxi had used almost all of his power to pave the way for little Princess Vulture. The Devil Spirit Fog Cloak, Devil Spirit Black Armor, they were all prepared for little Princess Vulture. Therefore, if Lingxi was killed, Wu Lingxi would not necessarily start a war with the Council of Light. However, if little Princess Vulture was killed, then Wu Lingxi would lose all hope for the future. He would definitely go completely crazy and destroy everything. Therefore, Wu Yuming knew clearly that Yang Dingtian would not dare to kill little Princess Vulture. At this moment, although little Princess Vulture was in so much pain that she wished she was dead, she was still looking at everything with her eyes wide open. Usually, Wu Yuming would show incomparable gentleness and love. If she hesitated at this moment, she would be seen as someone who did not love little Princess Vulture. What he should do was to pay any price to not let little Princess Vulture suffer any harm. Therefore, at this moment, he must not show any hesitation or negotiation. Otherwise, once little Princess Vulture felt his disguise, then there would be a fatal crack between him and the Vulture Palace. "Okay, I agree. Wu Yuming said with heartache and pain. "Yang Dingtian, you win. I'll let her go. Wu Yuming was Wu Yuming. Once a decision was made, she would definitely not bargain or drag her feet." "That's fine." Yang Dingtian said, "Miss Dishy, come over." Dishy Bien directly flew over from the sky, over the heads of Wu Yuming and the others, and stood beside Yang Dingtian. "You guys just stand here and don't move. I'll let little Princess Vulture send me a few hundred miles away." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry. She is a celestial spirit master. The undead cannot hurt her." After saying that, Yang Dingtian held little Princess Vulture hostage and quickly escaped from the cave with Dishy Bien. Next, Yang Dingtian brought little Princess Vulture and quickly left with Dishy Bien. With Dishy Bien, it was indeed different. Although she was not a celestial spirit master, she was better than a celestial spirit master. In her body, she had all the souls of her ancestors and could control any undead. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was finally able to enjoy the feeling of rampaging through the undead army. Along the way, Yang Dingtian had killed his way in. This time he directly drove in. This feeling was too good, and it really made Yang Dingtian feel like crying. He ran for 300 to 400 miles. Yang Dingtian listened and helped little Princess Vulture to fix the joints of her arms. Then he said to her, "You just wait here for your husband. I'll take my leave." Princess Vulture couldn't speak, but her eyes stared at Yang Dingtian, revealing a deep-seated hatred. Yang Dingtian said, "You should be mentally prepared for today's scene, right?" Then Yang Dingtian ignored Vulture and said to Dishibien, "Let's go!" After hearing this, Dishibien directly headed in the direction of the Netherworld Ghost City. Yang Dingtian quickly followed, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Then Vulture's tears surged out. She didn't know why. She was really sad, so sad that it was as if someone had used a sharp spoon to cut out her heart bit by bit. "Yang Dingtian, I will definitely make you regret this. I will definitely make you regret this," Vulture said over and over in her heart. At this time, she felt that she was being stared at by countless green eyes. When she looked up, she suddenly saw countless undead staring at her. Suddenly, she felt her hair stand on end. "Ah, ah!" she screamed from the bottom of her throat. Although she was a celestial spirit master, and although she had always been fearless, most of the time she was a fox using the tiger's might to intimidate others. She had never seen so many ghosts, and at this time, it was as if she was the only one in the whole world. Suddenly, she was scared out of her wits. Her pants became hot, and she directly peed. "Miss Dishy, why were you chased by Wu Yuming in that cave?" Yang Dingtian asked. "That was the hell magic crystal," Dishibien said. Then she covered her chest and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler, and even her lips were pale. Yang Dingtian entered the space ring to check the holy water pills. Heaven take, there were only 5 left. Yang Dingtian was extremely reluctant. He gritted his teeth and took out 1 pill. He handed it to Dishibien and said, "This is the holy water pill, take it." "Oh," Dishibien said. She directly took it and took it. Then she sat down cross-legged and began to dissolve the medicine. After a short 15 minutes, her complexion became much better. Although she was still snow-white, she was no longer as scary as before. "This medicine of yours is very powerful. It can almost bring the dead back to life," Dishibien said. "Yes, I stole it from the ancient secret realm," Yang Dingtian said. "Stole?" Dishibien was startled. "In the ancient secret realm one could steal things?" "Oh, right. You still haven't answered my question," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm going to hunt for hell magic crystals," Dishibien said. "Hell magic crystals? What are they for?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibien was startled. "You don't know about hell magic crystals?" "I don't know," Yang Dingtian said. "Then what did you come to the ghost hell region for?" Dishibien asked. "Is this thing very important?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Without hell magic crystals, how are you going to enter the ghost hell city?" Dishibien asked. Yang Dingtian was startled. Without hell magic crystals, one couldn't enter the ghost hell city? He really didn't know. It was clear that his master, Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanqiu, and the others also didn't know. Even Queen Poisa didn't know. In fact, only spiritualists knew about this, and only spiritualists who had entered the ghost hell city. Can we directly use spiritualists to control and summon undead? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibien said, "There are many scholar-level and martial grandmaster undead, as well as half-step sage and saint undead monarchs. Spiritualists can't control them." "That's right, spiritualists could indeed summon powerful undead, especially in an illusion like the ghost hell region. For example, As a 6-star spiritualist, Nirvana could control 9-star 9th grade martial grandmaster undead, but he was completely powerless against half-step sage undead. Then what about you? Yang Dingtian asked. You have an ancestor's soul in your body. Can you control undead monarchs? Dishi Bien shook his head and said, the martial soul in my body is forcibly controlled, so I can only control undead that are 1 level lower than me. Yang Dingtian asked, then what class is the martial soul in your body? Saint level. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Saint level martial soul? But thinking about it, it was normal. There must have been a saint level expert in the Dishi clan's ancestor. Then if you use your martial soul to fight, wouldn't you be invincible? Yang Dingtian asked. My martial soul is saint level, but its combat strength is completely limited by my own cultivation, so it can only display the strength of a 4-star martial grandmaster. Dishi Bien said. However, it can control half-step sage undead. That's why Wu Yuming was so afraid of me and wanted to kill me outside. No wonder. Once Dishi Bien entered the ghost hell region, what if she found a half-step sage undead and controlled it? Would Wu Yuming still be able to survive? Then, Yang Dingtian was speechless again. This Dishi Bien was really amazing. Although her martial soul wasn't a sword soul, it wasn't far off. Other people's martial souls were basically unable to grow, but this woman's martial soul could grow along with her cultivation. Once Dishi Bien broke through to the half-step sage level, it meant that she was equivalent to 2 half-step sage experts. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at Dishi Bien with eyes full of passion. He couldn't wait to grab her hand and say, Young lady, come with me and join my Council of Light. Well, Lady Dishi, if I invited you to join the Council of Light, would you agree? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien lightly shook her head. Yang Dingtian asked, then if I asked you to bring me into the Ghost Hell City, would you agree? Dishi Bien nodded. Yang Dingtian let out a long breath of relief. This Lady Dishi might be a little cold, but she was still better than Dugu Fengwu. At least she had a little conscience. Dugu Fengwu was so heartless. You risked your life to save her 2 or 3 times, and she turned around and killed you without hesitation. She was so vicious and merciless. Then may I ask Lady Dishi, the number of half-step sage experts in this world can be counted with one hand, and there isn't even a single sage expert. Why are there so many grandmaster undead spirits, half-step sage undead spirits, and even sage undead monarchs in this ghost hell city? Aren't these undead spirits even stronger than the human kingdoms? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien indifferently said, because for the past 1,000 years, the ghosts that died with resentment have been attracted to this place. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. So that's why. No wonder there were billions of undead spirits on this land of over 10 million square kilometers. This world didn't have such a crowded land with so many people. It turned out that this was a kingdom that specialized in undead spirits. Then, what is the specific use of the Hell Magic Crystal? Why can we enter the Ghost Hell City by using the Hell Magic Crystal? Yang Dingtian asked. Because when the Ghost Hell fire blooms, it is the time of the Ghost Hell City's grand gathering. All the high-level undead spirits will come to enjoy the energy released by the Ghost Hell fire. Dishi Bien said, other than undead spirits, there are also some underground creatures called Shura. They can also join this group. Using the Hell Magic Crystal, you can disguise yourself as an infernal Shura and enter the Ghost Hell City. Ah, Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, so it is like this? Do you need us to disguise ourselves as an infernal Shura? Dishi Bien helplessly looked at Yang Dingtian and said, no need, because the undead spirits use their eyes to smell, not to see. Oh, then did you enter the cave to hunt for the Hell Magic Crystal? Yang Dingtian asked. Yeah, Dishi Bien said. Then did you get it? Yang Dingtian asked. I got it, but it was only a blue one. Dishi Bien said. Then do we need a red one to enter the ghost hell city? Yang Dingtian asked. Because Dishi Bien had just said that one needed to be at least a martial grandmaster undead to enter the ghost hell city. In this place, red energy represented martial grandmaster undead. Red is barely enough, but to be on the safe side, we need a golden one. Dishi Bien said, because of the undead, the infernal Shura were discriminated against. Therefore, one needs to be a quasi-saint Shura to enter the ghost hell city and enjoy the feast. But Yang Dingtian was speechless. Even after death, there was still discrimination in hell. Then where did these hell magic crystals come from? Yang Dingtian asked. The Shura race wantonly devour the underground aura of the ghost hell city and condense it into hell magic crystals in their bodies. Therefore, as long as one hunts the underground Shura race, one can obtain hell magic crystals. Are the infernal Shura race all in the depths of the cave? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian said, then may I ask, like the blue hell magic crystals you got, how many do you need to refine into a golden hell magic crystal? 100,000, Dishi Bien said. PFFF. Yang Dingtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister Bien, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me kill the undead every day for the past 20 days, and I still haven't gotten a single hell magic crystal. Chapter 644. Miss Dishi, can I ask you how many hell magic crystals you've hunted? Yang Dingtian asked. 1 purple hell magic crystal, Dishi Bien said. If one wanted to enter the Netherworld Ghost City, they needed a golden hell magic crystal. Only then could they pass themselves off as a half-sage Shura and obtain the qualifications to enter the Netherworld Ghost City. Do you need 10 red hell magic crystals to refine 1 golden hell magic crystal? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. In other words, 10 purple hell magic crystals were needed to refine 1 red hell magic crystal, and 100 purple hell magic crystals were needed to refine 1 golden hell magic crystal. In other words, Dishi Bien had only completed 1% of the hell magic crystal. More than 10 days had passed, and Dishi Bien, a 4-star martial grandmaster with a heaven-defying martial soul, had only completed 1% of the hell magic crystal. Why is your progress so slow? Yang Dingtian asked. Because I've entered many caves and all the Shura have been killed, Dishi Bien said. Who killed them? Of course. It was Huang Yu's team and Wu Yoming's team. They should have been in here for more than 10 days, but they hadn't met Yang Dingtian until yesterday. Moreover, they hadn't entered directly. Instead, they had searched for caves and hunted the Shura inside. Yang Dingtian finally understood why Wu Yuming had brought so many experts. In addition to dealing with their own kind, they had also helped hunt the Shura. Subsequently, the situation that Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bien were facing was even more severe because there were 2 groups of people who were crazily hunting the infernal Azure race in the underground cave. The strength of these 2 groups of people was much stronger than Yang Dingtian's side, and it was best that they didn't encounter each other. Therefore, it was getting harder and harder for Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bien to refine a golden hell magic crystal. Yang Dingtian asked, 200 years ago, Dishi Luo and Tian Lingzi drew lots. Was it because they only had 1 hell magic crystal and only 1 person could enter the Netherworld Ghost City? Dishi Bien nodded. So it was like that, Yang Dingtian said. Then let's go look for the next Shura cave. Dishi Bien nodded and took out a map. It was a map of the entire Netherworld Ghost Domain. Of course, only about 1/3 of the map was clearly marked. Only the eastern side was clear, and about half of the southern side was clear. The rest was covered in fog. Was this map drawn by your ancestor, Shi Luo? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Dishi Bien said. Not only Dishi Luo, but also my ancestor from 200 years ago. Does Wu Yuming have the same map? Yang Dingtian asked. Almost, but not exactly. Dishibian said, Wulingzi also entered the Netherworld Ghost City from the east, so he is more clear about the Shura cave in the east. Wulingzi doesn't know about the southern part, so Wu Yuming also doesn't know. Next, they definitely couldn't meet Wu Yoming's group. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. And the only way to avoid meeting them was to leave the eastern area and go to the southern area. Then let's go to the south and hunt the Shura? Yang Dingtian asked. Okay, Dishibian said. Then Yang Dingtian and Dishibian used their full speed to head south. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was even more aware of how powerful Dishibian was. Even when facing countless undead spirits, it was as if he was in an unstoppable state. She didn't even need to summon the souls of her ancestors. She only needed to pass by, and countless undead would quickly avoid her, as if they were very afraid of her aura. After all, she was the overlord of the underground tomb. Just like that, the two of them headed south. After walking for a full 2,000 miles, they finally reached the southern part of the Ghost Hell region. Along the way, they found hundreds of Shura caves. Yang Dingtian was a little restless, planning to enter and hunt, but Dishibian didn't hesitate and left directly. Without a doubt, Dishibian's method was right, because not long after, Wu Yoming's team madly chased after them, not letting any of the Shura caves on the map go. If Yang Dingtian and Dishibian were really greedy and entered the caves to hunt, they would be blocked, and there would be no one to help them. And the southern area was a mystery to Wu Yuming. He didn't know the distribution of Shura caves there. So even if he wanted to kill Dishibian and destroy Yang Dingtian, hunting for hell magic crystals was more important. He would definitely choose the latter. Dishibian was decisive, calm, and clear. Although he didn't like to talk, his mind was indeed very far-sighted. They arrived at the southern part of the Ghost Hell region. Soon, Dishibian and Yang Dingtian arrived at the first Shura cave marked on the map. The two of them directly entered. Miss Dishi, is there anything we need to pay attention to when entering the Shura caves? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibian shook his head. These caves are fixed. Wouldn't they be hunted every 200 years? Wouldn't they be empty now? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibian said, These caves are the places with the densest netherworld energy. Countless underground Shura tribes will continuously come here. Oh, I understand, Yang Dingtian said. I've seen Hell Shura before. They have boundless strength and are impervious to swords and spears. Dishibian said, Shura tribe is a general term for underground monsters. You're talking about the king of Shura strength. It's best if we don't meet him. I think so too, Yang Dingtian said. But Miss Dishi, is there really nothing I need to pay attention to when entering the Shura caves? Maybe. There is one thing you need to pay attention to. Dishibian looked at Yang Dingtian. Say it, Yang Dingtian said seriously. Can you not talk so much? Dishibian said, Yang Dingtian was very embarrassed. After entering the cave, they saw many undead creatures, one after another. Dishibian didn't pay any attention to him, directly rushing in like a bolt of lightning. As a result, the undead creatures on the way were scared out of their wits and ran away like lightning. They kept going deeper. When they entered 100 meters into the cave, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Then an incomparably ferocious, three-headed hellhound fiercely rushed towards the two of them. Miss Dishi, is this the Shura tribe? Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. Obviously, although Dishibian didn't answer with her charming little mouth, she answered with her actions. Shwa! A beam of sword light flashed out, directly smashing that three-headed hell dog into pieces. Afterward, a blue stream of light drifted out from its dead body. Shur flashed across like a bolt of lightning, collecting this blue stream of light into a bone box. This speed is too fast. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian saw a lot of Hell Azure race in succession. At first, it was just one by one, but later on it was a group of them. Yang Dingtian was full of joy for the upcoming harvest. After all, the more Shura beasts there were, the better. Every one of them meant hell magic crystals. However, every time he attacked, he failed. Because Dishi Bien was too fast. She advanced like lightning, killed like lightning, and collected like lightning. She didn't give Yang Dingtian the slightest chance. Yang Dingtian looked at her graceful and beautiful back and secretly said, "Miss, although you look like Xiao Longnu when you are fighting, you are very straightforward. But when it comes to kill stealing, it's really direct and not polite at all." Just like this, they went deeper, deeper, deeper. They went a full 30,000 meters. There were over 100 Shura beasts, half of them white, half blue. They were all collected by Dishi Bien, and Yang Dingtian didn't get a single one. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian was being polite. At first, he was very apologetic. Later, he found that the girl was so straightforward, so he was realistic and fought to be the first to hunt. In the end, his speed was not as fast as hers. Even if there was only one of them, he could still kill 10 of them in an instant. Yang Dingtian risked his life and could only eat her fart behind her back. Of course, such a stunning beauty didn't fart during the whole process, as if she didn't eat the mortal world. And looking at this girl's posture, she definitely didn't look like she was going to share the hell magic crystals with Yang Dingtian. She was a complete monster snatcher. At this time, Yang Dingtian really wanted to leave her and hunt alone. But he thought that once he went out, he had to clear all the undead. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch. Sigh. No harvest, so be it. Yang Dingtian sighed. Later, he simply didn't do anything and just followed Dishi Bien behind. He hoped that the great beauty Dishi, Her Excellency Xiao Longnu of the Chaos World, could be kind and let Yang Dingtian have a taste of the soup. Just like this, they went deeper and deeper. They went a full 30,000 meters underground. Then there was an incomparably huge abyss in front of them. Below, there was still rolling hell magic magma. In this cave, which was the size of a few football fields, there wasn't a single hell Shura beast. Seeing Yang Dingtian's bitter face, Dishi Bien turned her head and the corner of her mouth twitched. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. The women of the Dishi clan couldn't laugh. If they did, it would be frivolous. Next, there will be many, many hell beasts. Kill as many as you can, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why are you so generous? Because the time to kill is very short. After a while, they will all run away. It's impossible to kill them all. Dishi Bien said. Then Dishi Bien summoned a soul-like light that covered her whole body. She said, "This is my ancestors' undead light. Stay close to me and don't leave the light. Otherwise, you will be entangled by countless hell beasts. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will die." Okay. Yang Dingtian hurriedly approached. Also, don't get too close, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian took a few more steps back. Dishi Bien grabbed a handful of blue hell magic crystals from the skeleton box and suddenly sprinkled them in the air above the abyss. Then, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. Countless. There were really countless hellhounds and some other hell beasts flying out of the abyss and pouncing on the hell magic crystals floating in the air. Almost at the same time, countless disgusting hell beasts jumped out of the green hell magic magma. They were densely packed and everywhere. Don't leave my side. Kill as many as you can. They will run away soon, Dishi Bien said, and then rushed forward like lightning. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Miss Dishi, kill as many as you can, right?" Of course. They will return to the abyss in less than a quarter of an hour, Dishi Bien said, and then she killed as fast as lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 30, 50. Seeing Yang Dingtian still standing there without moving, Dishi Bien frowned and said, "Why aren't you making a move? Don't blame me for snatching them from you." "Okay, let's make a move." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's hands danced wildly and countless devil sky splitting lightning bolts burst out. Pa 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 pa. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts flew out. Then, the entire sky above the abyss was covered in lightning. The entire cave was as bright as day. Countless lightning bolts crazily struck the innumerable hell beasts. All of the hellish beasts were frozen in midair, trembling and shrieking in agony. Half a minute later, bang, 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 bang. All the hell beasts in sight were smashed into pieces. Then, countless white and blue hell crystals floated into the air. Dishy Bien was completely stunned. She looked at all this in disbelief. There were countless hell beasts here. Her speed was considered fast, but she only killed 50 of them. Then, the rest were all killed by Yang Dingtian alone. Previously, she couldn't kill 1/10 of them even at her fastest speed. The remaining 90% escaped. Right now, Yang Dingtian was able to kill all of them by himself. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Looking at Dishy Bien, he was secretly happy. Miss, you also have a day like this. You had fun snatching monsters just now. Now let me tell you, this is real snatching monsters. Dishy Bien immediately frowned. Yang Dingtian was proud and embarrassed as he said, "Young lady, you're the one who asked me to kill as many as I can." Humph. Dishy Bien coldly snorted, turned around, ignored him, and left. Yang Dingtian flew into the air and used his fastest speed to collect all the hell crystals and put them into the interspatial ring. Of course, because there were too many of them, Yang Dingtian spent a few minutes even though he was fast. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to count his gains and quickly chased after her. This girl wouldn't be so narrow-minded that she ran away, right? Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Without Dishy Bien, he wouldn't even be able to reach the edge of the netherworld ghost city. Fortunately, at the entrance of the cave, Yang Dingtian saw Dishy Bien. She was standing at the entrance with her back facing Yang Dingtian. Behind Dishy Bien, Yang Dingtian took out all the hell crystals from the interspatial ring and used his Xian Qi to squeeze them into a ball. Immediately, they turned into an incomparably resplendent ball of light. He handed it to Dishy Bien and said, "Here, for you." "This is yours, I don't want it." Dishy Bien turned her head and said, "I'm giving it to you to keep and refine." Yang Dingtian said, "Finally, if you can refine 2 golden crystals, the 2 of us will go in. If there's only 1, then you go in, okay?" "I don't need it." Dishy Bien said, "I'll kill enough on my own. Don't be so arrogant." Yang Dingtian pushed her over and said, "If you don't take it, I'll touch your hand." Dishy Bien jumped in fright and hurriedly held the ball of hell crystals in her hand. Yang Dingtian said, "How many hell crystals are there in this one ball?"